Isabella expelled her stomach contents for the second time that morning, hovering over her toilet as her body betrayed her. She had to be at the PAC hospital in an hour and she couldn't move. Her breasts hurt like during a full moon and her head pounded relentlessly. Her wolf was agitated and restless, pacing internally with an anxiety that made no sense. She hadn't felt like this in years. Not since 2 months earlier. Isabella had walked into her PAC doctor's office and signed in, ready to get her IUD removed. The damn thing was causing her discomfort and hell, she didn't need it anyway. She hasn't found her mate in 3 years, and her wolf was growing restless without the bond. Isabella Carter. The nurse called out, standing with a clipboard. Isabella stood up, grabbing her jacket and purse, following the nurse to the back. Her wolf senses picked up the scent of anxiety and medical antiseptic. She went through the whole process of checking her temperature, blood pressure, and weight before being led to one of the examination rooms. "Okay, Ms. Carter. Undress, put this gown on, and your regular physician Dr. Celeste Hayes is not here today, but Dr. Diana Walsh is in." Isabella nodded, upset. If they would have told her when she scheduled this appointment, she would have arranged for another day. Her wolf didn't like unfamiliar PAC members handling such intimate procedures. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Dr. Walsh came in. "Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Diana Walsh who will be performing your procedure today." Isabella nodded, her wolf instinctively assessing the other she-wolf scent for trustworthiness. "Okay, first we're going to give you a local anesthetic to numb you. So you shouldn't feel anything." Isabella sat listening before asking, "How long does this procedure normally last?" "I need to get to the PAC hospital. It only takes about 5 to 10 minutes, but it's recommended that you should just go home and rest. I'm a physician and PAC healer." "I know, but I have 3 surgeries on the agenda today." "Okay, well if you will lean back and put your feet up in the respective stirrups, I will administer the local anesthetic." Isabella did as told and put her feet up. She winced when she felt the injection, her wolf whimpering internally. "Damn." Isabella mumbled. "Okay, I will be back in a few minutes." Isabella waited another 10 minutes before the doctor came back. She watched as Dr. Walsh put on gloves and began the procedure. Isabella tried to look over to see, but the blue draping was blocking her vision. "You can use those headphones on the side if you like. They are complete noise blockers. Most patients like absolute silence or instrumental music. The music is built in." Isabella grabbed the headphones and put them on. She would have to recommend these to the PAC Alpha for their medical facility. Dr. Walsh got started but paused, noticing a string. "She has an IUD," she said out loud. "Who gets artificially inseminated with an IUD in?" Dr. Walsh took the forceps and shifted the IUD, taking it out. "Ooh, it's copper non-hormonal. That makes more sense." Isabella laid back staring at the ceiling, waiting for this to be over as smooth jazz filled her head. Her wolf was restless, sensing something wasn't right. Dr. Walsh took saline and rinsed her before grabbing the long needle. She grabbed the vial reading the initials BW3006 and filled the needle. She injected it into Isabella's cervix and Isabella winced, grabbing the table, trying to look over the sheet. "What the hell? That local anesthetic did nothing because I felt that." Isabella thought to herself, her wolf growling internally at the discomfort. Once she was done, Dr. Walsh began cleaning up the instruments on the table, throwing things in the medical waste. "Congratulations and good luck, Ms. Chloe Parker." Isabella figured she must have forgotten she had the headphones in because she was speaking, then she smiled and left. Isabella got up, redressed, and left for the PAC hospital. Dr. Walsh walked next door into the adjacent room. "Good afternoon, Ms. Isabella Carter. You're getting your IUD removed today?" she questioned. "Who's Isabella Carter?" "I'm Chloe Parker and I'm getting artificially inseminated today," Chloe asked, confused. "Oh goddess. Diana said as the color drained from her face. Can you give me a moment? It seems I have my charts mixed up. Diana went to the front office and grabbed the files she had discarded 30 minutes ago. Oh goddess, this is catastrophic. What's your mate's name again? Diana asked, peering into Chloe's room. Nathan Theodores. She responded. Nurse Amber, can you check in the lab and see if we have Nathan Theodore's specimen, please? Amber came back after a few minutes. Yes, we have Mr. Theodore's specimen. Okay. Diana nodded. She began to think if she still has Nathan Theodore's specimen, then whose genetic material did she just use on another she-wolf, and the wrong she-wolf at that? She walked to the filing office and went through all the last names beginning with W until she found a male wolf by the name of Nicholas Stone. She read his file. He came in last week requesting that his genetic material be preserved in case he doesn't find his destined mate and needs a surrogate later in life. Moon's mercy, this is catastrophic. Diana said again. Okay, maybe not. She might not conceive. She's in her 30s. She had an IUD for a while. Maybe it will be nothing. It's only a 20% chance that it will take, she said, and then went back to her day. Present day. After she stopped retching, Isabella stood up and brushed her teeth. Then she took a hot shower, the memory of that day playing in her mind. Something had felt wrong then, and now. When she arrived at the pack hospital, she got started on her day. Wow, you look horrible. Maya said behind her, her fellow pack member's wolf scenting her distress. Thanks, pack sister. I feel it too. Isabella responded snarkily. Maya laughed. Castillo, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Isabella said with pleading eyes. You want to eat brunch at our usual spot? Maya asked. Yes, and you are driving. Isabella said, already walking to the elevators. When they got to Jack's Bistro, they quickly found a booth and sat down, having their usual chatter. Isabella, when are you going to start seeking your mate again? Isabella rolled her eyes. Maya, I'm doing just fine by myself. Yeah, but you could be doing even better underneath or on top of your destined mate. Maya responded quickly. I don't have time to seek a mate, Castillo. I have a pup who I spend most of my time with, and I have this job that is known to take up a great deal of time. Where does mate seeking fit in there? Isabella asked, raising an eyebrow. Make it fit. Maya responded. Good afternoon, what can I start you ladies off to drink with? I'll have a sweet tea. Maya said. And I'll have the same thing. Isabella said, smiling. Okay, I will leave to put that in. Wait, I know what I want already. Isabella exclaimed, catching his attention. Okay, sorry ma'am. He responded, flipping his notepad back open. I want waffles, 2 pieces of French toast, sausage links and bacon. Grits and scrambled eggs and a bowl of fruit. Isabella said, licking her lips. She waited as Maya ordered her food before speaking again. Ooh, and can you bring another thing of syrup? This won't be enough. Isabella said, finishing up. Maya looked at her with wide eyes. Damn, Isabella, that's a lot of food. I'm hungry, Castillo, and all the time. Then I'll be throwing up in hours. It's ridiculous. Isabella, are you pregnant? Maya asked, lowering her voice. Her wolf senses were picking up something different about Isabella's scent. No, you have to have sex to be pregnant, Maya. Well, something is going on. You ate a lot when you were pregnant with Ethan too. I think my hormones are off or something. It hasn't been right since I got my IUD taken out almost 2 months ago, and my cycle has been off as well. You should consider doing a full workup to see what's wrong. Maya said, concerned. Okay, I'll do it after my last surgery, Isabella said and watched as a satisfied grin came onto her pack sister's face. Isabella ate her food and talked some more with Maya. Then they drove back to the pack hospital. After her last surgery, Isabella changed her clothes. She grabbed her purse and coat, getting ready to leave. Nope, get the workup done, Maya called from behind her. Castillo, Isabella whined. Carter, Maya said, mocking her tone of voice. I'm exhausted, Maya. I just want to go home and lay down. After the workup. Fine, but you're staying, so tell Zara if she had any plans, they're cancelled. Isabella got her blood work done and they ran other tests. Even checking her urine. Okay, congratulations, you're pregnant, Dr. Carter, Felix Morgan said, coming in. What? I don't understand, Isabella exclaimed, and Maya looked amused. You're pregnant according to your blood work and HCG levels. And your HCG levels in your urine. You are definitely pregnant. Looks to be about 7 weeks. Isabella sat for a moment before she burst into tears, her wolf howling internally in confusion. Yep, definitely pregnant, Felix and Maya said simultaneously, watching Isabella cry. You didn't have to lie to me, Isabella. We always talk to each other about anything. Who's your mate? Who's the pup's father? Maya questioned. I'm not pregnant. It must be a tumor causing all of this. I have not mated with anyone in 3 years. Morgan, Isabella shouted into the hallway and watched as he came back jogging in. Get me an ultrasound. After a few minutes, Morgan came back and did an ultrasound on her. Okay, here is your pup, Felix said, pointing at the screen. Oh my goddess, there is a living pup in there, Maya exclaimed, looking at the wide-eyed Isabella. How the hell did it get in there? Isabella asked, shocked. Okay, Dr. Carter, so when 2 wolves mate, genetic material is released and… Ouch! Felix cried as Isabella reached and hit him twice in the head. Get out and keep your mouth closed. I mean it, Morgan. If anybody hears about this, you will be doing scut work the rest of your career, Isabella said sternly. Yes, ma'am, Felix said, leaving the room. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant, like really pregnant, Isabella said, pacing, her wolf pacing internally as well. Okay, I got my IUD taken out 7 weeks ago. I'm 7 weeks pregnant. She took it out, I felt a pinch that hurt. She said something smiling and left. My doctor's office is an OBGYN/fertility clinic, Isabella said, piecing everything together. Oh my goddess, do you think they made a mistake and artificially inseminated you? That has to be the only reasonable explanation. What time do they close? They are already closed. I'm going first thing tomorrow morning though. Because somebody needs to give me some damn answers. Isabella spoke sternly. Okay, just go home and get some sleep. It's not good for the pup to be restless, Maya told her. There should be no pup, Isabella growled, her wolf echoing the sentiment. Isabella got home and took a shower. She stood naked in the mirror, looking over herself. She rubbed her stomach and noticed it was no longer her soft belly, but it was firm, which she didn't notice at first. She crawled into her bed and fell asleep. Chapter 2. Isabella pulled into the parking lot of her doctor's office and got out quickly, slamming her door. Her wolf was agitated and ready for a confrontation. When she got inside, she looked around. Can I help you, ma'am? Do you have an appointment? Just then, Isabella saw exactly who she was looking for, Diana Walsh. You! Isabella exclaimed, pointing at her. Isabella watched as guilt flushed her face, her wolf scenting the fear emanating from the other she-wolf. Follow me, Ms. Carter. Dr. Walsh told her, ushering her to an office. You can have a seat, she said nervously, sitting behind her desk. I prefer to stand, Isabella said, crossing her arms with an attitude, her wolf stance dominant. Okay. I am pregnant, and would you like to tell me why? Isabella exclaimed loudly. I'm sorry, Ms. Carter. There was a mix-up of the charts, and the she-wolf next door to you had the exact same initials as you. She was coming in for an artificial insemination. So I accidentally artificially inseminated you. How do you accidentally put someone else's genetic material in someone? I'm sorry, it was a horrible accident. So I'm pregnant with a mated male's pup. That's just great. Actually, we used the wrong specimen on you. It was supposed to be the mated male's specimen, but the initials got mixed up, so it's someone else's. Diana said, clarifying. How could you be so reckless and so careless? You didn't think to tell me? I'm suing you and this whole damn facility. I will have it so you will never be able to practice medicine anywhere ever again in the United States. Isabella said sternly as her voice boomed, scaring the woman, her alpha wolf energy radiating. I'm sorry once again. There are options that you can do to terminate the pregnancy. Isabella ignored her statement. Have you informed the male whose genetic material you used? She questioned. No, not yet. I have to inform my boss, Dr. Hayes, and she will contact him. Good, because I'm going to need his information when I sue you. Isabella said snarkily. Excuse me for a moment. Dr. Walsh said, getting up. She went to inform her boss, and they called Nicholas in. Nicholas came in and sat down in the office chair. He wondered what was so important that they called him in, his wolf alert and cautious. Good morning, Dr. Stone. Dr. Hayes said with files in her hand, walking to sit behind her desk. Good morning, he responded nervously. Okay, let me get straight to it. I called you in because there is something very important that I have to discuss with you, and it can't wait. Celeste said. Nicholas nodded his head and she continued, his wolf sensing the gravity of the situation. One of my doctors accidentally mixed up the initials on your specimen and accidentally artificially inseminated a she-wolf, getting her pregnant. Come again? Nicholas asked, confused. A she-wolf 2 months ago came in for a different procedure, and the charts were mixed up. The she-wolf next to her had the same initials as she did, and also the she-wolf's mate had your initials. So she was wrongfully artificially inseminated. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You used my genetic material accidentally on a random she-wolf who wasn't even trying to get pregnant, and now she's pregnant with my pup? Is this a joke? Nicholas asked seriously, his wolf growling internally. Unfortunately, this is not a joke, she said disappointingly. Wow, this is crazy. Is she keeping it? Did she say what she was doing yet? Nicholas asked, genuinely concerned, his protective instincts kicking in. No, she didn't. We did inform her of her options. Nicholas nodded his head. She is here if you would like to meet her and discuss the matter. Okay. Diana came back into her office, looking at a pissed-off Isabella Carter. He is here and has been informed. Would you like to speak to him? Of course, please know that you are under no obligation to speak with him. Dr. Walsh told her. Isabella didn't know what to do. She knew he had a right to know. But honestly, she didn't know what she was going to do about the pup at all. You can send him in, Isabella said, smoothing her dress down. She waited a few minutes before the door opened, and she was met with a tall, handsome male wolf. He looked like a walking dream. She could tell he worked out. His scent hit her like a freight train: cedar, rain, and something distinctly male: wolf. Wow, if she wasn't already pregnant, she wouldn't mind having his pup. Damn these hormones, she thought to herself. Nicholas took in the beautiful she-wolf. She was short, thick, and oh so curvy. His eyes swept across her repeatedly, and he watched as she did the same. Her scent was intoxicating: raven, vanilla, and something uniquely her. His wolf was immediately interested. "Hi, I'm Isabella Carter," Isabella said, extending her hand and breaking their lustful gaze. "Nicholas Stone." He responded, grasping her hand a little too long, feeling a spark that his wolf recognized. "I'm sorry that this happened to you. I know it had to be scary waking up pregnant with a live pup inside." "You have no idea," Isabella said, kind of smiling. Nicholas gestured for her to sit in the chair, and she took a seat. "I hope your mate doesn't think you stepped out on him," Nicholas said, genuinely concerned and curious. "I'm divorced and single," Isabella said, looking at him intently. She watched as he nodded, his wolf perking up at the information. "How does your mate feel about another she-wolf pregnant with your pup?" Isabella questioned. "I'm single," Nicholas responded, rubbing his beard, causing Isabella's eyes to follow where his hand went. He was so sexy. She thought to herself. "I was actually preserving my genetic material just in case I don't ever find my destined mate, so to speak." "You will find her," Isabella told him confidently, though her wolf whimpered at the thought. "So do you know what you are going to do about the pup?" Nicholas asked. "Honestly, I don't need another pup. My son is 3. Isabella said seriously, and Nicholas nodded. "It really isn't the right timing. I'm a general surgery attending, and my career is moving. I don't have time to take off and really do this again. 2 pups and single," Isabella said, looking up into his eyes. "I completely understand, especially about career and timing. I'm starting a new job next week. I'm an anesthesiologist at Northbridge Medical, and my PAC hospital is merging with Portland General." Isabella inwardly groaned. He was going to be working with her now. She would see him at work, smell his intoxicating scent daily. "I work at Portland General," Isabella said, informing him. "Wow. Small world," Nicholas replied, smiling, and Isabella nodded, her wolf practically purring at his smile. "I'm sorry your genetic material was wasted on me," Isabella said, and then blushed extremely hard at how it sounded coming out of her mouth. "I mean that it was used with me and that you will have to preserve some more." "I knew what you meant," Nicholas chuckled. "I will be calling my lawyer though because this is ridiculous. I had morning sickness, an increased appetite, and my breasts hurt like crazy," Isabella said, not meaning to say that last part. Nicholas's eyes instantly went to her breasts. He wondered if her breasts normally looked like that or if they were full, round, and perky because of the pup. His wolf was definitely interested. Isabella cleared her throat a little to cut his gaze from her breasts. He was causing her nipples to harden, her wolf responding to his obvious interest. Nicholas looked up and blushed because he was caught red-handed. "I guess we can leave now," Isabella said, and they both stood up. "It was really nice meeting you. I wish it would have been under better circumstances," Nicholas said, reaching for her hand, his wolf wanting more contact. I'm nobody's baby mama, and it was nice meeting you too, Nicholas Stone," Isabella said, shaking his hand. She yelped when he pulled her into a hug, her wolf practically melting at the contact. She quickly hugged him back and took in his scent. He smelled delicious. Nicholas relished in her soft body against him, his wolf wanting to claim her right there, as he let go and stepped back from her. "Hopefully, I'll see you around sometime," Nicholas said, smiling and hopeful. "We'll be working together, so I'll see you around." Isabella smiled, walking to the door. Nicholas opened the door for her, and the two walked out, walking to their cars. Nicholas walked to her car, and she unlocked it so he could open her door. "How did you know this was my car?" Isabella questioned. "By the way you parked. This person didn't care about parking and is over the white line. It screams in a hurry or pissed off." Nicholas replied, laughing. "Well, I was." She responded, getting inside, and he shut her door. She rolled her window down and told him thank you and goodbye again. "Bye, Isabella Carter. Take care," Isabella said, smiling. She really didn't want their conversation to end, her wolf whining as she prepared to leave. "You too," he replied, smiling. Nicholas watched as Isabella pulled away. He liked her and was definitely intrigued by the beautiful, captivating she-wolf. His wolf was already claiming her as theirs. Isabella was restless ever since leaving the doctor's office and speaking with Nicholas. She kept having dreams of her and a female pup. Or other ones where she was crying on the doctor's examining table. She didn't know if she could get rid of this pup. Maybe the dreams were a sign from the moon goddess. Then she thought some more. She told Nicholas that she would be terminating the pregnancy. It wasn't fair to decide to keep it and spring this all on him. Nicholas couldn't sleep as well and hadn't slept in a week. He was starting work tomorrow at the merging hospital, and he desperately wanted sleep. But he kept having these dreams about Isabella and the pup. He didn't know if it was a sign from the moon goddess that they shouldn't terminate the pregnancy. Maybe he should ask her about it. Then again, he didn't want to pressure her into something that she clearly doesn't want. His wolf, however, was adamant about protecting what was theirs. Nicholas got up the next morning and quickly dressed. When he got to work, he followed the directions to find the attending lounge and locker room to put his things up. As he was walking and touring the building to get used to everything, he saw her. She was beautiful as ever. Her hair was tied back into a ponytail, and she looked to be exhausted. He wanted to approach her, but she was talking to 4 other pack members and a resident or intern. He would have to get used to these new scrub colors. He watched as she carried charts and walked away with an attitude, and her packmates were laughing. Nicholas walked over to them to get directions on where the board was located. "Excuse me. Can you tell me where the board is?" "It's 2 of them, floor 5 across from the nurse station and floor 3 where the ORs are, across from the nurse station," Zara said, smiling. "New here?" Shepard questioned. "Yes, first day," Nicholas replied. "Okay, well, I'm Dr. Adrian Cross, Neuro and Chief of Surgery. This is Gabriel West, Plastics, Zara Hartwell, Fetal, Maya Castillo, Ortho, and one of our residents, Penelope White," Adrian said, introducing everyone. "It's nice to meet you all. I'm Dr. Nicholas Stone, Anesthesiology. Hey, you better go check and see if you have surgery this morning and hope it's not with Dr. Carter because you don't want to be late to one of her surgeries. That's not how you want to start your first day off," Maya said, laughing. "Yeah, I wouldn't," Zara chimed in. And Nicholas watched all of their serious faces, his wolf noting the respect and slight fear in their sense when they mentioned Isabella. "Speaking of that, I got to go. I'm on Dr. Carter's service today, and surgery is in 15 minutes," Penelope said, grabbing a chart and walking off. Nicholas left and went to find the board, seeing his name indeed under the anesthesiologist box for Isabella's surgery. He noted that she had quite the reputation. He walked in and washed his hands, then got started. He looked around, and she wasn't in there yet. Nicholas talked to the patient while setting up his anesthetics. "Dr. Stone," Isabella greeted, walking to get onto her stool, her scent immediately filling the OR. "Dr. Carter," Nicholas greeted back, smiling under his mask and administering the anesthetics. "First or second day?" Isabella questioned. "First." Do you like it? 10 blade. Isabella asked him and then turned to the scrub nurse. So far so good, and I believe it just got better. Nicholas replied, eyeing her, causing Isabella to blush, her wolf preening at the attention. After the surgery was over, Isabella walked out and began to wash her hands. She looked back into the empty OR and saw Nicholas still sitting there, cleaning his tools. She knew she needed to talk to him about her new decision. So she took a deep breath and walked back in. Hey, can I talk to you about something? Isabella asked, catching his attention. Of course, anything. Nicholas said, looking up at her. I don't know if I can do it. I don't think I can terminate the pregnancy. I know that I said everything about it not being the right timing, which it isn't, but I'm also a she-wolf who believes that things don't happen by chance and that maybe this pup is supposed to come into this world. Isabella huffed out, playing with her hands. I'm sorry to throw all of this on you. I know you didn't sign up to be a father and the father of my pup. I won't pressure you to be there or anything like that. I just thought you should know. Isabella finished and waited for him to respond. I actually wanted to talk to you about the same thing. Nicholas said, standing on his feet in front of her. I didn't want to pressure you, but I kept having these dreams. Isabella finished for him, and he nodded. You too? Nicholas questioned. Every night since we spoke last. Isabella responded. Yeah, me too. Isabella Carter, I know that we both said it wasn't the right timing, but I know that we can make it work. I am going to be there for you and this pup every step of the way. I promise. Nicholas told her sincerely, and Isabella nodded her head, her wolf practically howling with joy. Isabella's breath hitched when his hands came up and touched her stomach, rubbing his hands across. It was really sweet, and he looked fascinated, his wolf scenting their growing pup. I'm sorry, Nicholas said, looking into her eyes. No, you're completely fine. Touch away, Isabella said, but then cursed herself for how it sounded. She could never think straight around this male wolf. So we are doing this? Isabella questioned, looking up at him. We are doing this, Nicholas confirmed. Can I take you to dinner? Nicholas asked before she could leave. What on earth for? Isabella questioned. I think it would be fitting to get to know the mother of my pup. Maybe I want to remain a mystery. Isabella responded, licking her lips. Ah, you wound me, Nicholas said, putting a hand over his heart. I will go to dinner with you, Nicholas Stone. I get off at 5. Do you want to leave from here, or I can pick you up? Nicholas asked. You can pick me up. I need to go home to shower and find something to wear. You don't have to get dressed up for me, Nicholas said, laughing and wiggling his eyebrows. Shut up. Isabella gave him her number and address scribbled on a piece of paper from a notepad. Don't be late, 6 o'clock sharp, because I'm going to be starving, Isabella said, walking out of the OR, and Nicholas smiled. Isabella got off and went home. She took a shower and got dressed. She pulled out a red dress and black boots with a heel. She curled her hair and did light makeup. After she put her dress on, she sat on her couch and waited for him. After about 15 minutes, she heard her doorbell ring, and she stood up to answer it. Hey, Isabella said, coming face to face with him. He looked so handsome in his dress shirt and slacks. She wondered what he looked like underneath, and it caused her to lick her lips, her wolf appreciating the view. Hey yourself, Nicholas said, looking her up and down. She was truly a masterpiece, his wolf growling in appreciation. The two left, and Nicholas drove to the restaurant with minimal conversation. Stone, Nicholas told the hostess, and she showed them to their table. How did you get a reservation here on a Friday night so fast? Isabella asked as he pulled out her chair. I got connections. Isabella raised her eyebrows, unconvinced. Okay, one of my pack brothers owns this restaurant. Wow. He has another one in California, Isabella exclaimed, and Nicholas nodded. Hi, my name is Nicholas Stone, and I am 34 years old. He said, properly introducing himself. Isabella giggled loudly before responding. Hi, I'm Isabella Carter, and I am 32 years old. What can I get you all to drink? Shall I start you all off with a bottle of wine? That would be wonderful. Isabella teased and laughed when Nicholas gave her a look. I'm kidding. I will take just water. Isabella said, smiling. I'll have the same. Nicholas followed. Nicholas, you can drink if you want to. I'm fine. I got a long 7 months ahead. Okay. He said, ordering himself some wine. After they got their drinks, they placed their order for food. I would like your ancho salmon that is seared chili rubbed, spicy citrus chili sauce, cilantro, queso fresco. Served with roasted asparagus and Mexican rice, please. Isabella listened as Nicholas ordered crab cakes with roasted potatoes and corn on the cob. After a while, the food was served, and Isabella's eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open at his plate. The crab cakes looked really good. She stared at them for a minute before she said her grace and began eating her food. Nicholas was a slow eater, Isabella thought to herself. Nicholas watched as Isabella kept glancing at his crab cakes. He knew she wanted some. Do you want to try some? Nicholas offered. Oh no, I couldn't possibly eat your. Isabella was cut off with Nicholas sticking his fork out to her with a piece of crab cake on it. Isabella quickly leaned forward and ate it off his fork slowly, leaving behind her lipstick. He watched as her face brightened, and she looked to be in absolute pleasure as she chewed. He listened as she let out a loud, sensual moan as she licked her thick lips. Damn. Nicholas mumbled as he shifted in his seat, his wolf stirring. When Isabella opened her eyes, she blushed, embarrassed. Here, you can have them. Nicholas told her seriously. No, eat your food. Isabella said, getting comfortable in her seat again. I will order more here. Nicholas said sternly, putting them on her plate. Are you sure? Nicholas nodded and flagged down the waiter, ordering more. What were your first thoughts about this whole thing? Isabella asked him curiously. I was wondering if the pup was mine. Nicholas chuckled. Isabella kicked his leg under the table. It's your pup, sir. I haven't mated with anyone in 3 years. She told him seriously. 3 years. Nicholas questioned, not buying it. Yes, 3 years. Isabella confirmed with a look. Wow. Nicholas said, amused. Why is that so hard to believe? Isabella questioned. Well, because you are absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. Isabella blushed and moved her bang out of her face. Just because someone is beautiful doesn't mean they are mating. No, it doesn't. I just figured you had a mate or something because, for the life of me, I can't understand why you are single or divorced for that matter. Nicholas said seriously, drinking his drink. I could ask you the same thing, but I'm divorced because my ex-mate, in simple terms, wasn't right for me. We mated at 18, and our wants were the same then. I guess he didn't think I would even make it as a surgeon, but I did. He couldn't take me being away from him for long hours, and then we added a pup to the mix. So now I was missing time with both of them. My career was moving. If I slowed down, I wouldn't have made it. He wanted me to essentially choose him or my job, so we divorced. Which is really funny because he was cheating anyway. Damn, I'm sorry, Isabella. No, don't apologize. I'm past that, and I have a beautiful son out of the ordeal. She smiled. What's your son's name? Nicholas asked, and he watched as her face lit up. His name is Theodore, but we call him Ethan because he looks just like his father. Nicholas nodded. So now that I've told you my life story, tell me why you are single, Nicholas. I really just haven't found what I'm looking for yet. And what is that? Isabella asked, tilting her head and sipping her drink. My destined mate. My other half. Who will love me, flaws and all, and I'll do the same. Isabella nodded. He was really the perfect catch. Any she-wolf would be lucky to have him as a mate. Do you want dessert? Nicholas asked inquisitively. No, thank you. Isabella smiled, batting her eyelashes. Are you sure? Okay, fine, triple chocolate cake. Nicholas burst out laughing. What is funny? You knew you wanted it the whole time. Just order what you want. Nicholas replied, laughing more. Isabella just smiled and nodded her head. Is everything going okay with the pregnancy? Do you feel good? I feel okay. I still have morning sickness, I'm hungry and tired. It's hard when you can't drink coffee. Isabella said, filling him in. I'm sorry, Isabella. Nicholas said sincerely. It's okay. Oh, the joys of motherhood. Isabella laughed. Come on, let's get you home. Nicholas said, standing on his feet and helping her up. When Nicholas and Isabella got to her door, he took her keys and opened her door for her. I had a wonderful time tonight, Isabella. Thank you for letting me take you out. Nicholas said, kissing her cheek and hugging her, his wolf content with the contact. Isabella closed her eyes and hugged him back. Her nipples instantly hardened against him as she took in his cologne, her wolf purring. This male wolf would be the death of her, and these pregnancy hormones. She definitely wanted him. It was my pleasure, and I had a wonderful time as well. Chapter 3. When Nicholas got home that night, he got onto his laptop and began researching things for pregnancy and pregnant she-wolves. He got up and went to the store, making sure to get a bunch of fruits and drinks. He got nuts as well. The next morning, Nicholas blended a smoothie and brought pre-cut snacks for Isabella. He pulled out his phone and texted her. Good morning, where are you? The attending's lounge. She responded quickly, smiling. Okay, I'm on my way up. When Nicholas got to the attending's lounge, he saw Isabella stretched out on the couch with a pillow on her side, reading. Good morning, beautiful she-wolf. Isabella snapped her head up and looked around quickly to see if anyone else was in there and took a breath when it wasn't. Stop calling me that. Isabella said, rolling her eyes at him. Here. Nicholas said, handing her the smoothie. What is this? Isabella said, looking at the green drink that looked unnecessarily healthy. It's an energizing green smoothie. He said, laughing at her face. I hope it tastes better than it looks. Isabella said, holding it to her mouth. It will. It's full of natural energizers. So it will also keep you from being tired. Nicholas said confidently. Isabella finally obliged and sipped the drink, tasting it. Once she tasted it, she drank some more. It was actually really good. Nicholas watched as she drank it. Do you like it? Nicholas asked, smiling at her. It's really good. Isabella told him, sipping some more. Here, eat the apples. Nicholas said, giving them to her. Hey, you really know how to treat a she-wolf. I try. Nicholas said, shrugging. Hey, this is almost gone. Isabella pouted, and Nicholas laughed. Can you bring 2 tomorrow? Isabella asked sweetly. This became an everyday routine. Nicholas would bring Isabella 2 smoothies, one for the morning and another for the afternoon, plus snacks. They talked every day about any and everything. They were becoming good friends, though their wolves were pushing for more. Hey, our ultrasound is tomorrow. Be on time, Dr. Stone, and not in a surgery. Isabella said playfully because that's exactly how he missed the one they had scheduled for last week. I should be saying the same thing to you. Nicholas teased. I'm sorry, but in my defense, the surgery went longer than expected. It's okay. You know I will never fault you for your job. Isabella smiled, hearing him say that, grateful that he understood her and her career. Nicholas, stop rushing me. I am coming outside. I just have to find a pair of pants that fit. Isabella said, frustrated into the phone. Nicholas could picture her standing in nothing but a shirt. It was an image he wanted to see in reality, his wolf agreeing wholeheartedly. Just wear a dress. Nicholas retorted. I can't just wear a dress, then I have to pull it all the way up to get to my stomach during the appointment, and I'm sure you don't want to see all of that. You have no idea. Nicholas sighed, his wolf definitely wanting to see. What was that? Isabella questioned. Nothing. Just wear some scrubs, and I'll take you to buy clothes today. Nicholas said, resting his head against the steering wheel. You don't have to do that. Isabella said, frowning. But I want to, and plus I need to get some more clothes too. So after this appointment, we will go to the mall or outlets and get clothes. Thank you. Isabella sang sweetly into the phone. She didn't put on scrubs. She would be damned if she was going to be seen with him in the mall with scrubs on. Isabella found a pair of black leggings. She matched it with a white top that really showed off her growing belly and was low cut. She grabbed a white cardigan that had black and white designs on it. She put on mascara, lip gloss, and earrings. When she was satisfied with her look, she left. It's about time, Nicholas said, opening the door for her, his wolf appreciating how she looked. Oh, shut it. It's only been 10 minutes since I hung up with you. Yeah, but I've been out here 20 minutes prior. Nicholas grumbled out. I'm sorry, Nicholas. I just couldn't find anything to wear. I didn't mean to hold up your or our time. Isabella said sincerely, grabbing his arm and looking into his eyes. It's okay, Nicholas said, buckling his seatbelt. It's not. Let me make it up to you. Isabella countered, looking towards him. And what would that be? Nicholas asked curiously. Dinner and a movie tonight. Isabella replied, smiling and biting her lip, hoping he would accept. That sounds promising, Nicholas said. Are you going to answer me for real or keep me guessing? Yes, Isabella Carter. I accept your invitation to dinner and a movie. Nicholas responded, chuckling. Okay, great. Okay, let's get to this appointment before we are late, Nicholas said, handing her a smoothie. You're really too good to me. And I'm Dr. Carter. I work at this hospital, and none of them want to get on my bad side. Nicholas and Isabella arrived at the appointment on time and were excited to finally see the pup. Isabella was especially excited for Nicholas since it would be his first offspring. Here is your pup, the technician said, pointing to the screen. Nicholas stared at the screen for a while, mesmerized, his wolf howling with pride. It looks like an actual pup. What did you think it was going to look like? Isabella chuckled. A fetus. He replied, laughing too. But the pup has hands and feet. He continued. I'm 4 months today. The pup should be at least 5 inches long and 5 ounces. Isabella responded to him. You're absolutely correct. Your pup is 6 inches though, the tech told her. Ah, look, Nicholas. She's sucking her thumb, Isabella said, smiling and pointing. She? Nicholas questioned. I think it's a girl. What do you think? Isabella asked, smiling. Yeah, I think so. Nicholas told her, smiling, his wolf already protective of their female pup. After getting the ultrasound printed, Nicholas helped her off the table and they left, going to the mall. Ugh, so many people in here. Isabella complained. Yeah, hold my hand so I won't lose you. Nicholas laughed. The short joke was not needed or funny. Isabella said, pushing him but grabbing his hand and sliding her fingers between his. Isabella and Nicholas walked into so many stores. She got a lot of leggings and dresses. When they went into the maternity store, she got shirts and pants that would fit. They walked around some more, and Isabella stopped at this store called Serenity Sleep. Nicholas looked inside and saw tons of comfortable pajama sets and loungewear. Isabella walked in, still holding his hand. I think I'll wait out here. Nicholas told her politely, letting go of her hand. Nicholas, you're a grown male wolf. Come inside. I need comfortable sleepwear for the pregnancy. Isabella said, grabbing his hand and pulling him inside. Nicholas watched as Isabella shopped around, and she was picking up all these different colored pajama sets. She sure does like a lot of soft fabrics, he thought, as she grabbed cotton, bamboo, and modal ones too. This was really thoughtful of her to prioritize comfort during pregnancy, and he wanted to make sure she got everything she needed. Seeing her pick up these comfortable sets, he was thinking about how important good sleep would be for her and the pup, his wolf pleased she was taking care of herself. Why do you have so many blue ones? Nicholas asked, looking at her hands. They're different shades of blue. Isabella said, looking at them in her hands, hailing she did have a lot of them. Well, which pajama set do you think would be most comfortable, Nicholas? Isabella questioned. Me? Nicholas said, surprised. Yes. This cotton set or this bamboo one? Isabella asked, holding them up. Nicholas stood looking at the two she was asking about and considered them thoughtfully. Both looked really comfortable and soft, he thought, his wolf approving of her self-care. Get them both. You need to be comfortable. He told her seriously. Isabella walked to the register, and Nicholas handed her his card. No, you don't have to buy my sleepwear. I told you I was taking you shopping and buying your clothes today, so let me. But you already bought my clothes. I can buy this. Isabella said back quickly. Nicholas didn't pay her any mind, taking the pajama sets out of her hand, placing them on the counter. He paid for them, and they walked out hand in hand. Those bags aren't hurting your hands? Isabella questioned, and Nicholas shook his head no. When do you want to go shopping for the pup? Nicholas asked. Next month after we find out the sex. Isabella replied, and Nicholas agreed. Do you want to stop at the food court? Nicholas asked, looking down at her. Yes, I'm hungry. I want Tokyo Express. Isabella told him. Okay, here. Nicholas said, giving her his card. What are you going to eat? Mike's Grill House. Nicholas responded, pointing to the place. Okay, we will meet back at this table. Isabella said before walking to go get her food. After Nicholas got his food, he sat it down on the table as well as Isabella's bags, waiting for her when someone bumped into him. Sorry. The woman said, looking up at him, trying to catch her balance. It's okay. Nicholas responded, steadying her on her feet. Thanks for that. She smiled. It's no problem, really. Nicholas said sheepishly. Isabella grabbed her food and turned back to see if Nicholas was sitting down yet. She watched him talking to some she-wolf with curly hair, and he had his hands on her shoulder as the woman smiled. She rolled her eyes and walked over to them, her wolf growling possessively. I'm Raven Blue, she said, extending her hand. Nicholas Stone. Nicholas said, raising his hand to take hers. Before he could grasp her hand, Isabella grabbed his hand, pulling it back down to their side and intertwined their fingers together. "Are you ready?" Isabella asked pointedly with an obvious attitude, her wolf clearly marking territory. "I thought you wanted to eat in the food court," Nicholas said, turning to her. "Nope, never said that." Raven's face contorted as she looked between Nicholas and Isabella, and her eyes widened when they landed on Isabella's stomach. "Oop, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there," Isabella said flatly to Raven. "It's okay," Raven responded back. Isabella Aria-haled that she shouldn't be rude or block him from female prospects. So she reached into his pocket and pulled his keys out. "You can meet me at the car. I'm going to leave you to finish this conversation," Isabella said nonchalantly. Nicholas looked at her walking away, genuinely confused. He could tell she still had an attitude and was trying to be nice, but his wolf was confused by her retreat. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make your mate upset. You should catch up to her," Raven told him sincerely. "We're not Nicholas started to say, but he didn't even correct her. "Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. It was nice meeting you," Nicholas said. "Nice meeting you too," she replied softly, walking away. Nicholas grabbed all the bags and his food and jogged to the front entrance of the mall. "Isabella," Nicholas called out to her. Isabella stopped walking and turned to see Nicholas jogging up to her. "You walk fast," he told her seriously. "Did you get her number?" Isabella asked, smiling. "No," Nicholas said nonchalantly. "Why? She was a nice-looking she-wolf?" Isabella questioned, but she really didn't mean anything she was saying, and she hoped Nicholas couldn't tell. Her wolf was definitely not happy about the other female. "I wasn't thinking about getting her number. Come on, let's go eat." Isabella nodded as he grasped her hand, and they walked to the car. Nicholas started driving, and she started eating in his car. "Nicholas, you should eat your food before it gets cold," Isabella said. "I am." Isabella looked up, and her eyes widened as he pulled into a car wash. "I always wanted to do this," Isabella confessed, looking at the suds on the window. "You did?" "Of course. I've seen it on movies so many times." Isabella chuckled. "Me too." "You don't go to the car wash?" Nicholas laughed. "No, I was mated, so he always washed my car. Then one of my interns, Oliver, would do it before he passed," Isabella said sadly. "I take it you and Oliver were close." "Yes, I named my son after him. He was there and helped me give birth." "Where was your ex-mate?" Nicholas asked, confused. "He was in a car accident and getting brain surgery," Isabella said, frowning at the memory. "Wow." "Yep, it was an eventful day. There was also a bomb in the hospital as well," Isabella added. "Damn, and you want to give birth again at Portland General Medical Center?" Nicholas questioned, seriously concerned. "Yes, it's still the #1 pack hospital." She laughed. Later on that evening, Isabella and Nicholas were watching a movie and eating Chinese on her couch. "Thanks for dinner and a movie," Nicholas told her, putting his coat on to leave. "Thanks for letting me make it up to you and for hanging out with me today. I know you have other things to do on your days off. I didn't have anything to do, and if I did, I would cancel because I like getting to know you." "Thank you. I like getting to know you as well," Isabella said, blushing fervently. At 12 o'clock, Nicholas was at work. Isabella was lying on her bed, lost in her own thoughts, when suddenly her phone rang, startling her. Isabella answered the phone while sitting up. "Hey, beautiful, how are you?" came a familiar voice. Isabella's cheeks burned as she smiled. She wasn't completely sure why Nicholas calling her beautiful gave her butterflies in her stomach, but she enjoyed it nonetheless, her wolf practically purring. I'm good. You okay? Yeah, I'm great. I was thinking, when I come over later, only if you want to, if maybe we could watch a movie together? Before Nicholas could even finish his awkward declaration of a friendly movie date, a sudden yes crackled in the air. Great. I'll see you later. The two hung up, while Isabella slumped back into her bed, her head and heart doing cartwheels. Her friend or pup's father, Nicholas, the gentleman he is, had made it his mission to make sure Isabella felt more like a giddy teenage she-wolf every time they hung out. She didn't feel pregnant or lonely at all, especially when her son wasn't with her. And she was happy. Whatever gave Isabella her signature heart-melting smile made Nicholas's world, and his wolf was content. One of these things was their movie dates. Every other week or so for the past few weeks, Nicholas would come over and pick a movie for him and Isabella to watch, along with food and a bag full of snacks. The two adults would sit either on the couch or in her bedroom. Isabella cleaned up her house and then her room. Before she showered and put on some shorts and an oversized shirt. She jumped up excited when the doorbell rang, expecting it to be Nicholas. Hey! Isabella said, opening the door, then frowned seeing her ex-mate and son. She quickly fixed her face and spoke again as her son reached his arms out to her. Hey, my baby boy! Isabella exclaimed. Were you expecting someone? Ethan asked with an attitude, probably not liking her initial reaction. Actually, I was. Isabella said, rolling her eyes. What are you two doing here? Not that I'm not happy to see my son, but I was supposed to get him on Sunday, and today is Friday. I'm going to be working. On the weekend, Ethan? Isabella said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I'm behind and need to catch up before Monday evening. Isabella rolled her eyes. If you would have bothered to call or just text me that, I would have arranged for this. Give me his bag. Isabella said, holding her other hand out. Ethan gave her the bag, and she shut the door without saying anything else. Isabella sat Ethan on his feet. Boy, he was getting heavy, and her stomach was getting bigger. She was surprised Ethan didn't notice, even under her oversized shirt. Isabella turned on the TV for Ethan and went to call Nicholas to change their plans, which she dreaded doing. Hey, Nicholas. Hey, Isabella. I got wings bone-in and boneless in different sauces. Ranch and blue cheese, also celery. I should be there in 10 minutes. Isabella sighed. What's wrong? My ex-mate claims he had work to do. So he dropped Ethan off. What's bad about that? It's not. I love my baby. It's just that I was looking forward to movie night, but we can't now. We can. I don't mind Ethan being there, and I would love to meet him. You don't. Isabella said, smiling. Of course not. We are friends having a pup. I'll be around forever. Isabella liked the sound of him being around forever, but then frowned. She knew he would find his destined mate to spend his forever with. Hello, Isabella, are you there? Yes, sorry. What were you saying? I was saying that we can just watch a new family movie and hang out like normal. Okay, we will be here. Isabella said, hanging up the phone. A few minutes later, Nicholas was walking through the door, carrying food, snacks, and Isabella helped him take a few bags to the kitchen. Ethan. Isabella called him into the kitchen. She listened as his little feet moved across the room. Nicholas, this is my son, Ethan. Hey, Ethan. Nicholas said, squatting down to get eye level with him. Ethan waved at him shyly, holding his toy car in his hand. Say hi. Isabella laughed as Ethan said hi. He didn't seem too enthusiastic about this whole meeting. You like cars? Nicholas asked him, and Ethan nodded wildly. He grabbed Nicholas's arm and pulled him in the direction of his play area in the living room. Isabella watched as her son showed Nicholas all of his cars, and they began to play together. She could hear the car sounds being made by both of them, and it warmed her heart. Her wolf was pleased to see Nicholas bonding with her pup. After the three of them ate, they sat on the couch watching the new Pixar movie Cars, and Ethan loved it. He eventually fell asleep, and Isabella moved to go put him in his room. When she came back out, Nicholas was cleaning up. She guessed he was getting ready to go. She really didn't want him to leave yet. "Hey, Nicholas, do you want to watch another movie?" Isabella asked him. "I figured you were tired." Nicholas told her seriously. "No, I'm not tired," she told him, walking to the couch. Nicholas grabbed some more snacks and sat beside her on the couch. Isabella grabbed her blanket and snuggled into Nicholas's side, her wolf content with the contact. Nicholas looked down at her and picked up her remote. "What do you want to watch?" Nicholas asked, scrolling through. "Gravity," Isabella said, stopping him from scrolling. The two began to watch until Nicholas spoke. "Did you tell your pack about the pup and everything?" Isabella turned to face him. "No, I haven't told them. I haven't figured out what to say yet. They can be very harsh, especially my alpha father." Isabella responded. "I haven't told my pack yet either. I need to tell my brother. He will be thrilled, then pissed that I didn't tell him sooner." Nicholas added. "Are you two very close?" Isabella inquired. "Very. He's the first person I tell anything to." "That's great. I'm glad you have someone like that. I always wanted a sibling." Isabella told him truthfully. "I had a sister. I never got the opportunity to meet her. She died before I was born. Her name was Danielle." "Wow, so you were the baby. Your pack was very protective of you?" "Not pack, my mother was overprotective of me. My dad was really my best friend. We could talk about anything until recent years." "What happened, if you don't mind me asking?" "I got divorced," Isabella said flatly. Nicholas furrowed his eyebrows together in confusion. "My father is disappointed and ashamed that I got divorced. He told me he was not proud of me and that I chose my job over my pack family." "I'm sorry, Isabella," Nicholas said, pulling her closer, his wolf wanting to comfort her. "Life happens, and people change. I'm proud of you and the fact that you were able to put yourself first and let go of a mating that was unhappy and one that you have outgrown." "Thanks, I really appreciate that," Isabella replied, pushing her cheek further into his chest. Isabella woke up at 4 a.m. with a strong arm up under her breast but resting on the top of her belly. She was so short that her head was under his chin in the crook of his neck. Nicholas's face was in her hair, but he didn't seem to mind. He actually was sleeping comfortably, she thought to herself. She stayed still as his chest rose and fell against her back. Then it hit her. They were spooning with legs tangled together. Isabella tried to create some space, but as soon as she moved, Nicholas's hands moved to her hip and grabbed onto her, pulling her ass flush against him. Her breath hitched as he rested his large hand distinctively on her ass, drawing slow circles with his fingers. Isabella let out a muffled moan and looked to see if he was awake, but was surprised to find that he wasn't as she heard a snore come from him. Now she wished she hadn't put on shorts yesterday. This was going to be a long 3 hours, she thought as she snuggled back into his neck, finding sleep again, her wolf purring with contentment. Isabella woke up again promptly at 7 a.m. She slid out of Nicholas's embrace and fixed the covers up onto him. Checking on Ethan first, she walked to her bedroom, undressing to take a shower. Isabella got out of the shower and was extremely aroused. She couldn't stop thinking about her potential mate and how good his body felt against her. Isabella sat down on her bed with her back facing the door. She spread her legs open and began stroking her intimate area, thinking about Nicholas. She felt herself grow aroused by the minute as she took one hand to palm and caress her heavy, full breast. Isabella groaned quietly as she worked herself hard now, her wolf howling internally. Nicholas woke up on the couch and was surprised, taking in his surroundings. He didn't mean to fall asleep. He stood slowly, stretching. He wanted to see if Isabella was awake so he could tell her he was leaving. Looking at the time, Nicholas knew she had to be at work at 9. Isabella continued her intimate activity harder back and forth. She let out strangled, hushed sounds as she was nearing her climax. He walked in the direction of her bedroom and paused at her cracked door, looking inside, raising his hand to knock. Nicholas's eyes opened wide in shock and lust as he saw her sitting on her bed. Her back was facing him and arched. He could only see the side swells of her breast. Her body tensed, and he saw her hand moving fervently. He didn't have to guess where. He came at the right time because the next thing he knew, her legs were shaking, and he could hear the wet sounds of her climax as she hit the ultimate spot. Isabella released a high-pitched moan, squealing out a breathy "Oh my goddess." Nicholas took a deep breath, licking his lip before walking away from her door. There was no way he was leaving now. He didn't want her to know or think he heard or saw her in her most intimate moment. But damn, was it beautiful, he thought. His wolf was definitely interested. Nicholas got back on the couch and pulled the blanket back on top of him. After a few minutes, he heard her bedroom door open and her feet moving. She paused for a moment. He could only assume it was to see if he was still here and asleep. Satisfied, she walked into the kitchen. When Nicholas smelled bacon cooking and coffee, he got up off the couch, walking into the kitchen. He took in her appearance. She had on a dress and an apron across it. Her skin looked as if it glowed, and she had a dazed look as she cooked. "Good morning, Isabella," Nicholas said, standing beside her. "Good morning, Nicholas," Isabella said sweetly, handing him a mug of coffee. "You're in a good mood this morning." Nicholas responded to her and watched her blush. "I am," Isabella confirmed. "What are you cooking?" Nicholas inquired. "Pancakes, bacon, and scrambled eggs." "I hope everything is good to you." "I haven't cooked breakfast in years." "It will be," Nicholas confirmed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to stay the night," Nicholas told her seriously. "It's okay. I really enjoyed your company. If you want to take a shower, you can and leave to work from here." "Okay, thanks. I have a duffel bag with clothes in my car." Isabella raised her eyes, asking why without speaking. "If I ever get called in for a double or if I'm going somewhere after work." Nicholas responded, and Isabella nodded. Nicholas walked to his car and grabbed his bag, walking back in. Isabella paused her cooking and got him a rag and towel from her hall closet, then showed him to her bathroom in her room. Nicholas looked around the room, and his eyes landed on her new bedspread. He groaned to himself. She had to change her covers. After he took his shower and dressed, he walked back out, finding her feeding Ethan cut-up pancakes. Nicholas and Isabella ate and then parted ways for work after he strapped Ethan in for her. Chapter 4. "Thank you," Isabella said as Nicholas held the door open for her and Ethan. "You don't have to thank me," Nicholas smiled. "How many?" the hostess asked them. 2 adults, 1 child," Nicholas told her. "Can we get the high chair?" Isabella added. The woman nodded and showed them to a booth. Nicholas put Ethan in the high chair for Isabella, and they both scooted into the booth, sitting across from each other. "Good evening, my name is Diana, and can I get you 3 something to drink?" she asked, sitting down crayons and a coloring sheet. "Can I have an Arnold Palmer and apple juice for him?" Isabella said, and Nicholas ordered sweet tea. "How was work today?" Nicholas asked her as he watched her help Ethan color on his picture. It was good, just a little tired today. Isabella responded. It had to be more exciting. You did a hypec. You were thrilled when you called me saying that you were doing one. What's changed? Charles Montgomery is what's changed. She told Nicholas, disappointed. What happened? Nicholas said, trying to understand. My whole career he has been my mentor. He has been grooming me to run the hospital and to be just like him and better. He's one of my best friends, and I look up to him like he's my father. So when I looked up into the gallery today, I expected him to be there. It was a groundbreaking surgery. The press and the news was there. Nicholas hated that she felt like this, and he wondered what Dr. Weber was doing that he wasn't there. I'm sorry, Isabella, but if it makes you feel better, I was there in the front row watching, and you did an excellent job. I can't wait to see your beautiful picture and name in PubMed and AMA. Isabella smiled at him brightly and blushed at his compliment. I know I saw you. Thanks for coming and for this pep talk. Anytime. Nicholas replied, and the waitress came back with their drinks. What can I get you? Isabella ordered a triple prime cheeseburger with fries that she had been craving all day and chicken strips and fries for Ethan. Nicholas ordered a hickory bacon burger. How was your day today? Isabella asked him. It was great. I had 2 surgeries, and then I went and watched a groundbreaking one happening in her too. Nicholas said, smiling, showing his perfect white teeth. Isabella smiled at him again. He knew how to make her feel good. Nicholas excused himself to the restroom. Nicholas walked to go find their waitress. Excuse me, I need to add something to my order. Nicholas told her. Of course. Diana said, standing at her monitor. Okay, can I just reorder my exact meal and put it to go? 30 minutes when I leave here, my she-wolf is going to be hungry. Nicholas said, chuckling. Dr. Isabella Carter. Someone called out. Isabella turned her head to find the voice that called her name. She smiled when she saw him. Dr. Rhiannuel Fletcher. Isabella said, pushing herself forward, hiding her huge stomach under the table. Still beautiful as ever, he said, smiling. Isabella blushed hard. The last time she seen him, they almost kissed. How's those panic attacks treating you? Isabella said wittily. It's asthma. Sam retorted, and Isabella laughed. This is your son? He questioned. The one and only, she said, smiling. Sam looked at the table and noticed 2 drinks. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you out on a date? Or you got back together with your ex-mate? No, I'm not on a date. I'm single and out with my baby, of my best friend. Isabella said quickly, trying to think of what to call Nicholas. And absolutely not to your last question, Isabella added. Nicholas was walking back to the table, and he saw Isabella talking to some male wolf. He knew that she knew him or liked him because she kept smiling and blushing, and she wasn't a warm person to talk to strangers. Nicholas watched a few moments more. He didn't know why, but he quickly gained an attitude, and his jaw clenched together. He didn't want her talking to or seeing anyone. Nicholas approached the table, and he met Isabella's eyes. Isabella looked at Nicholas, and she noticed his expression. He looked upset, his wolf radiating displeasure. He cleared his throat behind Sam so he could move out of the way. Sam moved, and Nicholas slid into the booth, eyeing Isabella. Dr. Nicholas Stone, this is Dr. Ryan Fletcher. Dr. Ryan Fletcher, this is my friend, Dr. Nicholas Stone. How you doing, man? Nicholas said nonchalantly. Great. Sam nodded. Okay, Isabella, it was nice seeing you again. I will leave you all to dinner. I was just picking up some soup. Isabella smiled at him before replying. Bye, Sam, and take care of yourself. Batting her eyelashes at him. Nicholas could have been sick, his wolf growling internally. Sam reached into his wallet and pulled out his card, handing it to Isabella. Call me sometime. Isabella nodded and took the card, setting it on the table, and Sam walked away. Wait, Sam, how long are you going to be in town for? Isabella asked, catching his attention, and at the same time, Diana was bringing their food to the table. I was requested on a myectomy. So I'll see you at the hospital this week. Isabella honestly didn't want to run into him again, especially at work where her stomach would be on display. I'm glad you're back into cardio, Isabella told him. She looked over at Nicholas, who was tapping his finger on the table in an annoyed manner. Thanks to you. I'll see you around, beautiful. Beautiful. Nicholas repeated. Isabella and him were just friends and not together, but he felt disrespected, his wolf definitely not liking another male calling their potential mate beautiful. Isabella's eyes left Sam and turned back to Nicholas, Ethan, and her meal. Isabella noticed Nicholas was quiet for a while as he started eating. Ethan didn't want to be in the high chair anymore, so Nicholas took him out and sat him on his lap while helping him eat. Was he one of your exes? Nicholas asked, breaking the silence. Who, Sam? Isabella asked, knowing exactly who he was referring to. Nicholas nodded his head with his eyes saying you know who. No, we never dated. He liked me though. Isabella told him amusingly. We almost kissed. Isabella finished. Why didn't you all date? I was in the middle of a divorce, and I wasn't looking to date or ready. Nicholas nodded his head. Are you going to call him? Nicholas asked, not really wanting to know the answer. No, I'm pregnant. Nobody wants to date or be with a pregnant she-wolf. Isabella told him seriously. But are you interested in this Sam character though? Nicholas asked, probing her for information. What's with all the questions? Isabella asked, dipping her fries in ketchup. I'm just wondering. Nicholas stated. You don't want me to date, do you? Isabella asked curiously. No, of course not. That's not it. It is, but it isn't. Nicholas said, getting frustrated with his words. I'm just looking out for your best interest. Nicholas stated quickly. Well, I appreciate that, Nicholas, but I'm a grown she-wolf. Isabella responded playfully. I can see that. Nicholas laughed, looking her over. Nicholas watched Isabella pull the card with Sam's number over to the left of her, and before he knew it, he knocked his glass of tea on top of it. Oh shit, I mean shoot. Nicholas said, glancing at Ethan, then Isabella. Nicholas grabbed napkins, putting them over top of the tea. He watched as the waitress came and cleaned it up with a rag. Then she left and came back with another glass of tea. I'm sorry, Isabella. Did it get on you? Nicholas asked her, and Ethan was giggling. No, it didn't. I'm fine. She told him. They left the restaurant, and Nicholas strapped Ethan in his car seat. He bought one for his car so they didn't always have to get hers out of her car. Isabella hummed along to the music and watched Nicholas drive. Nicholas, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm hungry. Isabella said, turning to him and pouting. Nicholas smiled and took one hand off the wheel, reaching to grab the bag on the floor. He pulled it up and sat it in her lap. You didn't. She squealed, opening the box. I know you. Nicholas said, smiling and glancing at her. You know me. Isabella repeated, shocked. They weren't even together, and he knew her better than Ethan. Isabella finished her burger as they were pulling up to her apartment building. Move in with me. Nicholas told her seriously, putting the car in park. I'm not moving in with you. I barely know you, man. Isabella stuttered out, shocked. But you know me enough. He told her, rubbing her hand that was on the armrest. I have a child. Isabella said, drawing it out. You have a child? Wow, Rick, right? I think I met him. Nicholas said sarcastically. You are not a funny male wolf. Isabella said, smacking his hand. Just move in with me. No, and first of all, your apartment isn't even enough space for all of us. I know. That's why we should get a house. Nicholas said. Isabella scoffed. Have you lost your mind? No, I just think it would be a good idea if we are both in the household together, raising the pup, and it would be great for Ethan too. Nicholas responded seriously, turning fully to look at her, then Ethan. Nicholas, are you thinking at all? If we move in together, eventually you are going to find your destined mate and bond with her, all of that jazz. That leaves me with trying to find another place to stay with 2 children. Isabella said, sitting up fully and taking her seatbelt off. I don't want to rent the house we find. I want to buy it. I would put your name on the deed, and if that ever happens, the house will be yours. Nicholas said proudly, getting out of the car, walking to her side to open the door. You would give me a house? Isabella said in disbelief, grabbing onto his hand so he could help her up. Of course. I would never leave you to fend for yourself, especially with my pup. I promise you the house would be yours. So what do you say? I'll think about it. Isabella responded, putting Ethan's bag on her shoulder as well as her purse. Nicholas carried a sleeping Ethan for her up to her apartment. He walked inside. Where do you want him? You can put him in his bed. I'll just give him a bath tomorrow. After Nicholas was done getting Ethan situated, he walked back out to her front door. Isabella thought for a while about moving in with Nicholas the whole way up to her apartment. She weighed the odds. She liked having him around and spending time with him. She wouldn't be home alone all the time, and he could help her with Ethan. Nicholas, I'll move in and find a house with you, but I get the master bedroom. Isabella said before he opened the door. Nicholas smiled, turning around, laughing. Deal. He responded, kissing her cheek. Isabella and Nicholas had been looking at houses whenever she had time or they both got the chance. They had seen 6 already. Nicholas liked them, but Isabella didn't like any of them. He was hoping that she would like this next one. This house is great, Vincent said. It was just put on the market. I have to admit I haven't had the chance to look at it myself, but I've got the stats. He opened up a folder and began reading off a description of the house. It's got 5 bedrooms and 3 baths. It's got a 2-car garage and a great backyard. All new appliances. The house is only about 5 years old, so it's in great shape. And it's in a great neighborhood. Vincent opened the front door, and they walked inside. The room they walked into was a large, empty living room. The floors were a dark hardwood, and the walls were bare. A large fireplace was against one wall and was obviously the focal point of the room. It's nice, Nicholas said as he began to look around. Gas heat. Central air. The 5 bedrooms and 2 of the baths are upstairs. This house is in excellent condition. Vincent continued. Isabella was quiet as she walked through the living room and into a second room. That could be used as a separate parlor or office, Vincent suggested. Isabella stared at the wall for a moment, trying to picture where she would want everything to go. It's big enough for my office, she stated. Nicholas smiled and then sighed in relief. He was tired of looking at houses. Unlike at the last house, Isabella didn't linger in the room. She knew right when she saw it that it would suit her needs. Instead, she made her way into the kitchen. She glanced quickly at the appliances and checked out the tile and the pantry. She smiled and then made her way up the steps that were off to the side of the kitchen and waddled upstairs. 3 of the bedrooms and 1 of the bathrooms was to one side, while another room along with the master bedroom with the attached bathroom was off to the other. Isabella slowly made her way into the master bedroom. It was probably larger than the bedroom in her apartment and the bedroom in Nicholas's apartment combined. Next, she walked to the other side of the house to look at the 3 extra bedrooms. The first one on the right would be perfect for the nursery. Isabella walked to the next bedroom. She looked in and smiled. It would be excellent for Ethan. She turned back around, not even bothering to look at the last 2 bedrooms or the bathroom. Instead, she made her way back down the stairs. Nicholas was standing in the kitchen. "I like it," Isabella said. "It is nice," Nicholas agreed. "It's perfect." Isabella reached for his hand. "It's us," she finished, gesturing between him, her, and her stomach. Vincent walked into the kitchen, still looking at his folder. Electric stove. Energy-efficient refrigerator. The tile was. "How much?" Isabella interrupted. "Excuse me?" Vincent asked. "How much are the owners selling the house for?" "It's a little more than the price range you gave me," Vincent answered. "How much?" Nicholas repeated. "They're asking $400,000, but we could possibly get it down to $390,000. Isabella's eyes widened. "That's way above our slasher budget," she said. "As I said," Vincent began. "We'll take it," Nicholas said. "We'll, what?" Isabella asked. "We'll take it." "Nicholas, we agreed that $350,000 was our absolute limit, and that was pushing it." "I can buy this house, Isabella. It's not a problem. You love it. It's perfect for us. So I'm getting it." "Nicholas," Isabella said, pouting. "Isabella," Nicholas said, drawing out the syllables in her name. She wished he wouldn't do that. Her name sounded wonderful coming out of his mouth. She did love this house, and she didn't want to see any more. "Fine. I get to pay a bill then and buy some of the furniture," Isabella told him. She had been trying to get him to let her pay a bill or something dealing with the house for weeks, but he always turned her down. She didn't want him to just give her a house for free. People do those kinds of things for their mates, and she was not. Isabella just got out of the shower when she heard the doorbell ring. She wrapped a towel around her body and walked out of her room, yelling down the hall. "Hey, are you expecting someone?" "No," Nicholas responded, walking out of his bedroom. He looked Isabella up and down and followed the water dripping down her body and disappearing by the towel. "Goddess," Nicholas mumbled. "Can you answer the door? I need to put my clothes on." Nicholas nodded, still staring at her. He walked to open the door and was surprised to see 3 of Isabella's pack sisters standing there with grocery bags and what looked to be overnight bags. "Nicholas, right? What are you doing here?" Maya asked, walking past him. Zara and Iris followed. I could be asking you the same," he responded, looking at her questioningly. "Nicholas, who was at the door?" Isabella called from upstairs. "Excuse me for a second," Maya said, following Isabella's voice up the stairs, finding her bedroom. "Maya, what the hell, and what are you doing here?" Isabella exclaimed, holding her bra against her breast. "Please, it's nothing I haven't seen before." "What's Nicholas doing here?" Maya asked, smiling. "Castillo, go back downstairs, and I'll be out in a minute." Maya held her hands up in defeat, walking out, closing her door. Isabella threw on a shirt and a pair of shorts. Sliding on her bedroom slippers, she walked downstairs, and her eyes widened seeing Zara and Iris. What are you all doing here? Isabella inquired, standing beside Nicholas. Ladies' night, the three said simultaneously. And Isabella groaned. It's your turn to host. Zara chimed in. Did I agree to that? Isabella asked with an attitude. Yeah. Remember last week I brought it up to you. I said it's your turn to host ladies' night, and you said whatever. Iris said, explaining. Altman, you knew my whatever meant no, and how the hell did y'all get my new address? Maya smiled sheepishly. You gave it to me when you asked me to turn your paperwork in. It was an employee change of address form. Isabella rolled her eyes. Maya, why are you so nosy? Maybe you should work on clarity, Isabella. Iris responded to her first question. Isabella turned to Nicholas, who looked so amused. So is someone going to tell us why Dr. Stone is here? Maya asked. He lives here. I live here. Nicholas and Isabella answered simultaneously. Isabella watched as everyone's face looked shocked. So she might as well keep it that way. He is the father of my pup. Isabella told them, pointing down at her stomach. Wow, I thought it was Ethan's. Zara said. Ugh, no. Isabella responded. Nicholas, this is Maya, my best friend, Zara, her mate, and Iris. I'm sure you met them at work already. Isabella said, properly introducing them. Yes, I met Castillo and Hartwell on my first day, and I had a surgery with Altman. We bought the ingredients for you to make lasagna. Zara said hopefully. First you all barge into my house, now you're requesting that I cook for a night I did not plan. Isabella, just relax and have fun. I'll cook. Nicholas chimed in, and Isabella turned to look at him. No, Nicholas, you don't have to do that. We will order something. It's fine, really, and lasagna sounds good. Nicholas said, walking over to the other she-wolves, taking the bags of food. Isabella smiled widely at him. I noticed your bags. Are you all staying the night? I can get the guest room ready. Nicholas said, eyeing them. It's no need. We normally all pass out in the living room. Maya said, smiling. Okay. Nicholas nodded, going into the kitchen. When Nicholas disappeared from the room, everyone eyed Isabella, letting out whispered squeals. That's your potential mate? Why didn't you tell me? Maya exclaimed. He's not my potential mate. He's the father of my child, and we haven't really had a good deep conversation since this whole incident. Isabella said, pointing at her stomach, whispering back. I know, but you could have said something. You're living in his house. The house is actually mine. He bought it for me. Isabella said matter-of-factly, moving her bang out of her face. He bought you this huge house? Zara gasped out in a whisper. Isabella nodded. You're having sex with him. Iris said seriously. I am not. Isabella blushed. But you want to. Maya chimed in. We are just friends who happen to be having a pup. Isabella responded. So you don't want to? Zara asked curiously. Of course I want to, especially with these hormones, but like I said, we are friends who were strangers. Now I'm pregnant. Are you ever going to tell us what happened? Iris asked, drawing it out, and Zara nodded. You didn't tell them? Isabella asked, facing Maya. No. Maya exclaimed. Wow, that's a first. I'm actually quite proud of you. It's been 3 months. Isabella laughed. Isabella filled them in on the story of being artificially inseminated. Damn. Iris said. Tell me you're suing. Zara responded. We are. Our court date is in 2 weeks. Can we get a tour of the house? Iris asked. Of course. Isabella said, rocking up to get out of her seat. Isabella walked them through the house, showing them all the bedrooms upstairs except Nicholas's. The laundry room, her office, Nicholas's gym, the deck, the huge backyard. Lastly, stopping at their huge kitchen where Nicholas was cooking. This house is so beautiful. I like that it's so open, Maya said, smiling. It's huge, Zara stated. It's only 3,149 square feet. Nicholas butted in. It's only. Iris stammered. Why so big? I love the outside too. It's beautiful, the brick. Well, we need room for all of us. Isabella chimed in. And everyone nodded. Isabella reached up into the cabinet, getting wine glasses out. Here, take these into the living room and turn the fireplace on, she told them. After they left, Isabella slid beside Nicholas and watched as he cooked. What? Nicholas asked, turning his head to look down at her. Sorry that my pack sisters just barged in. We could have sent them away. Isabella told him seriously. No, it's okay, really. Like I said, I want you to relax and have a good time with your friends. Thank you, really. Isabella said, smiling. Go get off your feet, and I will bring you something to drink. Nicholas told her, putting the lasagna in the oven. Isabella sat down on the couch, grabbing her blanket. So what's the plans for tonight? Isabella questioned. Drinking, talking, and movies. Zara told her, grabbing a blanket. Talking and movies, great. Isabella said flatly. Sorry that you can't drink. Maya said, laughing. I'm fine. I just wish I wasn't as huge as a house already. Isabella said, rubbing her stomach. You are exceptionally big. Iris confirmed, and Zara and Maya kicked her at the same time. You look beautiful, Isabella. The pup is probably just causing you to eat a lot. Zara tried to straighten up what Iris said. This pup does require me to eat a lot. I'm hungry every time I turn around, and I'm never satisfied. Nicholas has been giving me healthy snacks to get me full so I won't gain any more weight. How much weight have you gained? Maya asked. 26 pounds so far. Wow, that's good. You're supposed to gain 1 pound a week during pregnancy. Zara said. I know that, but I'm only 20 weeks. Isabella expressed. She wanted to laugh when everyone made an O face. That's not too bad. Just continue to eat the healthy snacks. Iris said. Nicholas came out of the kitchen with Isabella's mock sangria. It had apples, orange, and strawberry slices in it. Here you go. Nicholas said, handing it to her. Thank you. It's so pretty. Isabella said, smiling at him. It's no problem. Nicholas said, kissing her on the cheek and walking upstairs. He likes you. Maya said. What? No, he doesn't. Isabella stammered. He does. Zara added. He really likes you. Iris said, smirking, sipping her wine. That is not true. Keep telling yourself that. Maya said, smirking. Y'all think so? Isabella questioned. Definitely. Everyone answered. I don't want to complicate things. Isabella stated. What's more complicated than being wrongly artificially inseminated with his pup? Maya snorted. Hey, Isabella, I'll be down in the gym while the lasagna is in the oven. I'm bringing my phone down. Call me if you need something. Nicholas told her from behind the couch. Isabella's head whipped around to look at him. And she took in his gym attire, and her body felt hot. Her eyes instantly went to the front of his white gym shorts, and she licked her lips. Her eyes quickly traveled up to his white tank top and read the little logo "Just Do It" on his chest. That's exactly what she wanted to do. "Ha, what did you say?" Isabella asked, snapping out of her thoughts and ogling. Nicholas laughed. "I just said I was going down to the gym." "Oh, okay." Isabella blushed, and Nicholas smirked, walking away. "Oh, she likes him," Zara chanted. Maya and Iris giggled. "Could you have been any more obvious?" "You broke out into a sweat staring at him," Maya said, laughing. Isabella just huffed and fixed herself on the couch as they turned the movie on. After a while, Nicholas called out, telling them the food was ready, and Isabella didn't move. "Why aren't you getting up?" Maya asked while everyone walked to the kitchen. "Because this," Isabella said, holding up her fingers, doing a countdown of 3. As soon as Isabella put her fingers down, Nicholas came into the living room with her plate and another mock sangria. Maya's mouth gaped open. "Nicholas, I was going to get up and get it," she told him sweetly. "It's okay. Let me help you," Nicholas responded, picking up her empty glass and going to the kitchen. "Damn," Maya retorted. "He's perfect. He really is. He will make some lucky she-wolf the perfect mate," Isabella said, refraining from rolling her eyes at the thought of him mated. The 4 she-wolves ate and laughed, complimenting how good the food was. They eventually pulled out the karaoke machine and sang a few songs before they got sleepy and watched Pretty Woman before falling asleep. Nicholas looked in the living room and saw all the she-wolves knocked out in their pallets on the floor. He looked on the couch and saw Isabella laying on her side, but she looked uncomfortable. He quietly walked over, not to disturb everyone else, and picked her up bridal style. Nicholas carried her up the stairs to her bedroom and laid her down on her side in the bed. He took a pillow and gently lifted her leg, placing it under her thigh so she would sleep comfortably tonight. Isabella woke up, turning in her bed to read the clock, 7:30 a.m. She was glad she didn't have to work today. She got up and went to the bathroom, washing her face and brushing her teeth. After she finished, she put her robe on and walked downstairs. She chuckled, seeing everyone still sleeping. She was glad they were off work today as well. Isabella pulled out the ingredients and began cooking breakfast for everyone. As she was cooking, she felt strong arms wrap around her, and she sighed in his embrace. "Good morning, beautiful she-wolf," Nicholas said in her ear, kissing her cheek and moving back from her. "Good morning, Nicholas. Thanks for carrying me upstairs last night. I was not comfortable on that couch," Isabella told him, smiling hard. "No problem. I could tell you were uncomfortable," Nicholas told her. Isabella nodded, and as she finished up, her friends were sitting at the bar. Isabella made Nicholas's plate, and everyone ate and had a good time talking. She never wanted company, but she always had a good time with the 3 and was sad to see them go. "See all of you tomorrow," Isabella said, closing the door. "What's your plans for the rest of the day?" Nicholas asked. "I'm going to nap, take a bath, and get Christmas decorations for the house later. Do you mind if I join you?" Nicholas inquired. "No, not at all," Isabella smiled. Chapter 5. "Yeah, Mama, I'm sorry I can't come this year," Isabella said sadly, her wolf stirring restlessly at the disappointment she could send through the phone. "But Isabella, you haven't been home for the holidays in years," her mother said back, the pain evident even through the distance between their packs. "Mama, I know I'm sorry, but with Ethan and the pup, I don't think I need to be traveling much during this moon cycle," Isabella responded, her hand instinctively moving to her belly where her wolf's protective instincts were strongest. "What pup?" Rosalind gasped, her maternal wolf senses immediately alert. Isabella's eyes widened quickly, her wolf cursing at the slip. Did I say pup? I meant Ethan. Isabella said, nodding as if her mother was standing in front of her, knowing full well that her mother's enhanced hearing would catch any deception. No, you said Ethan and PUP. Her mother said sternly, her alpha female nature demanding answers. Isabella knew she couldn't go back on it now, with her mother's wolf likely already picking up the truth through their bond. So she exhaled hard, her own wolf whimpering at having to reveal their secret. I'm expecting Mama. Isabella said softly, confirming, her hand protectively covering where their future pack member grew. You and Ethan made it again? Rosalind exclaimed, shock evident in her voice as she referenced Isabella's former mate. No ma'am, I severed the mate bond with Christopher Vale 3 years ago for a reason. Isabella and Ethan will never be bonded again. Isabella said, firmly, getting upset, her wolf snarling at even the suggestion of returning to that failed mating. I can't believe you didn't tell me. You were seeing someone. Let alone serious enough to carry their pup. Why wouldn't you tell me about finding your true mate? Isabella knew she should tell her mother the truth about the pregnancy and Nicholas, but her wolf faltered at revealing the unconventional nature of their situation. I don't know, Mama, I just dash. How long have you and this mystery wolf been seeing each other, and how did your wolves first meet? Rosalind asked her, using the traditional phrasing for werewolf courtship. We have been seeing each other for almost a year, and our wolves met at the hospital. Isabella responded, technically truthful about their workplace. He's a pack doctor? Yes, he specializes in helping wolves during their vulnerable states under anesthesia. Well, go on and tell me more about your mate. Her mother told her, using the term that made Isabella's wolf purr despite the complicated truth. His name is Nicholas Stone, but he goes by Nicholas. He's 34 years old and his wolf has claimed this territory all his life in Portland. He sounds like a strong alpha. Mama, he's the most patient and caring wolf I've ever encountered. His wolf is so gentle and protective. Ethan's wolf has accepted him completely and he loves Ethan. I really couldn't have found a better match for my wolf. It's wonderful that he works in the medical field and understands our kind's healing needs. He sounds like a really good wolf. Rosalind commented, pleased that her daughter had found someone who understood pack dynamics. Since you will not be coming for Christmas moon gathering, you and Nicholas will be here for New Year's pack celebration. But Mama, we have dash. I don't want to hear any excuses. You both will find the time and that's the end of it. The pack elders want to meet your mate. Yes, ma'am. Isabella said, rolling her eyes, knowing her mother's alpha authority wasn't to be challenged. Isabella Carter, don't roll your eyes at me. I can sense your disrespect through our bond. I didn't even roll them. Isabella said dramatically into the phone, forgetting momentarily about her mother's enhanced werewolf intuition. Isabella finished up her conversation with her mother and sat her phone on the counter. Cutting up apples angrily, her wolf agitated by the stress. Isabella heard the front door open and her wolf immediately calmed, recognizing Nicholas's scent before he even entered the kitchen. Hey, what's wrong? Your scent is distressed. Nicholas asked, sitting the mail on the counter, his own wolf responding to her emotional state. Isabella walked over and hugged him, sighing when he wrapped his arms around her, his warmth and scent immediately soothing her anxious wolf. Nicholas, we have to go to my parents' territory in Richmond, Virginia, and they think you're my mate. Isabella huffed into his chest, breathing in his calming scent. Isabella the First, can't hear you clearly through my wolf's focus on comforting you. Nicholas said into her hair, his wolf instinctively nuzzling against her. Isabella leaned back some before saying, I was talking to my mother and I let it slip about the pup. Which she needed to know, but I wasn't going to tell the pack yet until I figured out what to say. Nicholas nodded and waited for her to continue, his wolf patient and attentive. Anyway, she assumed you were my secret mate that I was hiding, and I didn't tell her otherwise because I didn't want to go through the whole artificial insemination explanation and all the pack questions about why I chose to have a pup without a mate bond. Isabella said. So your mother thinks we are mated? Nicholas asked, confirming, his wolf stirring at the word. Precisely, and we are expected to be there for New Year's pack breakfast and day celebration. I tried to get us out of it, but if we don't come they are just going to show up here and send out the truth. Okay, Isabella, it shouldn't be that hard to convince the pack. Nicholas said, though his wolf was uncertain about deceiving other werewolves. I don't think you understand. You have to meet my parents, then my entire pack, both sides, for New Year's breakfast. Oh. Nicholas said, shocked, already hailing the magnitude of facing two combined werewolf packs. Yes, exactly. First we arrive the day before, then the next day we go to pack gathering that night and bring in the New Year's moon ceremony. After that we will have breakfast at 1:30 in the morning with the entire pack. We will get through it together. Nicholas said, his wolf oddly comfortable with the idea of being accepted into her pack. Together. Isabella repeated, the word carrying deeper meaning between wolves. I will request the days off from the hospital. He told her. Thank you, Nicholas, for everything. You have been nothing short of amazing since my wolf first caught your scent. Isabella said, acknowledging how their wolves had been drawn to each other from the beginning. I am pretty amazing. Nicholas retorted, laughing, his wolf preening at her praise. Don't let it go to your head. Isabella said, hitting him playfully, her wolf content in his presence. Nicholas, if you fall off that ladder I will personally hunt you down. Isabella told him sternly, her pregnant wolf's protective instincts on high alert. She didn't understand why he wanted to put up Christmas lights during a snow moon. Isabella the first got this. Nicholas said, hooking the next light, his wolf confident in his abilities. Okay, because I do not want to go to White Sloan tonight. Are you even supposed to be putting lights up with your enhanced werewolf reflexes in all this snow? Nobody's going to the hospital. Go back inside, Isabella, your wolf needs warmth. I will call you out when I'm done. Are you sure? Because I seen on TV where the human was doing it by himself, then he got electrocuted and was hanging there and his mate didn't know. Isabella told him seriously, her wolf anxious about his safety. Nicholas laughed. Stop watching so much television, my wolf's got this covered. Okay, I'm going to go check on dinner. After about an hour Isabella had finished cooking and was waiting on Nicholas, her wolf pacing restlessly. She didn't want to go outside and bother him after she said she wouldn't. She tried to wait patiently, but her wolf's need to ensure his safety was becoming harder to ignore. I'm going out there. I don't care what he says. Isabella mumbled to herself, her wolf finally overriding her human reasoning. She stood up from her bar stool and started walking out of the kitchen to their front door. When Isabella was halfway there, the door flew open and Nicholas's scent flooded her senses. Isabella's eyes widened, caught red-handed, she put her hand on her back and winced, playing up her pregnant wolf's discomfort. What are you doing, Isabella? Nicholas questioned knowingly, his wolf picking up on her deception through her scent. Nothing. She replied quickly, trying to mask her worried scent. So you weren't coming outside to check on me? He questioned, his enhanced senses having detected her approach. No. I was just walking this way and paused because my wolf is making my back cramp. She rushed, hoping he'd buy the excuse. Let me help you with that. Nicholas asked, walking towards her, his wolf immediately wanting to comfort his mate. He took his gloves off and began to rub her back, his werewolf strength working perfectly to massage the tension. Isabella stood and leaned her head back, his touch felt amazing and she really ought to be ashamed of herself for lying to another wolf like that. After about 5 minutes Nicholas asked, did that help your wolf settle? Yes, thank you. Your hands worked wonders, she told him, meaning every word. Do you want to see the lights? If your wolf wants to just rest inside, that's fine. No, I want to see the lights. Isabella smiled brightly, her wolf curious about his work. Nicholas grabbed her coat and scarf, helping her put them both on while she grabbed her gloves. He led her outside through the snow all the way down their driveway until they got to the street, his wolf protective and guiding. He turned Isabella around and he watched as a huge smile crept its way onto her face, her wolf delighted by the display. "It's beautiful, Nicholas. I love the bushes and the trees too." Isabella felt like a pup all over again, her wolf responding to the magical atmosphere. Everything was so gorgeous and it gave her the oohs and ahs. Isabella's eyes widened looking to the left in the yard. Instead of having the lit-up reindeer in the yard, it was a stethoscope lit up, a perfect symbol for their kind's medical care. Where did you find that?" Isabella asked, pointing to it, her wolf impressed by his thoughtfulness. "I made it." Nicholas responded sheepishly, his wolf pleased by her reaction. "Oh my goodness, when did you have time to do that?" Isabella inquired, her wolf curious about when he'd managed such a project. "When I was in the garage and you kept asking what I was doing?" Isabella smiled, her wolf had been really just tired of hearing all that noise. "It's beautiful. Let's go eat dinner and get out of this cold before our wolves start shivering," Isabella said, grabbing his hand. "You don't want to play in the snow like wolf pups?" Nicholas asked, wiggling his eyebrows at her. "No, I do not," Isabella said sternly, her pregnant wolf wanting warmth. "You sure?" Nicholas asked, reaching down in the snow. "Nicholas Stone, you wouldn't dare?" Isabella said, firmly eyeing him and the snowball he just made, her wolf recognizing the playful challenge. Isabella gasped when the snowball flew and hit the top of her coat, and Nicholas laughed at her reaction, his wolf enjoying the play. Isabella squatted down, holding her belly through her coat, and grabbed 2 handfuls of snow, gripping them hard. She flung it at him, hitting his chest and stomach, her wolf's aim perfect despite her condition. Nicholas laughed and got more snowballs, hitting her leg, and one flew by her head and her mouth flew open in shock. "Nicholas Stone," Isabella said, shocked, and made more snowballs, hitting him as many times as she could, her wolf's competitive nature emerging. Every time she ran out, she made more and continuously hit him. Nicholas held his hand up in defeat, but she still kept hitting him, her wolf not ready to surrender. "Isabella, I'm sorry," Nicholas said, laughing, his wolf enjoying her fierce spirit. "No, you're not," Isabella smirked, her wolf reading his playful intentions clearly. I am Isabella. I promise," Nicholas said in front of her, grabbing her hands, his wolf sincere in wanting to comfort her. Isabella gave in and squealed when Nicholas carefully pulled her to the ground, mindful of her pregnant state. Isabella was laughing hysterically as Nicholas put snow on her, both their wolves delighting in the playful bonding. She hit his legs and pushed him over, straddling his waist, her wolf asserting dominance. Nicholas instinctively put his hands on her hips and held her there, his wolf responding to her position, and she caught her breath. "Ooh, Nicholas, the pup is moving," Isabella said, smiling, her wolf purring at their young one's activity. She unbuttoned her coat and Nicholas took his gloves off. Isabella grabbed his hands and put them on both sides of her stomach, sharing the moment with him. Nicholas smiled, feeling the movements, his wolf responding protectively to the future pack member. "He or she is very active," Nicholas commented, laughing, his wolf pleased by the strong movements. "The pup is probably trying to figure out why their mother and father wolves are playing so much," Isabella snickered. Isabella and Nicholas both turned their heads as they heard someone clear their throat, both their wolves immediately alert to the intrusion. "Ethan?" Isabella said, shocked, her wolf tensing at her former mate's unexpected presence. "Isabella," Ethan said back with an apparent attitude, looking at her, straddling Nicholas's waist, his own wolf clearly agitated by the scene. Nicholas slid from under her and stood to his feet to help her up, his wolf protective and ready to defend. Isabella placed her hands in his and he pulled her up. "Mommy," Ethan said, running to her legs, his young wolf seeking comfort. "Hi, baby," Isabella said, trying her best to Nicholas and hug him back, her wolf immediately soothing her pup. Ethan, what are you doing in our territory? Isabella questioned, using the possessive term that made Nicholas's wolf stir. I called you 20 minutes ago and texted letting you know I needed to drop him off tonight because I will not have time to do so in the morning. I also called because I was trying to make sure this address you sent me weeks ago was the right one. Isabella turned to face him fully before responding. Yes, this is my den, she stated, and she felt Nicholas's hands wrap around her waist aggressively and protectively, his wolf clearly marking territory. If she turned her head, she would probably see the same fire in his eyes exceeding the one that Ethan was displaying. You're expecting a pup? Ethan asked with his jaw clenched, his wolf clearly disturbed by the news. Nicholas, can you excuse us? Isabella asked, turning to face him, not wanting confrontation between the two males. Are you sure? Nicholas asked with his jaw clenched as well, his wolf reluctant to leave her alone with her former mate. I'm sure, Isabella told him sweetly, her voice calming both wolves. Nicholas let go of her waist, kissing her cheek, and grabbed Ethan's hand, going inside of the house, his wolf still alert to any threat. Who the hell is that, Isabella? Ethan asked sternly, his wolf's territorial nature flaring. Isn't it obvious? Isabella asked, looking down at her stomach, her hand protective over her growing pup. When Ethan didn't give a response, she continued. He's the father of my pup. You're having a pup with a wolf that you are not mated to? Ethan asked, perplexed, his traditional werewolf values showing. When you're with the right wolf, pups happen, Isabella said happily, her wolf content with her choice. Right, Ethan said, rolling his eyes, his wolf dismissive. Whatever, I'm leaving, Ethan said, walking away, his wolf retreating from the territorial challenge. Isabella rolled her eyes as well and walked in the house, her wolf eager to return to Nicholas's calming presence. On Christmas Eve, Isabella walked into the house just getting off work from an overnight shift at the PAX Medical Center. She walked into the kitchen and set her stuff down. Nicholas would be at work all day and wasn't getting off until tonight. She was waiting for the construction people to come and install Nicholas's Christmas gift. She was getting an indoor grill installed in the kitchen, and she paid extra for them to do it all in one day and on Christmas Eve, perfect for a wolf who enjoyed preparing meat the traditional way. They were going to cut a hole in the wall by their back door in the kitchen leading to the outside and build the brick up, making vents so the smoke would travel outside. After they arrived, Isabella showed them exactly where she wanted it and they got started, saying it would only take them 8 hours. Isabella nodded and went upstairs to take a bubble bath, her pregnant wolf needing the relaxation. She got out of the tub and she rubbed lotion on her legs and arms and then applied stretch mark cream to her stomach. She got under the covers and took a nap, her wolf finally settling. When she woke up, she put on a sweater, jeans and Ugg boots, dressing for warmth as her wolf preferred. She wanted to go to the store and get some things to cook for Nicholas for Christmas dinner tomorrow, even though she wasn't going to be home until late that night. Hey, is it okay if I go to the store? Isabella asked the head of the construction team. Yes, of course, ma'am. He nodded his head at her. Okay, thank you, because some companies have policies that you have to be home, she replied, grabbing her coat. Isabella got to the store and began picking up her items, her wolf's enhanced senses helping her select the freshest meats. She bought ham, turkey wings, collards, the ingredients for macaroni and cheese, yams, and dressing. She also bought stuff to make a sweet potato pie and a cake. Isabella got back to her house and cut some music on as she began cooking, her wolf content in preparing food for her mate. She was almost done when her phone rang. Hey, Nicholas, Isabella said sweetly, wiping her hands on her apron. Hey, Isabella, I'm just checking on you. I haven't heard from you all day, Nicholas said, looking up at the next bed in the on-call room. I'm fine. I took a nap, went to the store, and that's it, Isabella responded. What's all that noise? Nicholas questioned, listening to the background, his enhanced hearing picking up the construction sounds. Oh, that. I am at the mailbox and the Mitchell family next door are getting some work done to their house. That noise has been driving my wolf crazy all day. Isabella told him, lying, hoping he couldn't detect her deception through the phone. Wow, I'm sorry. Nicholas said sincerely. He knew she needed her rest, especially just getting off a 10-hour shift, and pregnant wolves needed extra care. No, it's okay. I already talked to him about it and he said they should be done in a few hours. Isabella replied. You talked to him about it? Nicholas inquired, his wolf not liking the idea of her interacting with other males. Yes, Cameron, our next-door neighbor. Nicholas did not like their next-door neighbor at all. His wolf sensed how the man was always watching Isabella or offering to help her with something. They talked on the phone some more until Nicholas took a nap before his next surgery. When Nicholas got home that night, he walked straight upstairs to his bedroom, falling asleep quickly, exhausted from caring for injured pack members. Isabella opened his room door and quietly walked over to his bed. She tapped him lightly 3 times, trying to wake him up, her wolf eager to give him his gift. Nicholas, Nicholas. Isabella whispered, getting louder each time. He called out sleepily, his wolf slowly responding. Wake up. Nicholas jumped up out of his sleep, Arya hailing Isabella was calling him, his wolf immediately alert. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Is the pup okay? He asked, looking at her concerned, his wolf immediately checking for any signs of distress. Nicholas, I'm fine. I promise. I just wanted to give you your Christmas gift before I go to work. She told him seriously, looking at his chest, her wolf appreciating his physical form. Oh, okay. Nicholas smiled. You didn't have to get me anything for Christmas, Isabella. He began. But I wanted to. Come with me downstairs. Isabella said, breaking her eyes from his naked chest, her wolf responding to his display. Nicholas followed Isabella downstairs and she led him to the doorway to the kitchen, his wolf curious about her excitement. Okay, wait. Close your eyes. Nicholas did as told and she pulled his hand, bringing him fully into the kitchen, her touch sending pleasant sensations through his wolf. All right, you can open them. Isabella instructed. Nicholas opened his eyes and he saw a red bow across a large open space. With cast iron cooking grids in there, and under it was open space. You didn't? Nicholas said, rushing over, and Isabella was smiling, nodding her head, her wolf pleased by his reaction. This is Grillworks indoor grill. Nicholas grinned, perfect for a wolf who preferred his meat prepared traditionally. Yep, you can use charcoal or wood. And this wheel right here, you turn it for your vent and it goes outside. Isabella told him. Nicholas picked Isabella up and spun her in the air, his wolf overcome with joy. Oh, okay. Nicholas. Isabella laughed and half-whined. Don't shake us up like that. Isabella said, referring to her and the pup, her protective wolf instincts kicking in. I'm sorry. Nicholas said, laughing and putting his hands on her stomach, his wolf apologizing to their future pack member. And sorry to you. He whispered, leaning down to her belly. Isabella, thank you so much, this is the best gift ever. Nicholas smiled down at her, his wolf grateful for her thoughtfulness. We can have steaks or burgers on Sunday. Nicholas said excitedly, his wolf anticipating the traditional meat preparation. I already bought you some. Isabella stated. Nicholas brought Isabella over to their Christmas tree filled with gifts, mostly all of Ethan's. And he grabbed an orange box. Nicholas. Louis Vuitton. Isabella squealed, her wolf impressed by the luxury. She opened the box quickly, pulling out the purse. Nicholas, it's beautiful. Isabella exclaimed, her wolf preening at his generosity. I hope you like it. I know you said you wanted a bigger purse. Nicholas said sheepishly, his wolf uncertain if he'd chosen correctly. I love it, thank you. Isabella said, hugging him, her wolf content with his gift. Oh shoot. I'm going to be late. I made you Christmas dinner already. It's in aluminum pans in the refrigerator. You just have to heat it up, Isabella said, sitting her new purse back under the tree. Nicholas walked Isabella out to her car and they told each other Merry Christmas, both their wolves reluctant to part. Nicholas got back in the bed until his phone rang. Hey Blake. Nicholas mumbled, his wolf still drowsy. Hey, so we got a situation. Blake said. What situation? Nicholas requested, sitting up, his wolf immediately alert. Well, Mom said she didn't feel like cooking this year. So her and Dad are coming over to your house for Christmas. They are what? Nicholas belted, you gave them my address? His wolf panicking at the unexpected pack intrusion. Yes, and I will be in attendance too. What time are you all coming? Nicholas asked, frustrated, his wolf needing time to prepare. It's 2 right now. So 5. Nicholas rolled his eyes, getting out of bed, his wolf resigned to the inevitable. Blake, what the hell, man? Is your mate home and okay with company? Blake asked, using the term naturally. She is not my mate. You know that. Nicholas corrected, though his wolf stirred at the word. But Mom and Dad don't. They think she's your mate who is pregnant with your pup. That you are keeping hidden away from them. I quote. Blake laughed. No, she is not home, she is at work. Nicholas stated. What are you going to cook fast? Blake asked. Isabella cooked Christmas dinner yesterday so I could eat today. I'm just going to heat that up. Okay bro, see you in a few hours. Nicholas tossed his phone on the bed and got up, taking a quick shower. He put on a red sweater and some jeans, then he walked downstairs. He was glad Isabella had decorated the house 3 weeks ago. She had a Christmas wreath on the front door. The living room had, of course, their huge Christmas tree. 3 stockings over the fireplace with garland and a wreath reading Merry Christmas in cursive above it. There was a little sleigh in the center of their coffee table. The kitchen had decorative red and green dishcloths and a snowman cookie jar. Last but not least, in their dining room she had a red table runner with a garden pinecone centerpiece with white candles and lights. Nicholas took all the pans out of the refrigerator and put them in the oven, heating them up. Isabella made enough food for a small pack. Nicholas thought to himself, his wolf appreciating her abundance. After a while the food was heated up and the house smelled wonderful. It reminded him of going to his grandparents' den for the holidays. Nicholas heard the doorbell ring and he rushed to the door, his wolf recognizing family scents. Hey Ma and Pops, Nicholas said, greeting them. He hugged them both and ushered them in. Here, let me take your coats, Nicholas said, grabbing them. Blake is pulling up, Daniel said, walking to the living room, his wolf sensing his other son's approach. Nicholas waited a few seconds with the door open, watching his brother jog up the driveway. Hey man, they both said simultaneously, their wolves comfortable with pack family. It's beautifully decorated here, his mother complimented. That's all Isabella's doing, Nicholas said proudly, his wolf pleased to praise his, whatever she was. Where is this Isabella? Victoria asked, her wolf curious about the female who had captured her son's attention. She is at work, Nicholas stated. On Christmas? She said, shocked, her wolf understanding the importance of pack holidays. Yes ma'am, I had to work yesterday and she had to work today. What did she get you for Christmas? His mother inquired, her wolf assessing the female's worthiness. She got me every male wolf's dream. If you all would follow me. Everyone got up, going into the kitchen. She got me this, Nicholas said, standing by his grill, his wolf proud of the gift. An indoor grill, his father exclaimed, his wolf approving of the practical gift. Nicholas nodded, smiling happily. Oh man, she's a keeper. Daniel said, patting him on the back, his wolf recognizing good mate material. When did she give it to you or show you? I thought she was at work. Blake asked, his wolf curious about the timeline. She woke me up early this morning and showed me it. She got it installed yesterday while I was at work. It's sad that she had to work on Christmas. How can you two spend time together with the hours you both work and adding a pup? His mother questioned, her wolf concerned about pack dynamics. We make time and we'll make time when the pup comes. Nicholas said seriously, his wolf committed to the arrangement. Let's eat. Blake said, turning to the pans of food on the counter, his wolf was hungry. Nicholas, you made all this? His father asked, impressed by the abundance. No, Isabella did. Nicholas said, grabbing plates out of the cabinet, proud of her domestic skills. She cooks too. You hit the jackpot. Daniel said, and Victoria hit him, her wolf asserting dominance. Save Isabella some macaroni and cheese, that's her favorite. Nicholas said as everyone made their plates, his wolf knowing her preferences. Oh my God, your dining room is beautiful. Where did she get this centerpiece from? Victoria asked, her wolf impressed by the decorating skills. I'm not sure, but I'll ask Isabella tonight. Nicholas stated. Nicholas started eating his food and his mother smacked his hand, her wolf enforcing pack manners. Say your grace, Nicholas. She scolded. This food is so good. Blake said, digging in, his wolf appreciating the well-prepared meal. The family ate and conversed for a while and moved into the living room. Isabella opened up the front door and heard laughter and chatter, her wolf immediately identifying Nicholas's family sense. Nicholas. Isabella called out, taking her coat off. In the living room, baby. Nicholas responded, the endearment slipping out naturally. Did he just call me baby? Isabella thought to herself, her wolf purring at the affectionate term. She walked into the living room and her eyes widened. She scanned the people in the room. It was his family. Nicholas was a good mixture of his mother and father, and his brother was just a young version of Nicholas's dad. Isabella blushed before saying hello to everyone, her wolf politely acknowledging the pack members. Mom, Dad, and Blake, this is my mate Isabella. Isabella, this is my mother Victoria, my dad Daniel, and my brother Blake. Nicholas said, eyeing her, trying to get her to play along, using the traditional werewolf term. Isabella eyed him back, understanding the deception. Hi, it's so nice to meet all of you. Isabella said, smiling brightly and walking in the room to hug all of them politely, her wolf showing proper respect. When she got to Nicholas, she kissed him on his cheek and hugged him fully, marking him with her scent. The decorations in your den are beautiful. Victoria told her, using the werewolf term for home. Thank you so much. Isabella smiled, taking a seat. Where did you get your dining table centerpiece from? If you don't mind me asking. His mother asked her, her wolf genuinely curious. I don't mind at all, and I made it. Wow. She responded, shocked, and Isabella nodded her head, her wolf pleased by the positive reaction. How was work? Nicholas asked her, sitting on the arm of the chair beside her, his wolf staying close. It was great. I'm just glad to be getting off early. Charles came in and took over my shift. Isabella said. That was good. Are you hungry? I can make you a plate and heat it up. Nicholas told her seriously, his wolf wanting to provide for her. I can get it myself. How was the food? The food was delicious. Blake chimed in and Daniel nodded, wildly agreeing, both wolves appreciating her cooking skills. Baby, I can get your plate. Nicholas said, and Isabella loved the way it was falling off his lips, her wolf responding to the endearment. Baby, no, I got it. I need to wash my hands and freshen up after getting off work anyway. She said back, the term feeling natural between them. Let's kill two birds with one stone. I'll make your plate and you go do all of that. Nicholas stated, extending his hands, pulling her up, his wolf taking care of his supposed mate. How far along are you? Victoria asked, her wolf's maternal instincts engaging. I will be 6 months old in 2 weeks. Isabella smiled, her hand protective over her growing pup. My first grandpup. Daniel added, his wolf pleased at the prospect of future pack members. Are you two hoping for a female or male pup? Blake asked, using werewolf terms. I really want a female. Isabella said, and Nicholas nodded, his wolf agreeing. I just want a healthy pup. Nicholas shrugged his shoulders, his wolf protective of their young. And right now that pup is pushing on my bladder. Isabella laughed, so if you will excuse me. That night Isabella and Nicholas cleaned up after their company left, both their wolves tired but content. I don't think your mother likes me, Nicholas. Isabella sighed, fixing the pillows on the couch, her wolf having sensed the older female's reservations. Nicholas laughed. Yes, she does. Why do you think she doesn't? His wolf having missed the subtle dynamics. Because she rolled her eyes every time you called me baby or when your dad and brother complimented me. Isabella explained. Oh, and I also heard her whispered comment, if the pup is his. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. He didn't hear that, and Isabella did a good job hiding it, but her wolf's enhanced hearing had caught every word. Her face normally reads what she's thinking. I'm sorry, Isabella the first will check her on that. But I honestly think that she's jealous because all my life she's been the #1 female in my pack and now she's not. We're not even mated. Isabella expressed, her wolf confused by the territorial behavior. We may not be mated, but you come first. Nicholas said confidently, his wolf having already made that choice. Isabella smiled. He always said the right things, her wolf content with his priorities. Nicholas came down the stairs and into the living room, looking for where he sat his keys last, his wolf's enhanced senses scanning the room. Your keys are right there. Isabella pointed to above the fireplace. You're a lifesaver. Nicholas said, grabbing them, grateful for her sharp wolf eyes. You look nice. Isabella said, licking her lips nonchalantly, her wolf appreciating his appearance. Thank you. Nicholas smiled, his wolf preening under her attention. Where are you going? Isabella said, putting her book down, her wolf suddenly alert. Kane set me up on a date. Nicholas started fixing his cuffs on his shirt. What? Isabella asked, her wolf immediately tensing at the word. A date. Nicholas repeated, chuckling. He took in Isabella and she looked incredibly sexy wearing glasses, his wolf responding despite himself. Isabella frowned but quickly smiled, hoping he didn't see it, her wolf not pleased with this development. Do I know her? Isabella mumbled, her wolf needing to assess the competition. Nurse Haley. Nicholas said, waiting for her reaction, watching her wolf's response. Walsh? Isabella scrunched her nose up, her wolf immediately dismissive. Yes. Oh well, I hope you have fun. Isabella forced out, her wolf wanting to mark territory instead. Isabella paced the floor and sat up and down repeatedly for hours, her wolf agitated and restless. What in the hell was taking him so long? Dates don't normally last that long. She thought to herself. He's probably having sex with that female. Isabella thought as her mind raced, her wolf snarling at the mental image. The only thing open this time at night is gas stations and legs. Isabella gasped as she heard a car door slam, her wolf's enhanced hearing picking up his return. She waddled quickly to the couch, grabbing a throw blanket and pillow. She stuffed a pillow between her legs and threw the cover on top, pretending to sleep. When she heard the front door open, she stayed as still as possible, her wolf fighting the urge to greet him. When Nicholas walked into the living room, he peered over Isabella, his own wolf hoping she would be up. Nicholas, was that you? Isabella said groggily, feigning sleep. Yes, sorry I woke you up. His wolf apologetic for disturbing her rest. No, it's okay. I needed to go upstairs anyway, Isabella said, sitting up and stretching, her wolf wanting to send him for traces of the other female. Oh, how was your date? Isabella asked, trying to sound genuinely concerned, though her wolf was anything but. It was okay. You want some ice cream? Nicholas said, deflecting. Okay, why just okay? Isabella inquired, getting up, following him into the kitchen, her wolf needing details. I mean, she wasn't my type. I went on the date because Kane set it up. I didn't want to go back and tell her no. Nicholas expressed, grabbing their bowls, his wolf having been thoroughly unimpressed. I would have. Isabella stated flatly, sitting on the bar stool, and Nicholas laughed, her wolf's directness amusing him. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. She's the meanest nurse in my department and she schedules my days. He responded, putting ice cream in their bowls. Isabella looked perplexed, like she was trying not to say what she was thinking, her wolf wanting to handle the threat. If she messes with your schedule, let me know, Isabella insisted, her protective instincts flaring. What are you going to do? Nicholas questioned, curious about her wolf's plans. Don't worry about what I'm going to do. Just know I will handle it. Her wolf, confident in its ability to deal with competition. Nicholas nodded and laughed, curious to see that in action, his own wolf intrigued. Nicholas, hand me the whipped cream and chocolate syrup. How much do you want on there? Nicholas questioned. I want a lot. I like a lot of sauce. Isabella licked her lips and Nicholas stared at her, shaking his thoughts away, his wolf responding to her unconscious sensuality. Chapter 6. Isabella and Nicholas got on the plane and found their seats. Nicholas took their suitcases and put them in the cubby above their heads. After he sat down and got situated, he pulled out his crossword, a habit that helped his wolf maintain focus. Isabella smiled, looking over at him. You love crosswords, you do one every day, Isabella said, looking up at him. Yeah, I do. I've done one every day for 24 years now. Why? Isabella asked curiously, her wolf interested in his routines. I had a lot of restless energy growing up and my wolf couldn't sit still, so I started doing crosswords and that seemed to help settle both of us. Isabella nodded her head and began helping Nicholas complete the puzzle before she dozed off and fell asleep with her head on his shoulders, her wolf finding comfort in his scent and warmth. Isabella, we are here, Nicholas whispered, shaking her gently, his wolf reluctant to disturb her peace. Isabella opened her eyes and looked into his, her wolf immediately alert. We are here already. I'm sorry, Nicholas the First didn't mean to sleep the entire flight. I didn't keep you company at all. Isabella pouted. You are completely fine. I slept for about 2 hours. Nicholas told her and Isabella nodded, his wolf having been content with her closeness. Nicholas grabbed their things and they walked off hand in hand. He knew exactly which one was Isabella's mother. She was smiling brightly and was just an older version of Isabella. They looked very similar, clearly from the same bloodline. Hey Mandy. Rosalind excitedly gave her a hug, her wolf joyful at her daughter's return. Hey Mama, Isabella said, squeezing her back, her wolf relaxing in familiar pack territory. Oh my God, Isabella, look at your stomach, her mother exclaimed, looking down at it, her wolf immediately assessing the growing pup. Isabella nodded and she turned to Nicholas standing beside her. Mama, this is Nicholas Stone. Nicholas, this is my mother Rosalind Carter. Isabella introduced them using their full pack names. Hi, it's nice meeting you, ma'am, Nicholas said, extending his hand, his wolf showing proper respect to the pack matriarch. Rosalind ignored his hand and pulled him in for a hug, her wolf accepting him into the family circle. It's nice meeting you too, Nicholas, her mother told him. Mom, where's Dad? Isabella said, glancing around, her wolf seeking the alpha's presence. Oh, he's in the car. Come on, let's go on out. Nicholas grabbed the suitcases and all the bags, walking behind the two women who were talking about everything, his wolf content to follow and protect. "How far along are you?" Rosalind asked, her maternal wolf needing updates. "I will be 6 months old next week," Isabella told her, smiling. "And do you know the sex?" she questioned, her wolf curious about the future pack member. "We will find out next week as well." When the three got to the car, Theodore got out and walked around hugging Isabella, his alpha wolf greeting his daughter. "Hey baby girl," Theodore said, eyeing Nicholas who was standing behind Isabella, his wolf assessing the male who claimed his daughter. "Hi daddy," Isabella said sweetly, her wolf respectful to the pack alpha. Theodore walked back around and popped the trunk without saying a word to Nicholas, his wolf making the stranger wait for acceptance. Isabella rolled her eyes before saying loudly, her wolf frustrated with pack politics. "Daddy, this is Nicholas Stone." "Nicholas, this is my father Theodore Carter," Isabella said, introducing them using formal pack protocol. Nicholas extended his hand greeting him and Theodore shook it, nodding his head, the two wolves acknowledging each other. "Nice meeting you, sir." Nicholas smiled, his wolf submissive to the older alpha. "Likewise." Theodore smiled back, his approval tentative. Nicholas put the luggage in the trunk and took Isabella's snacks out of the bag. He opened both doors for her and her mother, helping them inside the truck, his wolf naturally protective of the pregnant female. "Here you go, Isabella," Nicholas said, handing her some celery and a peanut butter cup, knowing her wolf's cravings. "Thank you, baby. I'm starving," Isabella said, smiling, the endearment slipping out naturally. "Isabella, the first need you to help me and your Aunt Celeste cook tomorrow," Rosalind asked, planning the pack feast. "Okay, Mama." Isabella nodded. She hated cooking with her Aunt Val. She cooked all over the kitchen, her wolf's territory expanding messily. "Can you please make your maple bacon French toast cupcakes?" Theodore asked, his wolf craving the special treat. "Daddy, you know you can't eat too many sweets," Isabella expressed, concerned for her alpha father's health. "Isabella." He pouted, his wolf wanting indulgence. "Maple bacon French toast cupcakes," Nicholas repeated, his wolf intrigued. "You haven't made him any Mandy?" her father asked, surprised his daughter hadn't shared pack specialties. "No, she hasn't," Nicholas said, turning to her, and Isabella looked at him, her wolf noting his interest. "Isabella, shame on you," her mother chimed in. "Those cupcakes are to die for," Theodore exclaimed, his wolf remembering the delicious treats. "Daddy, I gave Mama the recipe. She could make you some. She doesn't make them right." He laughed, his wolf preferring his daughter's version. "I'm sitting right here," Rosalind exclaimed, and everyone laughed, the pack dynamic comfortable and familiar. When they pulled up at their house, Nicholas got out the car and opened the door for both women once again, his wolf's protective instincts automatic. "Hey, I can do that," Theodore said, testing the younger wolf. "Oh, sorry, sir. It's just out of habit." Nicholas shrugged, his wolf naturally courteous. Isabella grabbed his hand to get out and Nicholas whispered in her ear. "When do I get these cupcakes?" his wolf anticipating the treat. Isabella's eyes widened and she licked her lips because that sounded suggestive, her wolf responding to his closeness. "He's just your friend," she told herself multiple times, though her wolf disagreed. "Everyone doesn't have the privilege of getting cupcakes," she responded, walking inside the house, her wolf teasingly withholding. "Mama, is that rib and macaroni and cheese?" Isabella asked, walking straight to the kitchen, her enhanced wolf senses identifying the meal immediately. "You have a powerful nose." Her dad laughed, impressed by her werewolf abilities. "It's the pregnancy that enhances everything," Isabella said, opening the pots and pans on the stove, her wolf needing to inspect the food. "What time is dinner?" Isabella asked, walking back into the living room. You can put your luggage in the back bedroom on the left. Rosalind told Nicholas, directing him to their temporary den space. Dinner is in 2 hours, Isabella. We figured you two would be a little jet-lagged. Her mother explained. Yeah, I shouldn't have napped on the plane, Isabella said as Nicholas came back into the room, her wolf missing his presence even briefly. After dinner, Isabella and her mother were washing dishes and cleaning up while Nicholas and her dad were watching a basketball game, the males bonding through shared interests. I'm glad you are happy, Rosalind said, turning to face her, her wolf assessing her daughter's well-being. Thank you, I really am, Isabella said smiling, her wolf content. I can tell, and he is in love with you, her mother said, her wolf's intuition reading the signs clearly. You think so? Isabella asked, her wolf hopeful. You don't? Rosalind questioned, surprised her daughter couldn't sense it. Isabella exhaled. It's just that we weren't even courting that long before I got pregnant, and now we are permanently going to be in each other's lives for 18+ years. I didn't want to move too fast in the first place after Ethan. Isabella, it doesn't take someone long to fall in love or to know if they want to be with someone forever. Wolf bonds can form quickly when it's right, Rosalind expressed, sharing pack wisdom. And I know for sure that you love him. I can tell, and this love is different from what you had for and with Ethan. She continued, her wolf recognizing true mate potential. Isabella nodded her head and smiled, her wolf agreeing with her mother's assessment. The two women walked into the living room saying they were getting ready for bed. I can sleep on the couch tonight, Nicholas stated. I don't want to disrespect you both or your territory by sharing a bed unmarried, he finished, his wolf showing proper pack etiquette. Being together is how you both got into this situation in the first place, Rosalind said laughing, her wolf amused by his politeness. Mama! Isabella gasped and her and Nicholas blushed, both wolves embarrassed. I'm just saying that it's not going to hurt anything now. Her mother said her wolf was practical about the situation. Nicholas pulled the covers back and got into the bed behind Isabella, trying to keep his distance, his wolf respectful but wanting closeness. Do you mind if I cut the TV on? Nicholas asked her. No, I don't mind. Find something good to watch, Isabella said, yawning, her pregnant wolf tired. Nicholas cut the TV on and scrolled through until he stopped on the movie Valentine's Day. No, nobody wants to watch this, Isabella protested. What's wrong with Valentine's Day? Nicholas asked, confused. It's a stupid holiday and a stupid movie, Isabella huffed, her wolf dismissive. You don't like Valentine's Day and you were married for more than 10 years. Nicholas asked, confused, using werewolf terminology. What does not liking Valentine's Day have to do with being mated? Because you always had someone to spend it with or to go all out for you, Nicholas said sincerely, his wolf understanding pack bonding rituals. Nobody has ever gone all out for me on Valentine's Day, Isabella told him seriously, turning in the bed to face him. And I've only ever been with Ethan. Intimately, Nicholas questioned, shocked, his wolf surprised by her limited experience. Yes, intimately, romantically, or in a relationship period, Isabella said. Wow, Nicholas stated, his wolf processing this information. What's the wow for Nicholas? Isabella asked, sitting up now. It's nothing really. You are very admirable, he said, his wolf respecting her choices. Why? Because I'm basically a nun, Isabella laughed. You are far from a nun. Nicholas chuckled and then stopped because he was referring to what he witnessed a few weeks ago, his wolf remembering her emotional vulnerability. Let's just watch this movie, Isabella said, scooting back down in the bed. Isabella woke up in the middle of the night and slowly turned on her side and watched Nicholas sleep, her wolf studying his peaceful form. She had been thinking about her growing feelings for him and how much she cared about him. Maybe she should just tell him how she felt and see what happens. She pushed him slightly twice, waking him up, her wolf needing his attention. "Hey, Isabella, you okay?" Nicholas questioned, opening his eyes fully, his wolf immediately alert to her needs. "I'm fine. I just want to talk to you about something important," Isabella said, biting her lip, her wolf finally ready to express its feelings. "What is it?" Nicholas asked, his mind clearing from sleep. "I like you, okay. And I have for a while now. More than just friends," Isabella said, nervously fiddling with her hands as she waited for his response, her wolf vulnerable. "I like you too, Isabella. More than I probably should," Nicholas told her seriously, staring into her eyes, his wolf responding to her confession. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever laid eyes on, and you have the biggest and warmest heart," he added, his wolf sincere in its praise. Isabella smiled, looking at him as she scooted closer to him, her wolf seeking emotional connection. Nicholas took this opportunity and brought his hand to her waist, pulling her closer to him, his wolf wanting to comfort her. He leaned in and kissed her lips softly, and she happily kissed him back, both their wolves singing at the contact. Isabella sighed contentedly into the kiss as it became more meaningful and passionate. Nicholas felt his heart racing as he kissed her tenderly, loving her gentle responses, his wolf completely devoted to her. Isabella felt overwhelmed with emotion and pulled back slightly, resting her forehead against his. She was breathing heavily from the intensity of finally expressing their feelings, her wolf content but overwhelmed. Nicholas looked into her eyes, both of them feeling the weight of this moment and what it meant for their relationship, his wolf understanding the significance. "This changes everything between us," Isabella whispered, her voice full of emotion, her wolf recognizing the shift in their bond. "I know," Nicholas replied softly, stroking her cheek gently. "But I want this. I want us." His wolf making a commitment. They held each other close, talking quietly about their feelings and what this meant for their future together. Both of them felt a deep sense of rightness about finally acknowledging their connection, their wolves completely at peace. After an hour of gentle conversation and tender kisses, they settled into comfortable positions, with Isabella's head on Nicholas's chest. Both of them felt emotionally exhausted but incredibly happy, their wolves finally bonded on a deeper level. "We should probably get some sleep," Nicholas whispered, running his fingers through her hair, his wolf protective and caring. Isabella agreed sleepily, feeling more content and secure than she had in years, her wolf completely satisfied. They drifted off to sleep, holding each other, both knowing that when they woke up, their relationship would be forever changed for the better, their wolves united in love. Nicholas woke up the next morning feeling incredibly happy, remembering their conversation and the breakthrough in their relationship, his wolf content and hopeful. When he woke up, he expected to see Isabella still in bed, but her side was empty. He got dressed for the day and walked out into the living room. He saw her dad sitting on the couch, the pack alpha holding court. "Good morning, sir," Nicholas said, walking closer, his wolf showing respect. "Nicholas, why are you so formal? You can call me Theodore or Bill," Theodore told him, his wolf testing the boundaries. "Okay, Theodore." Nicholas laughed, his wolf adjusting to the casual dynamic. And he nodded. "Where is Isabella?" Nicholas asked, his wolf seeking his newfound love. "Her mother and her left the store to grab things for tonight," her dad told him. Nicholas pulled out his phone and sure enough it was a text from Isabella saying she went to the store and to text if he wanted something. Nicholas texted back that he was fine and for her to be safe, his protective instincts engaging. "So when are you going to make an honest woman out of my daughter?" Theodore said sternly, his alpha wolf demanding answers. Nicholas swallowed hard because in all actuality, he would have to court her properly first. "I plan to. Things just progressed faster than I would have liked. I definitely had planned to be mated before having pups, but it didn't go that way," Nicholas explained, using werewolf terms. What, you all don't believe in protection? Theodore said, his wolf direct and blunt. Nicholas's eyes widened and he coughed. We do and did? He responded by lying, hoping his scent didn't betray him. He hoped Isabella was on her way back now. Do you love her? Theodore asked, his alpha wolf assessing the male's commitment. Yes, of course. Nicholas didn't hesitate to answer. He knew he loved Isabella. His wolf couldn't help but to. Just don't break her heart and you're all right with me, Theodore said, his wolf offering conditional acceptance. I won't, Nicholas said seriously, and the door opened, his wolf immediately recognizing Isabella's scent. Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Nicholas, Isabella said, hugging him, her wolf greeting both males. Good morning. The two men responded, both their wolves acknowledging her. Baby, can you grab the bags from the car? Isabella asked, the endearment slipping out naturally. Okay, Nicholas said, going outside to get them, his wolf happy to provide for her. Did you all buy the whole store? Theodore laughed, looking at all the bags being brought in. There's going to be about 30 pack members here tonight, and you know your brother eats a lot, Rosalind said, laughing, her wolf planning for the feast. Nicholas got dressed in the bathroom while Isabella got dressed in the room. He finished dressing by putting on khakis, a white dress shirt, a brown belt, and brown dress shoes. He walked towards the room, knocking on the door. Hey Nicholas, come in, Isabella said. Nicholas walked in and grabbed his watch off the nightstand, putting it on, his wolf noting her beautiful appearance. Nicholas, I can't fit this dress, Isabella huffed, sitting on the edge of the bed, her pregnant wolf frustrated. What, you look incredible. It fits, Nicholas confirmed, looking her up and down, his wolf appreciating her form. Isabella had on a white sweater dress. She had makeup on and even eyelashes. She paired her outfit with gold jewelry. That's the problem. It's tight everywhere, showing off everything, Isabella expressed, leaning back. And this stomach keeps growing every day an insane amount. Isabella, you look beautiful and you can't help the assets that you have. I think it's stunning personally, Nicholas said, his wolf finding her irresistible. That made Isabella blush, her wolf preening under his praise. Thank you, Nicholas. Help me put these shoes on. Heels. Are you sure? Your feet are going to hurt, Nicholas said seriously, looking at the tan shoes, his wolf concerned for her comfort. They are knee-high heel boots. They are sturdier and more comfortable than regular platforms. Nicholas helped Isabella put her shoes on and then helped her up off the bed. She did look stunning, his wolf thought proudly. Isabella grabbed her Louis Vuitton purse and grabbed Nicholas's hand, walking out the room, her wolf confident and beautiful. Wow, well, don't you two look nice, Rosalind said, coming out of the kitchen wearing a blue dress and heels. Thank you, Mama. Isabella smiled, her wolf pleased by the compliment. Here, let me take a picture of you both. She smiled, her wolf wanting to capture the moment. Nicholas wrapped his arms around Isabella and she stood in front of him, his wolf protective and possessive. Even with heels on, he was still significantly taller than her. The two smiled in one and Nicholas kissed her cheek in another, their wolves comfortable with the intimacy. Nicholas took a picture of Isabella and her mom together. And then another one with her dad when he came into the room. Come on before we're late, Rosalind told them, walking out, her wolf eager for the pack gathering. They walked into the church, friends and family and pack members were all shaking hands with Isabella, talking and giving her hugs, meeting Nicholas, their wolves welcoming her home. Who is this handsome male? Celeste asked Isabella after hugging her, her wolf approving of Nicholas's appearance. Aunt Val, this is my boyfriend Nicholas Stone. Nicholas, this is my mom's sister Celeste, Isabella said, scrunching her nose up, using the relationship term naturally, though her perfume was strong as hell to sensitive wolf noses. Nice meeting you, Nicholas said, his wolf polite despite the overwhelming scent. Isabella sat into the pew with Nicholas beside her and she rolled her eyes as her female cousins kept staring at Nicholas, her wolf territorial and annoyed. She didn't even want to introduce him to them, but she knew she would have to go back to the house. You see her right there, Isabella said, nodding her head towards a woman in a tight black dress and tall heels. Yeah, what about her? Nicholas asked, his wolf curious. When we get back to my parents' house tonight, stay away from her. That's my cousin Scarlett and she sleeps with everyone's mate. You may not be mine officially, but I'll be damned if she tries it with you, Isabella said sternly, her wolf fiercely protective. Nicholas chuckled. I'm serious, Nicholas Stone, Isabella insisted. I know you are. I will not go near her, Nicholas said, grasping her hand, his wolf amused by her possessiveness but committed to her wishes. They sat and waited for the service to begin and they watched as the pastors walked out and said their greetings. I see a familiar face in the crowd. Is that Isabella Carter back home? Pastor Gabriel asked from the pulpit. Isabella blushed then waved at him as the whole church turned to look at her, her wolf shy under all the attention. Our songbird moved across the country and is a gifted surgeon. He smiled. Isabella, come on up here and bless us with your beautiful voice. Isabella blushed even harder and shook her head no in a polite manner, her wolf preferring to stay hidden. Everyone turned and looked at her smiling, waiting for her to get up. Nicholas turned to Isabella and smiled. He didn't even know she could sing, his wolf intrigued by this hidden talent. Go on up there, her mother encouraged her wolf, proud of her daughter's gifts. Isabella took a deep breath and stood up, her wolf resigned to performing. Nicholas stood up as well to let her out of the pew. He knew she was nervous, so he kissed her cheek and whispered in her ear. You will do great. Isabella nodded and walked down the aisle, his encouragement giving her wolf confidence. She was handed a microphone and Isabella walked over to the minister of music telling him what song and key. Nicholas listened as Isabella talked about new beginnings and blessings in the upcoming year. She also talked about how amazing God was while the music was playing. He watched as the choir stood behind her and she started singing Amazing by Ricky Dillard. She was beautiful and she sounded beautiful, his wolf mesmerized by her voice. He sat in awe of her voice and talent. The whole church was standing on their feet. You were amazing, Nicholas whispered when she sat back beside him, his wolf proud of her performance. Thank you. Isabella blushed, her wolf pleased by his praise. Why didn't you tell me you could sing? Nicholas asked, his wolf wanting to know everything about her. It wasn't important and I sang along to the radio in the car with you. Isabella shrugged. That is not the same and you know it. He whispered back, chuckling, his wolf delighted by her modesty. Nicholas and Isabella stopped talking when the pastor started preaching, both their wolves respectfully attentive. After a while they were standing on their feet praying and after the amens everyone shouted Happy New Year's to each other. Nicholas watched as everyone greeted Isabella and told her how good she did on the song and how they missed hearing her voice, the pack clearly valuing her talents. When they got back to her parents' house, Nicholas was introduced to so many people. Her aunts, uncles, and distant cousins, the extended pack welcoming him. Amber, Jade, Ruby, this is Nicholas. Nicholas, these are my cousins, Isabella said, drinking her orange juice. Nicholas smiled and then was called by Theodore into the dining room with the males, following pack hierarchy. Damn Isabella, he is fine. Jade squealed and Isabella laughed, her wolf agreeing but staying modest. Where did you meet him again? Amber asked, laughing. At work, Isabella responded. He can give me plenty of checkups. Ruby laughed, her wolf appreciating his medical profession. How did Ethan take this news? Amber said, putting her hands on her stomach, referencing the pregnancy. He was pissed, but so what? Isabella smirked, her wolf unconcerned with her former mate's reaction. So how's the relationship going? Jade started with a suggestive tone. I know where you're going with that and I'm not answering. Isabella said firmly, her wolf private about intimate matters. I'm just saying you're walking around glowing and I don't think it's just from pregnancy alone. Jade chuckled out, her wolf sensing the contentment. I'm done with this conversation. Isabella blushed and went into the kitchen to finish up cooking, her wolf embarrassed but pleased. Nicholas walked out of the dining room and sat on the couch where a few people were watching TV, his wolf relaxed after male bonding. He felt the couch dip beside him. So he turned to see who it was. Scarlett said to himself, remembering Isabella's warning. He scooted over on the couch and pulled out his phone, his wolf immediately alert to the threat. Tell me about yourself, Scarlett said, putting her hand on his thigh and leaning so her breasts were on display, her wolf making obvious advances. Nicholas pushed her hand off his thigh and scooted further over on the couch, his wolf rejecting her completely. I'm good, Nicholas responded blakely. I can make you feel good, she said seductively, her wolf persistent in pursuit. You'd wish. I'm not interested, Nicholas said flatly before getting up and walking to the kitchen, his wolf seeking Isabella's presence instead. He saw Isabella icing the cupcakes she made earlier. He tried to grab one and she smacked his hand. Nicholas, not right now, Isabella said, putting the icing bag down, her wolf protective of her work. You made about 40. Why can't I have one now? He pouted, his wolf wanting the treat. Because I'm not done, I still have to put bacon on the top of them. She laughed. Nicholas groaned and hugged her from behind, his wolf seeking comfort and contact. I will bring you one in a minute, I promise, Isabella told him, her wolf pleased by his neediness. He walked back into the living room and stood against the wall drinking a mimosa and listening to various conversations, his wolf observing pack dynamics. What do you see in my cousin Isabella? Scarlett said, coming up in front of him, her wolf still pursuing despite his clear rejection. Nicholas's face contorted. This woman just wouldn't quit it, his wolf increasingly annoyed. He didn't understand why she would want to be continuously rejected. Everything. What don't I see? She is everything and more, Nicholas said sincerely, his wolf speaking the truth about Isabella. But don't you want me? She asked, twisting her hair between her fingers trying to look sexy, her wolf making one last attempt. Nicholas opened his mouth to say no. But he heard a voice from behind him. No ho, but in a minute the Undertaker will. Isabella growled, her wolf in full protective mode. It wasn't what it looked like, Scarlett said quickly to a flaming Isabella, her wolf backing down from the dominant female. Bitch, it was exactly what it looked like. Don't insult my intelligence, Isabella said, stepping towards her, her wolf asserting dominance aggressively. Isabella just calmed down. She isn't worth it, Nicholas said, grabbing her waist, his wolf trying to soothe her rage. He had never seen Isabella this mad before. Her eyebrows were lowered and pulled close together. Her lips were pursed together and her eyes were dark. Don't test me, Isabella responded by jumping at her cousin, causing her to flinch, her wolf making it clear she would fight if necessary. If Isabella wasn't pregnant, she knew in her heart she would have fought her. Are you okay? Nicholas asked after Scarlett walked away, his wolf concerned about Isabella's stress. Isabella didn't say anything, she just shoved the cupcake she was bringing him into his hands and walked off, her wolf still agitated. Nicholas waited a second confused, then he walked after her. He found Isabella sitting on the porch swinging back and forth, her wolf seeking space to calm down. Hey baby, are you okay? Nicholas asked, using the endearment naturally. You don't have to call me if no one is around, Isabella told him seriously, though her wolf appreciated the term. Nicholas didn't care if anyone was around or not, his wolf meant it regardless of the audience. Isabella, what's wrong? he asked, taking one hand pulling on the swing to stop it from moving. When it stopped, he sat beside her on the swing and pushed back and forth so they could swing again. "Sorry, I just hate people like that," Isabella responded. "She caused me to get these stupid Braxton Hicks." Isabella finished rubbing her stomach, her wolf stressed by the confrontation. "I hate people like that too," Nicholas said sincerely, his wolf agreeing completely. "So you didn't find that attractive?" Isabella questioned, facing him, her wolf needing reassurance. "Not in the slightest way. Why would I want a female who clearly doesn't have self-morals and literally any male can get it easily?" Isabella said, her wolf satisfied with his response. "What?" Nicholas asked. "It's just that most males would have entertained it or her," Isabella observed. "Well, I'm not like most males, now I am Isabella," Nicholas questioned, rubbing her leg, his wolf demonstrating his difference. "You are definitely not," she responded quickly, her wolf agreeing completely. "My ex-mate Ethan would have, and he probably would have had sex with her." She laughed, then frowned, remembering her failed bond. "The more I hear about your former mate, the more I don't like him. He was an ass," Nicholas said seriously, his wolf protective of her past pain. Isabella laughed and nodded her head, her wolf agreeing with his assessment. "My feet hurt, Nicholas," Isabella whined, her pregnant wolf uncomfortable. "I told you not to wear those shoes." He laughed, his wolf having predicted this. "Well, what was I supposed to wear? Go to pack gathering in bedroom slippers?" Isabella inquired playfully. "Anything would have sufficed." "Here, hold my cupcake," Nicholas told her. Isabella held his cupcake while he bent down and pulled her feet to his lap, taking off her heel boots. He began to rub her feet and Isabella moaned softly, his wolf pleased to provide relief. Nicholas looked over at her and she eyed him back, daring him to say something, her wolf unashamed of her pleasure. Isabella pulled on the cupcake's liner and took his cupcake out. She pulled a piece off and brought it to his mouth to feed him, her wolf nurturing. Nicholas smiled and opened his mouth and groaned, causing Isabella to laugh, his wolf appreciating her care. "Damn. Give me another piece," he insisted. Isabella did as told and her breath hitched when his mouth enclosed around her finger, her wolf responding to the intimate contact. Her boyfriend was absent-mindedly turning her on. She gave him some more and Nicholas did the same thing, this time licking the icing off her fingers, and Isabella moaned, both their wolves responding to the sensual act. "Nicholas, stop," she moaned, her wolf overwhelmed by desire. He looked at her and shrugged, his wolf playing innocent. "What am I doing, Isabella?" he asked, inching closer to her face. "You know what, and it's not right to mess with me, I'm pregnant." Her wolf was vulnerable and aroused. Nicholas stared into Isabella's eyes and she stared back intently. They both started to lean in, their wolves drawn together. "Isabella, come on, it's time to say grace," Rosalind said, opening the front door. Isabella and Nicholas jumped back from each other and blushed, both their wolves disappointed by the interruption. Nicholas licked his lips and put her slippers back on her feet. He helped her up and they went inside. Isabella's heart was pounding. She was pissed her mother interrupted them, her wolf had been ready to feel his lips on hers again. "Bye, Mama, and bye, Daddy," Isabella said, hugging them both tightly. "It was nice meeting you, Nicholas," Rosalind said, smiling, her wolf approving of her daughter's choice. "You too," Nicholas responded back. "Remember what we talked about," Theodore said sternly, and Nicholas nodded, both wolves understanding the expectations. Isabella turned to Nicholas confused and raised an eyebrow. "I will send you both plane tickets and the baby shower invitation," Isabella said happily, her wolf excited about future pack celebrations. "All right, have a good flight," Rosalind and Theodore said before walking away. They arrived at the hospital and Nicholas could feel Isabella's body go rigid beside him, her wolf anxious about the appointment. He laced his fingers with hers and together they walked into the hospital. Their wait in the waiting room was short and, before they knew it, they were awaiting the doctor in the exam room. "Good morning, Dr. Carter and Dr. Stone," Dr. Vivian said as she entered the exam room. Isabella and Nicholas both nodded their greetings. "I am so happy to see you both again. Let's take a look and find out the sex today." Isabella pulled up her shirt and Dr. Vivian started the ultrasound. After only a few minutes of searching, the whoosh-whoosh sound of the baby's heart rate filled the room. It was so strong and powerful. "Look at his or her little nose. It looks just like yours." Nicholas whispered into her ear and her smile got impossibly bigger, his wolf noting family resemblance. "Aw, look at our pup," Isabella said, cooing, her wolf maternal and protective. "Well, actually that's not your pup," Dr. Vivian said, and Isabella looked confused, her wolf immediately alert. "What do you mean?" "Those are your pups," she said, and they both couldn't believe their ears. "What? Come again?" Isabella asked in shock, her wolf overwhelmed. "Congratulations, you're having twins," Dr. Vivian exclaimed, and a smile formed on Nicholas's face. "Twins? We're having twins," Nicholas said, shocked but excited, his wolf thrilled at the prospect of multiple offspring. "This is unbelievable," Isabella uttered clearly, not happy, her wolf panicking. She just went from being single with 2 kids to 3. Nicholas turned to look at Isabella, who had her arms crossed, and he could tell her mind was racing, her wolf stressed. "Isabella, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Nicholas. I just need a minute to process. I'm excited, I really am, just caught off guard is all." Her wolf is trying to adjust to this new reality. Nicholas nodded his head, still unsure, his wolf concerned about her reaction. "Shall we continue to see the sex of them both?" Dr. Vivian asked. Isabella nodded wildly, actually smiling this time, her wolf curiosity overriding stress. The doctor moved the wand around and looked. "Okay, congratulations, baby A is a girl." "A girl," Isabella exclaimed, clapping her hands, smiling, and Nicholas smiled, kissing her forehead, both their wolves celebrating. "And baby B is also a girl," Dr. Vivian said, pointing between the baby's legs. "2 girls." Nicholas cheesed, his wolf imagining future pack princesses. Isabella got off the examining table and waited for their ultrasounds to be printed as she kept wiping her tears, her wolf emotional and overwhelmed. "It's really 2 girls," she said happily, her wolf finally accepting the blessing. "Oh my God. It's going to be 2 miniature versions of you," Nicholas said, frowning a little, his wolf both excited and terrified. Isabella hit him in his stomach. "And you say that like it's a bad thing," she huffed, her wolf offended. "No, no. They are just going to be beautiful, and that means trouble when they're older," Nicholas clarified quickly, his wolf already protective of the future females. "Oh. You cleaned that up nicely." Isabella laughed, her wolf appeased. The technician came back with their pictures and Nicholas and Isabella left. "It all makes sense now. No wonder I'm huge." Isabella chuckled, her wolf understanding her body's changes. "You are not huge," Nicholas stated, his wolf finding her beautiful in any state. "Whatever you say, Dr. Stone," Isabella said, buckling up. "What do you want to do for the rest of the day?" Nicholas asked. "Baby shopping and the nursery." Isabella smiled, her wolf nesting instinct strong. Chapter 7. Isabella walked inside her house and set her purse down on the table beside the door. She gasped, looking at everything, her wolf immediately sensing the romantic atmosphere that filled their den. There were red, pink, and white balloons everywhere, along with balloon towers. Candles and big bouquets of roses filled the room. Isabella walked further and read the little sayings in rose petals on the floor. Be mine, hugs and kisses, me and you, soulmates, each word making her wolf's heart race. When she got into the living room, she smiled. There was a blanket in the middle of the floor with a basket on top. Wine glasses and silver plate covers like the kind in restaurants awaited her. She saw several beautifully wrapped gifts as well. Nicholas. Isabella called out as she walked through some Hershey kisses scattered on the floor, her wolf following the sweet trail he'd created. When Nicholas walked out from the direction of the kitchen, Isabella looked up. He looked incredibly handsome and he was wearing a suit, making her wolf purr with appreciation. What is all this and why are you wearing a suit? Isabella questioned, her wolf curious about his formal attire. You told me last month that no one had ever went all out for Valentine's Day for you. So I wanted to be the one to do it. Nicholas explained, his wolf wanting to claim this special first for her. Oh my goodness, Nicholas. Isabella said, wiping her eyes that started watering, her wolf emotional at his thoughtfulness. So let me do this the correct way. Nicholas said, grabbing a poster from behind him. Isabella, now that I have kissed the ground you walked on, will you be my Valentine? Isabella read the poster and then started laughing, just realigning why she walked through Hershey kisses. Her wolf was charmed by his creativity. Nicholas, you are so corny, but I would love to be your Valentine. She responded, blushing at him, her wolf delighted by his romantic gesture. I wish I would have known, I would have worn something else. Isabella said, pouting. You look beautiful. Nicholas told her seriously, looking at the skirt and blouse she had on from work, his wolf finding her attractive always. Isabella smiled, thank you, but can I go change really quickly? Isabella asked, looking up at him. Of course. Nicholas smiled, his wolf patient and understanding. Isabella walked upstairs to her bedroom and changed into a beautiful white dress that made her feel elegant and confident. When she was finished getting dressed, she walked downstairs, her wolf feeling beautiful and special. Nicholas looked up as he heard her approaching. You're stunning, he whispered, his wolf mesmerized by her beauty. Isabella grabbed Nicholas's hand and he led her to the floor in their living room. He helped her sit down on the pillow in front of her covered dish, his wolf attentive to her comfort. Isabella took in everything again, it was a beautiful setup. She especially loved the chocolate fountain, her pregnant wolf craving the sweet treats. After Nicholas sat down and got situated, Isabella opened the dish cover and saw a lobster tail, filet mignon, asparagus, and a baked potato. Nicholas, everything is so beautiful and this is the sweetest thing that anyone has ever done for me. Thank you. Isabella told him seriously, her wolf grateful for his efforts. You are welcome and you don't have to thank me, Nicholas said, grabbing her glass and pouring her some sparkling cider. You're good at romantic gestures, Isabella complimented as she ate her food. It's easy when you do it for someone special, Nicholas stated, his wolf speaking from the heart. Isabella's eyebrow went up in curiosity and she stared at him, waiting for him to elaborate. I care about you, Isabella. More than I probably should, Nicholas told her seriously, his wolf finally being honest. I care about you too, Isabella said back quickly, thinking he meant as a friend. No, not just as a friend. I want to be with you and have a real relationship with you, Nicholas said, clarifying what he meant, his wolf laying its feelings bare. Oh, Isabella said, surprised and feeling her heart race after his confession. I want routine with you, I want to wake up in the morning to the sun shining or rain pouring with you, I want home with you, I want late-night TV and quiet conversations with you, I want slow dancing in our living room, in our house, in our home with you. I just want you, Nicholas said sincerely, his wolf expressing its deepest desires. I want all of that with you too, Nicholas, Isabella said smiling, her wolf responding to his heartfelt words. But I'm nervous. What are you nervous about? Nicholas questioned, his wolf wanting to address her concerns. I'm nervous about a relationship with you, I've only ever been in one and that went badly. My ambition ended my marriage and I don't want to do that to you. I'm relaxed now because I'm pregnant, but once the twins come, I want to pick back up on my career immediately. Isabella told him seriously, her wolf being honest about her priorities. I didn't expect anything less than Isabella. I know you and I know that you want to be and that you are going to be a successful career woman. I'm a doctor too, I understand that you don't work a normal 9 to 5 and the late hours. We will work because we choose to make it work. Nicholas said, confirming everything that she needed to know, his wolf committed to supporting her dreams. This relationship will be nothing like your last. Nicholas continued, his wolf promising something better. Isabella's breath caught when Nicholas's hand gently touched her chin. Isabella just looked up at him, Nicholas sat there looking down at her, neither one moved. Without warning, Nicholas slowly fell down to give her a soft kiss on the lips, it was gentle and sweet. He broke away and moved his head back just an inch from her lips, waiting for her reaction. He moved back in to give her another kiss, deeper this time. Isabella responded by kissing him back, her hands finding his shoulders. When they broke free from the kiss, Isabella's breathing was unsteady and her wolf was singing with joy. They looked into each other's eyes and Nicholas kissed her again, more passionately this time. Isabella's hands found the lapels of his suit jacket, but Nicholas gently caught her hands. Wait. Nicholas managed to say, and Isabella looked at him questioningly. What? Isabella asked, slightly breathless. I still have gifts to give you. Nicholas said, his wolf wanting to complete his romantic gesture properly. Nicholas got up and retrieved a gift box, walking back over to her. He watched as Isabella sat up and grabbed a strawberry from the table, dipping it in chocolate. She took a bite and had chocolate on the corners of her lips that she licked away, making Nicholas's wolf stir with affection. Nicholas sat back down beside her and handed her a box with a red bow on it. What is this? Isabella asked, smiling as she pulled the red bow off. She opened the box and her eyes widened looking at a beautiful necklace. It had 3 diamond solitaire pendants, each a little bigger than the other. This is beautiful, Nicholas. Isabella said, running her hand across each diamond, her wolf appreciating the thoughtful gift. It represents our family. Ethan and the twins. Nicholas said, explaining, his wolf including all their young ones. Thank you. Isabella said, wiping tears that fell. She set the box down and kissed his lips multiple times, her wolf showing gratitude. Nicholas handed her another gift, a smaller box, and Isabella gasped in shock opening it. Nicholas, it's... Isabella stammered out trying to find the words, staring at the beautiful diamond ring. Isabella, it's a promise ring for your right hand. Nicholas told her, trying to calm her surprise, his wolf wanting to reassure her. Oh, okay. Isabella said, taking a deep breath, her wolf settling. What's the promise? Isabella asked curiously, her eyes watering again. I promise you that my heart will always be true and that with the next ring, I will marry you. Nicholas responded, looking in her eyes, his wolf making a sacred vow. Isabella was in tears as he took the ring out of the box and put it on her right hand. The diamond was stunning. She wondered if this was just a promise ring, what would the engagement ring be like? We can take this diamond when the time comes and add it to your necklace to represent me. Nicholas said sweetly, his wolf planning their future together. Nicholas, this is the most romantic thing that anyone has ever done. I love this and I think I love you. Isabella whispered against his lips, her wolf finally admitting the truth. Nicholas kissed her lips fully before whispering back. I think I love you too. His wolf echoed the sentiment. They spent the rest of the evening talking, sharing chocolate-covered strawberries, and dancing slowly to soft music in their living room. Nicholas held her carefully, mindful of her pregnancy, while they swayed together. Isabella felt completely safe and cherished in his arms, her wolf content and happy. As the night grew later, they found themselves on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms, sharing gentle kisses and quiet conversations about their future together. The connection between them was electric, but Nicholas was respectful and patient, his wolf understanding that their bond was about so much more than physical attraction. "I don't think I've ever felt this way before," Isabella whispered against his shoulder, her wolf completely at peace. "Neither have I," Nicholas replied, holding her closer. "This feels right, Isabella. We feel right." "I know," she agreed, her wolf singing with contentment. "I love you, Nicholas Stone." "I love you too, Isabella Carter," he whispered back, sealing their declaration with a tender kiss. They held each other close as the candles flickered around them, both knowing that this Valentine's Day had changed everything between them. Their wolves had found their match, and their hearts had found their home. The evening ended with them curled up together on the couch, talking softly about their dreams and plans, the promise ring catching the candlelight as Isabella traced gentle patterns on Nicholas's chest. It was perfect, romantic, meaningful, and the beginning of something beautiful. Later that night, as Nicholas walked Isabella to her bedroom door, he kissed her goodnight with all the love and promise their new relationship held. Both their wolves were content, knowing they had found something rare and precious in each other. "Sweet dreams, my love," Nicholas whispered. "Sweet dreams," Isabella replied, her wolf purring with happiness as she closed the door, her heart full of love and hope for their future together. Chapter 8. Isabella applied lotion and put on a beautiful silk robe that Nicholas had bought her. She took the rollers out of her hair and combed her fingers through them, watching her hair fall to her shoulders in soft waves, her wolf pleased with her appearance. She sat on her bed and put on some delicate lace stockings. She walked into their bathroom and did her makeup. She normally did light makeup but not today. She did a full face with a smoky eye, put on eyelashes and red lipstick, her wolf wanting to look beautiful for her mate. She walked back into their bedroom and grabbed her black heels and put them on. She was wearing the silk robe Nicholas had given her for Valentine's Day. Isabella heard a car door shut, her wolf's enhanced hearing picking up the sound. She looked at herself in the mirror and admired her reflection before walking downstairs. She would have to dress up like this again when she wasn't carrying the twins, her wolf looking forward to future romantic evenings. Before he could put his key in, Isabella unlocked the door and pulled it open smiling, expecting to surprise Nicholas. Gabriel said, looking her up and down then smirking. Isabella's eyes widened looking at the faces of Adrian, Gabriel, and Julian. Adrian and Julian were trying their best not to look at her inappropriate attire, but were failing miserably. Gabriel didn't care. She didn't even know if he blinked, their wolves all recognizing the awkward situation. Isabella quickly scooted behind the door and leaned her head over. "What in the world are you all doing here?" Isabella called out, her wolf embarrassed. "For the party," Adrian answered, his face red, holding a bowl of something. "What party?" Isabella questioned, her wolf confused. "The Super Bowl party potluck that you and Nicholas are hosting," Julian explained. "We don't host parties," Isabella responded, frustrated and her wolf agitated. "Are you going to let us in?" Gabriel asked, holding 2 cases of drinks. Isabella didn't know how she was going to handle this, but she was frustrated, and when she made it upstairs Nicholas was going to get an earful from both her and her wolf. "Okay, I'm going to shut this door and give me 30 seconds to get upstairs, then put your food on the kitchen counter and make yourselves comfortable in the living room," Isabella said, shutting the door. She moved as fast as she could to the stairs and walked up them, hearing the door open behind her, her wolf seeking the safety of their bedroom. Isabella walked into her room and closed the door firmly. She picked up her phone, dialing Nicholas's number. "Nicholas Stone," Isabella said with clear frustration. "Hey baby, did Shepard, Sloan and Hunt show up yet?" "Yes, they sure did, and I answered the door in my robe," Isabella said, irritated, her wolf still embarrassed. "What? You did, Isabella?" Nicholas asked, concerned. "Why are there people at our house, Nicholas?" Isabella asked, clicking her teeth in annoyance. Hold on, Isabella, I'm pulling into the driveway now, Nicholas stated. Isabella listened as he was moving around. He must have gotten groceries. She heard the front door open and he hung up the phone. Nicholas walked into his house and put his coat by the front door. He walked to the kitchen, setting the bags down. Then he walked into the living room and saw everyone sitting with knowing looks on their faces. Adrian said, shaking his head, and Julian chuckled. We would like to see you get out of this one. I'm surprised she even let us in. Adrian continued. Man, she greets you at the door like that? Gabriel said, smiling. Quiet, Nicholas said, taking the stairs two at a time, his wolf eager to soothe his mate. Nicholas opened their bedroom door and took a deep breath. Hey baby, Nicholas said quietly. His eyes widened when she stood up and he appreciated how beautiful she looked. She was absolutely stunning, his wolf thought admiringly. Nicholas Stone, Isabella said loudly, her wolf demanding answers. Isabella Carter, Nicholas said softly, trying to calm her. You saw that I answered the door like this? He inquired, getting upset that they saw her in her private attire, his wolf protective. Yes, because I thought it was you. I was trying to surprise my man at the door, she explained. Nicholas smiled and walked over, pulling her into him and holding her close, Isabella sighing contentedly. No, Nicholas. Explain to me why people are showing up to our house, she said, though she melted into his embrace. Isabella, I told you about a Super Bowl party. Almost 2 weeks ago. Nicholas told her seriously, his wolf remembering the conversation. When? Isabella questioned, putting her hands on her hips. Right before. Nicholas started, then trailed off with a knowing smile. Before what? She demanded. Before we got distracted by our romantic evening, Nicholas said diplomatically, remembering their passionate Valentine's night. Isabella's expression softened as she remembered. Oh, that doesn't count. You can't tell me important things when we're being romantic. Nicholas chuckled and pulled her closer. I'm sorry, baby. But I can't ask our guests to leave, especially when we agreed to host and more people are coming. Isabella pouted, but her wolf understood pack obligations. I had special plans for us tonight. Plans that I was not willing to give up. What were you thinking? Nicholas questioned, intrigued. Isabella smirked and looked at him meaningfully. Well, I wore red lipstick for a reason, Isabella answered, her wolf playful. I figured we could spend some quality time together, but oh well. Isabella said, walking to their closet to change clothes. Nicholas's eyes showed his disappointment at missing their romantic evening. Isabella, we could always have our special time tonight after everyone leaves. Nicholas offered hopefully. No, you don't get it until you get it. Isabella called from inside the closet, her wolf making him wait for forgiveness. She wanted to laugh when he sighed heavily. Isabella, I'm taking a quick shower. Your new Seahawks jersey I bought you last week is on the bed. Then it hit Isabella, he had shown her the shirt last week and he did mention a Super Bowl party. She had been distracted because they hadn't had alone time in 5 days and her pregnant wolf was feeling particularly affectionate. Isabella put on her blue and green Seahawks jersey with black leggings and fuzzy socks. Walking downstairs as the doorbell rang, she eyed Adrian, Julian, and Gabriel sternly, daring them to say a word about earlier. Isabella opened the door then smiled. Chief. Hey Carter, how are you doing? Charles asked, holding a covered dish and chips. I'm doing great. She smiled, letting him in, her wolf always happy to see the respected elder. You can put your dish on the counter in the kitchen. Isabella pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Isabella walked into the kitchen and saw a huge bucket of ice with drinks in it on the floor. Who put this on my new hardwood floors? She muttered, rolling her eyes, her wolf protective of their den. Isabella, you know you're not supposed to be Nicholas dying over. Nicholas from your knees. Nicholas said, walking into the kitchen, his wolf protective of their pregnant mate. I know, babe. Isabella said, standing back up quickly. Are you cooking on the grill? Isabella asked. You know it. Nicholas smiled, kissing her cheek. I'm getting ready to get it fired up right now. Okay, great, because I want a cheeseburger and 2 hot dogs. Isabella said, licking her lips, her pregnant wolf craving the grilled meat. Nicholas laughed and nodded, his wolf pleased to provide for her. Isabella walked back into the living room to turn the fireplace on when she was almost trampled over by Logan and Morgan. Hey, watch it. Didn't your mothers ever teach you about not running indoors? She called out, her wolf's protective instincts flaring. Sorry, Carter. Felix said quickly, and then Logan echoed the apology. The kitchen is that way. Set your food and drinks down there. She directed before walking into the living room and turning the fireplace on, seeking warmth for her wolf. Isabella sat beside Adrian and Charles, her wolf content among trusted pack members. Carter, it was nice of you to throw this party. Charles said, smiling. Isabella turned to him and gave him a look that said everything he needed to know, her wolf's expression clear. If it wasn't for Nicholas, none of them would be in my house. She stated firmly, her wolf territorial about her den. You said to them. That excludes me. Charles laughed. Sir, you were always at my apartment for dinner. Isabella smiled at him, her wolf fond of the elder. You're right. We haven't done it in a while. Charles said sadly. Ah, sir, we can do it again this week. She told him seriously, and Charles nodded, both appreciating the tradition. After about 30 minutes, everyone was filling her house. Penelope and Serena were making drinks in her kitchen. Maya and Zara just arrived. There were nurses and other doctors there. She had a house full and the game hadn't even started yet, her wolf feeling slightly overwhelmed by all the pack members. Hey, is it true you opened the door in your robe? Maya laughed, her wolf curious about the gossip. I'm going to have words with Gabriel. Isabella mumbled, her wolf annoyed. Yes, friend. I had on, well, let's just say I wasn't expecting company and I opened the door thinking it was Nicholas. Isabella blushed, her wolf embarrassed. How is that going? The last thing you told me was Valentine's Day. Maya asked, her wolf interested in her friend's happiness. It's going wonderfully. Isabella said, combing her fingers through her hair, smiling, her wolf content. And the relationship? You two seem very close. Maya questioned with a knowing smile. Amazing. Isabella smirked, her wolf purring with satisfaction. We're very compatible. In every way. How are you both managing with the pregnancy? That must make things interesting. Maya said, gesturing toward her stomach. We're making it work just fine. When we need to adjust, we will. We're very affectionate throughout the house. Isabella responded and laughed when Maya's face showed understanding, her wolf pleased with their bond. Even in his home gym? Maya laughed. Even in his home gym. Isabella responded back with a grin. That was actually my idea. Wow. When is the baby shower again and what's the theme? Maya asked. It's at the end of next month and it's a princess theme. Isabella said, getting up from her chair, walking to her office, and Maya followed behind her. Here are the invitations. Twice the blessing, twice the fun, 2 little miracles instead of 1. Our twin princesses are on their way. This is too cute, Isabella. Maya exclaimed, looking at the words in gold, pink, and purple. Thank you. It was between Princess Theme or Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Dr. Seuss. Isabella said, smiling, her wolf excited about the celebration. Isabella and Maya walked back into the living room just in time for the game to start. Isabella sat down and watched. She scanned the room and her eyes landed on Nurse Haley. She sat up and frowned, her wolf immediately alert. Who invited her? She thought to herself, then continued watching the game, her wolf keeping track of the potential threat. She laughed as all the men kept grunting and complaining when their team fumbled or lost possession of the ball, their competitive wolves showing. Isabella kept dozing off and would wake up every time they would cheer. When she looked up in the middle of the second quarter, she noticed that Nurse Haley was no longer standing in her spot. Isabella scanned the room to see where she had moved to, but didn't see her, her wolf's protective instincts engaging. She stood up and slowly made her way to the kitchen where Nicholas was still cooking on the grill. When she got to the doorway of the kitchen, she frowned as she watched Haley talking to Nicholas while he was trying to look at the TV in their kitchen and focus on the grill. She couldn't hear what she was saying because the house was so loud. All she could hear was "thank you," and she saw her reach to touch his left hand. She did notice that Nicholas moved it away, her wolf pleased by his rejection. Isabella walked fully into the kitchen and stood by the counter and cleared her throat loudly. She watched as the two jumped and Nicholas looked at her quickly, both recognizing the alpha female's presence. "Am I interrupting something?" Isabella asked, raising an eyebrow, her wolf asserting dominance. Nicholas's eyes widened at her statement. Isabella was clearly upset. He didn't know if it was the grill, but he could feel tension radiating from her, her wolf's displeasure evident. "No, baby. You're not interrupting anything," Nicholas said, his wolf immediately reassuring his mate. "It seems like I am," she countered, looking between the two, her wolf reading the situation. "No, I was just leaving," Haley said, looking nervous, her wolf recognizing the challenge. "Sure you were," Isabella said, rolling her eyes. "Learn some house etiquette. Guests don't come into other people's kitchens uninvited, and I don't remember anyone saying that the food was ready," Isabella said firmly, her wolf establishing boundaries. "Isabella, that was a bit stern," Nicholas responded when Haley left, his wolf trying to keep peace. "I could have been worse." "What was she thanking you for, Nicholas?" Isabella asked, her voice rising slightly, her wolf demanding answers. "She asked me if she could get her burger cooked medium. I told her yes and she said thank you. No more and no less," Nicholas said, flipping the burgers over, his wolf being completely honest. "She was doing entirely too much. This is a party, she takes what she gets. She doesn't get special requests like this as some restaurant," Isabella said, her wolf territory. Nicholas wanted to chuckle, but knew how serious she was, his wolf reading her mood. "Why would you allow another woman who's interested in you to approach you in my house?" Isabella asked, her wolf protective. "Our house," Nicholas corrected gently. "Our house. That doesn't make it any less concerning," she responded, her wolf still agitated. "I didn't invite her. She probably came with one of her nurse friends," Nicholas said sincerely, his wolf wanting to ease her concerns. "I wish I knew who, so I could ask both of them to leave," Isabella responded coolly, her wolf wanting to remove the threat. Nicholas set his spatula down and came over, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her neck then lips, his wolf soothing his mate. "You were jealous," Nicholas said with a gentle smile, his wolf recognizing her possessive behavior. "I was not jealous. Please," Isabella said, hitting his arm playfully, her wolf denying the obvious. "You saw her talking to me and you got territorial." Nicholas chuckled, his wolf amused by her protective instincts. "I was not jealous. I was about to make a scene and ask both of you to leave my territory. Because you were both making me very uncomfortable," Isabella said seriously, her wolf making her boundaries clear but keeping her language appropriate for their guests. Chapter 9. "Nicholas, I don't want to wear a crown." Isabella pouted, her wolf feeling self-conscious about the formal pack ceremony accessory. It was the day of their pup shower and Isabella was dressed in her pink-fitted mermaid floor-length dress, her wolf preening at how the fabric complemented her pregnancy glow. She was arguing with Nicholas about wearing a gold crown that symbolized her status as the future pack mother. Isabella, it goes with the theme. Nicholas responded, walking out of their bathroom, his wolf admiring how beautiful his mate looked. Isabella looked him up and down in his royal blue suit. He looked handsome and incredibly attractive. She inwardly sighed with appreciation, her wolf responding to his commanding presence. If her parents weren't staying in her guest room, she would claim him right now, her wolf wanting to show her appreciation for such a magnificent mate. Isabella, stop looking at me like that, Nicholas said firmly, his wolf recognizing the desire in her eyes. What, Nicholas? Isabella asked, looking over her eyelashes, biting her lip, her wolf playing innocent while her scent betrayed her attraction. Nicholas stalked over with predatory grace and pulled her close to him, his wolf unable to resist her call. He leaned down and captured her lips in a passionate kiss that would have ruined her lipstick, both their wolves singing at the contact. Nicholas. Isabella sighed contentedly against his lips, her wolf purring with satisfaction. Nicholas was reaching for the hem of her dress when they heard a knock on their door, both wolves immediately alert to the interruption. Isabella, you two are going to be late to your own pup shower, Rosalind said through the door, her maternal wolf keeping them on schedule. We are coming, Mama, Isabella said, unwrapping her arms from around Nicholas's neck, her wolf reluctant to break the connection. She smoothed her dress down as it pulled elegantly to the floor. Isabella kissed Nicholas's lips softly before walking over to the mirror, fixing her lipstick. She handed Nicholas a tissue to clean his mouth, both their wolves still humming with affection. Isabella made sure she and Nicholas looked presentable before pulling the door open, her wolf wanting to make a good impression on the pack gathering. Mama, you look beautiful. Isabella smiled, seeing her mother with her gold dress on and her button saying grandmother-to-be, her wolf appreciating how the elder female honored the occasion. Thank you. You look beautiful as well. She smiled back, her wolf proud of her daughter. Nicholas walked out holding his and Isabella's crowns, the ceremonial pieces that would mark their status during the pack celebration. Mommy, I'm ready, Ethan called out, walking out with his grandfather, his young wolf excited about the formal event. Oh my goodness. You look so handsome, my little prince. Isabella cooed and touched the crown on his head, her wolf maternal and protective of her first pup. I love his crown, Nicholas, Isabella said, turning to help him tie his necktie. Nicholas placed his crown on top of his head and Isabella felt the familiar flutter in her stomach. He was definitely an alpha king, she thought to herself, her wolf recognizing his natural authority. Come on everyone before we are late to the pack gathering, Nicholas said, walking to get his keys, his wolf eager to present his family to their community. The family arrived at the huge hotel and they all went inside, the venue chosen specifically to accommodate their large extended pack. Here, put this on before we go in, Nicholas said, handing her the crown, wanting his mate to be properly honored. Fine, Isabella replied, placing it on her head, her wolf finally accepting the symbol of her status. Nicholas opened the door and Isabella's face beamed with joy, her wolf delighted by what she saw. Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful, Isabella said, looking at all the decorations, her wolf appreciating how the pack had honored their future offspring. The room was filled with pink and purple balloons with gold streamers and little royal carriages on the tables. It looked exactly like their nursery where their twin pups would soon rest. Isabella loved the dessert table with the two huge cakes. One was pink and white and the other was purple and white. Both cakes had gold crowns on the top and an A for their daughters' names that was still undecided, they just knew both would start with an A, following pack tradition. Isabella looked at the room full of their friends and family and smiled. She truly loved her pack, her wolf content with their support and acceptance. Isabella saw Nicholas's parents and walked over so she could introduce them to hers, wanting to properly unite the two family lines. Mama and Daddy, this is Nicholas's parents, Daniel and Victoria, Isabella said, using formal pack introduction protocols. Mom and Dad, this is Isabella's parents Theodore and Rosalind Carter. Nicholas said, joining in, his wolf ensuring proper respect was shown. Isabella watched as her mother's face looked distant. She probably shouldn't have told her about Victoria's earlier comments, her wolf regretting sharing the tension between the females. It's nice to meet you both, Theodore said, nodding, then shaking hands with Daniel, the alpha males acknowledging each other with mutual respect. It's nice to meet you both as well, Daniel responded, his wolf recognizing Theodore's authority. Excited for the arrival of the pups? Daniel added, genuinely interested in the future pack members. Yes, super excited, although it's not our first grand pup, Theodore replied proudly. If your daughter could stay mated long enough. Victoria muttered under her breath so no one could hear, her wolf's territorial nature showing. Care to speak up? What was that about my child? Rosalind said sternly, raising an eyebrow, her wolf immediately protective and challenging the slight. Okay, Mom, let's just go find our table, shall we? Isabella said, grabbing her arm and walking in the other direction, her wolf seeking to avoid conflict during the celebration. Come on, Theodore, Rosalind said over her shoulder, and he excused himself, walking off, both wolves supporting their daughter. Mom, I'm not going to tell you again. Stop disrespecting Isabella, Nicholas said, turning to face her, his wolf asserting dominance to protect his mate. She is the woman that I choose and who I am completely devoted to. She is going to be around forever because she is my forever, and I am going to mate with her officially. I want you to be around and I want to include you in my life, but not if you are going to continuously disrespect the mother of my pups and future mate. I'm sorry, Nicholas. It's just that ever since Isabella showed up, you never call anymore and you don't come over. You just spend every moment with her, Victoria said, her wolf struggling with no longer being the primary female in her son's life. Mom, I'm sorry and I will do better, Nicholas said, hugging her and kissing her cheek, his wolf showing affection while maintaining boundaries. You need to apologize to Isabella, he added firmly. I will, she said, nodding, her wolf accepting the alpha directive. Okay, now where is Blake? Nicholas asked, looking for his brother. Late as always, Daniel said, chuckling, and Nicholas shook his head, both wolves amused by the younger male's habits. Nicholas talked to his parents for a little while longer before he walked over to Isabella, who was talking to her friends, his wolf drawn back to his mate's side. Isabella smiled seeing him as he wrapped his arms around her waist, her wolf immediately relaxing in his embrace. He pulled Isabella away and swayed her back and forth while she laid her head on his chest, both their wolves content in the gentle movement. Babe, nobody dances at a pup shower, Isabella said, laughing, though her wolf enjoyed the intimate moment. Well, we do. I'll dance with you anywhere, he laughed, his wolf wanting to show affection regardless of pack customs. That's so sweet, Isabella said, leaning up to kiss his lips, her wolf appreciating his romantic nature. I'm sorry about my mom's comment, Nicholas told her seriously, his wolf apologetic for his family's behavior. It's okay, Nicholas, really. She will come around and like me eventually, Isabella replied with surprising optimism. Nicholas looked confused, his wolf noting the unusual positivity. What? Isabella questioned, sensing his surprise. Nothing, that was just positive, he said, laughing, his wolf amused by the change. And I can't be positive? Isabella retorted, her wolf slightly offended. Baby, you're like a fierce alpha female. You protect your territory with fire. Nicholas laughed hard and Isabella hit him, stepping out of his embrace, her wolf not appreciating the comparison. You think it's funny to compare me to a fierce alpha? Isabella asked, wide-eyed, her wolf indignant. Isabella, it's the truth and we both know it. He laughed some more while she rolled her eyes, his wolf enjoying her strong spirit. Well, I don't find it funny, Isabella said with an attitude, then turned as Zara started talking, her wolf still mildly annoyed. Isabella was excited to play the pup shower unscramble game, her competitive wolf eager to participate in pack activities. She pouted when Charles and Maya tied for first place, her wolf disappointed at not winning. "Baby, you know you don't get the prizes right," Nicholas asked seriously, his wolf gently reminding her of the rules. "It's my pup shower," she huffed, her pregnant wolf feeling entitled to special treatment. After a few more games they brought Nicholas and Isabella food and she examined her plate hungrily, her wolf's enhanced senses picking up all the delicious scents. "Where are the meatballs?" Isabella pouted on the verge of tears looking down at her plate, her pregnant wolf craving specific foods. Then she examined Nicholas's plate for them, hoping he had what she needed. "There aren't any," Nicholas stated simply. "How come?" Isabella said with wide eyes, her wolf confused and disappointed. "I asked you what you want on the menu," Nicholas reminded her gently. "I didn't think I had to specify or specifically say meatballs. That's the perfect combination with macaroni." "My goodness, have you not been to a pup shower before?" Isabella exclaimed, her wolf's pregnancy hormones making the missing food seem catastrophic. "So let's start opening gifts." Maya excitedly handed a gift to Isabella, redirecting attention to the celebration. Isabella took the gift and opened it, then smiled when she saw two onesies that read "Born Together Friends Forever," perfect for twin pups. "This is so cute," Isabella said, her wolf pleased with the thoughtful gift. Isabella opened all the presents and loved each one. It was the best pup shower she had ever seen, her wolf grateful for the pack's generosity and support. After much conversation and chatter they all went to their respective dens. Isabella had Maya follow them because they couldn't fit all the gifts in their vehicle, the abundance showing how much their pack cared for the future arrivals. Later that night Isabella was sitting on her bed watching her handsome mate change clothes, her wolf appreciating the view of his strong form. She loved seeing him change just to admire his physique, her wolf responding to his physical appeal. "Isabella." Nicholas said her name in a warning tone, his wolf sensing her desire. "Nicholas, I want you," she said softly, then licked her lips, her wolf making her intentions clear. "Your parents are here and Ethan," Nicholas noted, his wolf mindful of the other pack members in their den. "I promise I'll be quiet," Isabella said, pleading and biting her lips appealingly, her wolf desperate for intimate connection. "You aren't capable of being quiet," Nicholas laughed, getting on the bed, his wolf knowing her passionate nature too well. Isabella pulled her nightgown over her head and moved closer to him, her wolf bold in pursuing what she wanted. "We can at least try," Isabella suggested and sighed contentedly when Nicholas touched her gently, both their wolves responding to the contact. The next month Nicholas woke up early. He had been planning her mating proposal for weeks and today was the day, his wolf excited to officially claim his mate. Isabella was sleeping peacefully with her hand on his chest, her wolf trusting and content. Nicholas gently lifted her right hand and slid her promise ring off. He looked on her nightstand and grabbed her necklace he bought her a few months ago and put the ring on the chain, preserving the symbol of their first commitment. He walked back over to his nightstand and pulled the ring box out, his wolf eager to complete the mating ritual. Isabella turned in her sleep and he grabbed her left hand, sliding the engagement ring on, marking her as his future mate while she rested peacefully. Nicholas walked into the bathroom and got dressed, leaving their room quietly, his wolf careful not to wake his sleeping mate. He went out the front door and sat on the hood of his car. He called the company and told them that he was ready because he knew Isabella would be up by 7 a.m. She was always up early, her wolf maintaining consistent routines. After about an hour he was still waiting, his wolf growing impatient. "Hey, sorry man, she isn't up yet, just keep flying. I'll pay the extra," Nicholas told the pilot through a radio. He didn't know how she was still asleep, the airplane was loud as anything, but his pregnant mate needed her rest. Isabella rolled over in the bed and yawned, stretching, her wolf slowly awakening. She reached over in the bed and touched Nicholas's empty spot, searching. She sat up some and looked around their room, her wolf immediately missing his presence. Baby, are you in the bathroom? She called out but got no response, her wolf starting to feel concern. Isabella reached for her lamp. She noticed the ring on her hand and stared for a while, her wolf recognizing something significant had changed. Then she brought her left hand beside her right hand. She looked at the line around her ring finger that was left from her promise ring and then back to her right hand, and she let out a loud scream in excitement, smiling hard, her wolf understanding what had happened. It's so beautiful and huge, she said out loud to herself, her wolf preening at the magnificent symbol. Isabella slid out of bed and looked at the nightstand. She saw her promise ring on her necklace and squealed with delight, her wolf appreciating that he had preserved their first commitment. She walked into the bathroom to freshen up and brush her teeth. Grabbing her robe, she walked out of their bedroom, her wolf eager to find her mate. What is that noise? She said, walking down the stairs, her enhanced hearing picking up something unusual. Nicholas. Isabella called, looking into the living room, her wolf seeking his scent. Nicholas. She said in the kitchen, following his trail through their den. Where is he? She thought to herself as she walked to the front door. Isabella opened the door and saw Nicholas sitting on the hood of his car, her wolf immediately relaxing at the sight of him. Nicholas, I have been looking all over the house for you. What are you doing out here? She asked, stepping on the porch, her wolf curious about his behavior. Nicholas smiled and got down on one knee, pointing up. Isabella's eyes glanced up at the sky and saw the plane with a banner, her wolf's heart racing with excitement. Isabella Carter, you are out of this world. Will you be my mate? Oh my goodness, Nicholas Stone. Yes, yes, yes. She squealed. I'll mate with you. She exclaimed, rushing over, kissing his lips multiple times, her wolf singing with joy. Nicholas kissed her back passionately, both their wolves celebrating the commitment. I love you, Isabella Carter. Nicholas spoke softly against her lips, his wolf expressing deep devotion. I love you too, Nicholas Stone. So much. Isabella said, kissing him again, her wolf completely content. How did you get it timed right when I walked out the door? Isabella asked excitedly, her wolf curious about his planning. He has literally been flying that plane back and forth all morning. I didn't think you would sleep in late today. Nicholas said sheepishly. You never sleep in late unless we have late-night activities, his wolf remembering their passionate evenings. Sorry, I was really tired. She smiled, her pregnant wolf needing extra rest. It's okay, baby. I hope you're well rested. Nicholas said with a meaningful look, his wolf anticipating their celebration. Isabella smirked, catching his meaning, her wolf responding to his desire. I love this ring. It's so gorgeous. I was trying to find you to accept the proposal. This was so romantic, I love you. Isabella said, her wolf grateful for his thoughtfulness. Isabella and Nicholas walked back into their den, both wolves content and excited about their future. I have reservations for breakfast at the garden terrace. Nicholas announced. Oh my goodness. How did you get reservations there? It takes months to get that. Isabella said, amazed. I have been planning this mating proposal for months. Nicholas smiled, his wolf having prepared extensively. Months? Isabella repeated, impressed by his dedication. Months. Nicholas confirmed, his wolf proud of the careful planning. Isabella got dressed in a blue dress and Nicholas put on a blue polo shirt and jeans. The two left, going to the restaurant, both wolves excited to celebrate their engagement. Once they ate and had a wonderful time talking about their future, they got back into the car. Let's get mated, Nicholas said, turning to face her, his wolf eager to complete their bond. We are Nicholas. I accepted your proposal. Isabella said, confused, her wolf not understanding the urgency. No, let's get mated today. Nicholas said, smiling, his wolf wanting immediate commitment. Today? Isabella questioned with wide eyes, her wolf surprised by the timeline. Yes, today. I want everyone's name to match on the birth certificate of the pups, Nicholas explained. So wait a minute. You want to mate with me so we can all have the same last names? Isabella pouted playfully, her wolf testing his motives. No, I want to mate with you because I love you more than anything in this world and it will be meaningful if our names match. Nicholas said seriously. I love you more than I can hold in my heart and yes, I'll mate with you today or any other day. She kissed him passionately, her wolf completely committed to their bond and future together as true mates. Chapter 10. Wait, Nicholas. I don't want to complete the mating ceremony in a blue dress. Isabella said, turning to him, her wolf wanting to look perfect for their official bonding. It can be something blue. Nicholas chuckled, his wolf amused by her concern. You are not a funny man. Isabella replied, her wolf not appreciating his humor. Okay baby, so basically you want a new outfit for our mating ceremony. Nicholas said, catching her drift, his wolf understanding her needs. See, this is why I am bonding with you as my mate. You know me. She beamed, her wolf pleased by his understanding. Or I didn't want to go into a long argument about a dress that I would get you after your first 2 complaints. Nicholas retorted, his wolf knowing her patterns well. Look, Nicholas, the key to this mating bond is to comply. Isabella said sweetly, her wolf establishing expectations. Oh really, I thought the key was unconditional love, trust, communication, and intimate connection. Nicholas listened, his wolf serious about their bond. All of that too. She smiled, her wolf agreeing. But baby, seriously, I need to buy a dress first for our ceremony. Okay, let's go to the mall then. Nicholas suggested and Isabella nodded, both their wolves eager to prepare properly. Isabella and Nicholas walked through the mall laughing and talking, their wolves content in each other's company. They stopped at the jewelry store to buy mating bands that would symbolize their eternal bond. Do you see something you like? Nicholas asked, wrapping his hands around her waist as she looked into the glass, his wolf protective and attentive. I want that one. Isabella said, pointing at a triple-row diamond wedding band that would mark her as his mate. Nicholas called the sales associate and told her that he wanted the ring she picked in a size 6, his wolf eager to claim his mate properly. Isabella picked out Nicholas's ring, a stainless steel ridge edge size 11 that would show his status as her chosen alpha. When they got to the counter, Isabella pulled her card out, her wolf wanting to contribute to their bond. Baby, what are you doing? Nicholas asked, pushing her hand back, his wolf wanting to provide. I'm buying your ring. Isabella told him, confused, her wolf determined. I can buy them both. Nicholas told her seriously, his alpha nature wanting to provide everything. I want to buy yours. And you can buy mine. Isabella said, handing the woman her card, her wolf insisting on this gesture. Okay. Nicholas said obligingly, his wolf accepting her wishes. Isabella went into several stores trying on dresses while Nicholas waited outside. She didn't want him to see her in whichever one she picked until they completed their mating ceremony, her wolf wanting the surprise. Isabella finally found a dress that she loved and she found gold accessories to match. When she walked out of the store, she saw Nicholas with a shopping bag in his hand. What did you get? Isabella asked, peering at the bags in his hands, her wolf curious. One looked like it held a suit. I figured I would get something new to wear for our mating ceremony too. How long was I in that store? Isabella chuckled, her wolf amused. Long enough for me to buy a new suit and other things. Nicholas laughed, his wolf having been productive. Come on, let's go. Isabella said, grabbing his hand, both wolves ready to return to their den. Nicholas and Isabella arrived back at their house and they both went in separate directions to prepare for their ceremony. Isabella took a quick shower and applied lotion. She put her new dress on, it was cream-colored, all lace, and was shorter than what she normally liked. The dress showed off her curves and her pregnancy beautifully, her wolf pleased with how it enhanced her maternal glow. She threw her robe on and went into the bathroom and did her hair, curling it then pulling it back leaving soft waves framing her face. Isabella did her makeup putting on eyeliner and eyelashes with a gold smoky eye. She lined her lips before putting on her maroon-colored lipstick. After she was done she put on her necklace he gave her as well as some gold dangling earrings. When she was satisfied with her look she walked to find her gold heels that were comfortable, her wolf wanting to look beautiful for their mate. As soon as she slid them on she heard a knock on the door. "I'll be out in a minute," Isabella called standing up, her wolf excited. "Okay, baby," Nicholas responded walking down the stairs, his wolf equally eager. Isabella grabbed all her paperwork that she needed out of the closet before walking out, the documents that would make their bond legal in both human and pack law. Nicholas had his head down, but looked up when he heard her movements, his wolf immediately responding to her presence. "You are so gorgeous," he said looking at her fully, his wolf admiring his beautiful mate. "Thank you, Dr. Stone." Isabella blushed as she grabbed his hand so he could help her down the stairs, her wolf trusting his strength. "You look incredibly handsome, might I add," Isabella said, looking at him in his black suit and maroon-colored tie that matched her lips perfectly. "I love your tie," Isabella added, her wolf appreciating his attention to detail. "Great minds think alike," Nicholas complimented, his wolf pleased they were so connected. When they arrived at the courthouse Nicholas got out and walked around to help her out of the car. He noticed a look on Isabella's face that he couldn't quite place, his wolf sensing her emotions. He pulled her close to his body and looked into her eyes before saying, "Isabella, it's okay if you don't want to complete our mating bond today. I would never want to rush you. I know you just got out of a failed mating that went badly not too long ago." Nicholas told her seriously, his wolf giving her space to choose. "Nicholas Stone, thank you for always thinking of me and my feelings. You are different than any male that I have ever known. Thank you for being you, for sharing your love with me. Thank you for showing me that love is something you do, something not to be said, but also to be shown. I love you because no one has ever given me the love that you have given me and you are the only one that could ever love me this way. I love you because you make me feel like pack royalty. I love you because you make me smile when I don't want to. I love you because you have a huge and honest heart. I love you more than anything that I can hold in my heart. I'm sure about mating with you and spending the rest of my life with you," Isabella said sweetly looking up, her wolf completely committed. "Isabella Carter, I am in love with you. It will always be you. It was you yesterday. It was you today. It will be you tomorrow. And for the rest of my life, it will be you. No matter how much I say I love you, I'll always love you more than that," Nicholas said back intently, his wolf making sacred promises. Nicholas, I think we just said our mating vows." Isabella laughed softly pecking his lips, her wolf delighted. Nicholas laughed too, grabbing her hands. "We can say it all again on the inside." The two filled out all the paperwork and even paid for pictures during and after the ceremony. Isabella was excited to take the ones on the courthouse steps and the huge staircase inside, wanting to document their bond. After a little while of waiting they were standing at the altar in front of the judge holding hands, ready to make their mating official. Nicholas turned his attention to his beautiful mate, the only female in the world for him. Isabella Carter. He admired her dress which sparkled just a bit brighter because she was in it. He gazed into her marvelous eyes which twinkled like moonlight. He loved that about her. She was the most beautiful woman in the world to him and he couldn't imagine being with anyone else, his wolf completely devoted. The justice of the peace gave his whole elaborate speech on the path of marriage, but all that went through Nicholas's mind was Isabella and their eternal bond. "I do," Isabella said sweetly, her wolf accepting the mating completely. Nicholas snapped out of his love-crazed daze to hear the justice of the peace say, "And do you, Nicholas Daniel Stone, take Isabella Marie Carter to be your lawfully wedded wife?" I do, Nicholas replied with so much confidence that Isabella giggled, his wolf claiming his mate with certainty. Then by the powers vested in me I pronounce you husband and wife. The two kissed a passionate kiss. A kiss backed by a powerful, loving force that the two would remember for the rest of their lives, their wolves singing with joy at the completed bond. I love you, Mrs. Stone, Nicholas said against her lips, claiming her with his name. Ooh, say it again, Isabella said smiling, her wolf loving the sound of her new title. I love you, Mrs. Stone, Nicholas repeated intensely, his wolf proud to call her his. Isabella and Nicholas took so many photos that she was tired, but she loved the one where they were sitting on the edge of a fountain and you could see the water behind them. She was sitting on Nicholas's lap with her hand around his neck and his on her knee, and they were looking at each other about to kiss, their wolves completely content. Okay, let's go, Nicholas said, grabbing her hand, eager for the next part of their celebration. Where are we going? Isabella asked curiously. To pick up something, Nicholas said mysteriously. Isabella looked over curiously and placed her hand on her stomach, trying to get her active pups to settle down, her wolf protective of their young. Nicholas parked the car and Isabella looked around, her wolf senses taking in their surroundings. Oh my goodness, sweet dreams patisserie. They have the best desserts in all of Portland, Isabella said, unclicking her seatbelt and not waiting for him to help her out, her wolf excited by the sweet scents. Pick up for Stone, Nicholas told the woman behind the counter. Isabella smiled at him so hard as they brought out a round cake surrounded by cupcakes. The cake read Mr. and Mrs. Stone, and the cupcakes had different designs on them. I do, silver intertwined hearts, and pearls. This is so cute, Isabella said, looking into the cake box they had opened, her wolf delighted by the celebration treats. When did you even have time to order this? Isabella marveled. I did while we were getting dressed, and I also have 2 more surprises in store. Nicholas smiled, his wolf pleased by her happiness. Does one of them involve more food? Isabella asked curiously, her pregnant wolf always thinking about nourishment. Yes, if you are hungry. We can go to the next one. Yes, but take a picture of this beautiful cake. Isabella smiled, wanting to preserve every memory. Isabella looked confused when they stopped in front of a spa, her wolf curious about this location. We are going to Skyline Rooftop. It's on the 26th floor, Nicholas whispered in her ear, his breath sending pleasant shivers through her wolf. They took the eastern elevators in the lobby up. A moment later, Isabella stepped out onto one of the most breathtaking restaurants she had ever seen. The large roof with small bulbs, strung along a wooden canopy. The sky was open and bright, but the beams that held the lights were laced with leafy plants and vines. Soft music played in the background, and dozens of formal tables spaced evenly across the area. There was a large bar at the back of the restaurant, the word Skyline Rooftop in cursive along a brick wall, and bottles of expensive liquor on mahogany shelving. Men and women dressed in dresses and suits strolled freely, and there was the sound of clinking glasses and lively conversation. Isabella was astonished. This was literally such an amazing mating day thus far, her wolf overwhelmed by his thoughtfulness. The waiter led them to a table and Nicholas pulled out a chair for her. He caught her staring at the spread of the bustling city below. It's beautiful, isn't it? I can't believe I've never heard of this place. The view is amazing. Her wolf appreciated the elevated territory. He agreed with her. Not many people do. It's a little gem, and it's never too crowded. The waiter dropped off some water, and Isabella glanced at Nicholas from over her menu. She smiled at him before whispering, I have some surprises in store for you too. She winked and gently touched his leg with her heel-clad foot, her wolf playful. Isabella watched as his jaw clenched and he cleared his throat, his wolf responding to her touch. Isabella, Nicholas warned, his wolf recognizing her intentions. Nicholas, she replied with a knowing smile, her wolf innocent but mischievous. After ordering their meals, they settled into comfortable conversation. Isabella folded her hands on the table. This still feels so surreal. I can't believe we are mated. Her wolf is still processing the reality. You're Ethan with me. Nicholas joked, his wolf pleased by the permanent bond. Are you okay? Nicholas asked concerned, his wolf immediately alert. Yes, your daughters just think that it's okay to kick mommy whenever they please. Isabella said, rubbing her stomach, her wolf patient with their active offspring. They will literally be here at the end of next month. Nicholas said in shock, his wolf amazed by how quickly time had passed. It went by fast, didn't it? Isabella commented, her wolf agreeing. It did. Nicholas stated, his wolf eager to meet their pups. The doctor's office settled. So we don't need to go to court. Isabella told him, sharing important news. How much? Nicholas asked, sipping his water, his wolf curious about their financial security. Isabella raised an eyebrow and smirked, her wolf pleased with the outcome. Guess. She said playfully. 100,000, Nicholas threw out a number. Times 4. Isabella stated seriously, her wolf satisfied with the justice. $400,000. Nicholas said loudly and Isabella nodded enthusiastically, both wolves amazed by the settlement. Their food arrived after a few short minutes of playful conversation and Isabella sighed in contentment as a piece of sizzling mozzarella melted on her tongue, her wolf appreciating the rich flavors. We can do trust funds for all the kids. Nicholas said, already planning their pups' futures. That's what I was thinking. Isabella smiled, her wolf pleased by his protective instincts. Do you want more pups? Isabella asked him because they never talked about it before, her wolf curious about expanding their family. I want whatever you want. You're the one that has to carry them. We have 2 girls on the way and Ethan. That's 3. Nicholas responded, his wolf supportive of her choices. I think I want another boy to even the score. Isabella smiled lightly, her wolf imagining a balanced pack. Nicholas's face widened into a bright smile. A junior. He added, his wolf excited about a son. A junior. Isabella repeated. After the girls are potty trained and walking. We can have a boy, her wolf planning their family's future. Isabella and Nicholas left the restaurant and got into the car, both wolves content with their celebration so far. Where to next? Isabella asked, her wolf curious about the final surprise. You will see when we get there. Nicholas said, pulling out of the parking lot, his wolf enjoying the mystery. Isabella was sitting patiently listening to the music as the trip seemed longer and longer. She raised an eyebrow when they started passing a lot of wooded areas, her wolf recognizing familiar territory. Nicholas, where are we going? I don't do deep woods. Isabella said, her wolf slightly anxious about being far from civilization while pregnant. Can you let it be a surprise, Isabella? It's only 20 more minutes. Nicholas chuckled, his wolf amused by her impatience. It seems like we have been driving for an hour. Isabella pouted, her pregnant wolf wanting to reach their destination. 25 minutes. Nicholas laughed, his wolf patient with her. Isabella read the sign of Willamette Valley wine region and turned up the music. She turned in her seat and closed her eyes for a while until she heard the crunching noise of their car on a gravel road, her wolf's enhanced hearing picking up the change. Isabella opened her eyes and took in their surroundings. Pine Ridge Resort. It was beautiful, her wolf appreciating the natural setting. Nicholas parked and turned towards her smiling, his wolf excited to reveal his surprise. Oh my goodness, baby, your surprises just keep getting better. Isabella exclaimed. I figured since we couldn't get on a plane because of the pregnancy and it was a spur-of-the-moment idea to get mated that we would do a kind of sort of honeymoon here. Nicholas explained. There's a spa, hot tubs, restaurants, wine tastings, gardens and courtyards, golf, and much more. He listed the amenities. How many days are we staying? Isabella beamed, her wolf excited about the retreat. 7 days. I already got it cleared with the hospital. Nicholas said, having planned everything perfectly. I love you. Isabella said, kissing him, her wolf overflowing with affection. I love you too. Our bags are in the trunk. He told her, getting out and grabbing the bags he had prepared earlier, his wolf having thought of everything. You really thought of everything. Isabella said, holding their celebration cake, her wolf impressed by his planning. When they walked inside, Nicholas got their keycard and they walked to their room, both wolves eager to see their private space. This is huge and so nice, Isabella said, setting the cake on the table in the living room area, her wolf appreciating the luxurious den. It's better than the pictures. Nicholas added, his wolf pleased with the accommodations. Isabella looked at the trail of roses and candles through double doors leading to the bed, where there were 2 tall swans forming a heart in the middle. On the left of their bed was a huge hot tub already filled with warm water and bubbles with rose petals on the top, perfect for relaxing her pregnant wolf. She looked at the long tray stretching across it that had sparkling cider on ice with cake and chocolate-covered strawberries. While Nicholas was checking out the patio, Isabella changed into comfortable clothes for relaxing, her wolf wanting to be at ease after their special day. Nicholas smiled as he turned around and saw Isabella looking comfortable and happy, his wolf content to see his mate relaxed. Let's sit and talk by the fireplace, Mr. Stone. Isabella said with a sweet smile, her wolf wanting to unwind and connect emotionally. You look so beautiful, Mrs. Stone. Nicholas said appreciatively, his wolf admiring his mate. Nicholas changed into comfortable clothes and they sat together on the cozy couch by the warm fireplace, both wolves enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. This should be done all the time. Dessert and meaningful conversation. Isabella said, taking a bite of a strawberry before offering the chocolate-covered treats to Nicholas, her wolf wanting to share the celebration. Isabella smiled contentedly as they enjoyed the treats together, both of them appreciating the romantic but wholesome moment. They spent hours talking about their future, their dreams for their family, and sharing heartfelt conversations about their love. The connection between them was deep and meaningful, their wolves completely bonded through emotional intimacy. Later, they settled into the comfortable bed where they continued talking softly about their plans as mates, eventually falling asleep peacefully side by side. Their mating night was perfect, romantic, meaningful, and the celebration of their eternal emotional bond, their wolves finally united as true companions. Mated life is going to be wonderful. Isabella said contentedly, resting her head on the pillow next to Nicholas. Our bond is perfect. Nicholas agreed, both their wolves satisfied and deeply connected through love and commitment. I agree completely. Isabella murmured, happy and content, her wolf finally at peace with their beautiful future together. 3 weeks later. Isabella looked over at Nicholas as he was sleeping peacefully. She slid out of bed and put on a black maxi dress and slid on some flats, her wolf restless despite being on bed rest. She walked into their bathroom and did her morning routine before grabbing her purse and tiptoeing as best she could to the door. Where do you think you are going? Nicholas asked, sitting up in the bed, his wolf immediately alerting her movement. Isabella sighed, slowly turning around before responding, I'm just going to the hospital. Penelope needs my help on a case. She said, her wolf needing purpose. Isabella, you are on bed rest and leave. You can't go to work. Nicholas said sternly, his protective wolf putting his foot down. Nicholas the first have been in this house for 2 weeks, 2 whole weeks. Please let me go to work. I promise I will sit in a chair and have her push me around, but we have to help this woman. Isabella said desperately, her wolf feeling caged. Okay, Isabella, but sit down and I mean it. Nicholas told her firmly, his alpha nature ensuring her safety. It's attractive when you use that voice, husband. Isabella said, smiling and leaning over to kiss him eagerly, her wolf responding to his dominance. Isabella arrived at the hospital and she called Penelope to meet her at the emergency department. White, I'm in the pit and bring me a wheelchair. Isabella said into the phone. A wheelchair? Penelope questioned, confused. Yes, a wheelchair. Isabella said firmly. My husband is requiring me to sit the whole time I am here, so I told him you would wheel me around. When Penelope arrived, Isabella sat in the wheelchair and they discussed options, her wolf mind still sharp despite her physical limitations. We have to figure out what is causing this woman's body to attack itself. Isabella said, thinking, her medical wolf engaged. White, I'm coming to do this surgery with you. We are going to get me a pair of scrubs and nobody has to know. Isabella said, looking around, her wolf determined to help. Carter, you can't, you are on leave. Penelope said, concerned. Did you not hear the part where I said no one has to know? Isabella said, rolling her eyes, her wolf stubborn. Ouch. Isabella gasped suddenly, her wolf immediately alert. What? What is it? Penelope asked, concerned, her wolf sensing distress. It's nothing. The pups kicked my bladder a little hard. Can you roll me to the bathroom? I have to go now. Isabella said, her wolf needing relief. Penelope did as she was told and pushed her to the bathroom. She put the brakes on the wheelchair before helping her up. Thanks, White. Isabella took 2 steps towards the bathroom door and winced before hearing a gush of liquid, her wolf immediately understanding what was happening. Well, I'll be. Isabella said, placing her hand against the wall to steady herself as a contraction came, her wolf preparing for birth. Dr. Carter. Penelope said, shocked, standing in front of her, her wolf recognizing the signs. White, help me into the wheelchair and find my phone so I can call my husband. Isabella said, her wolf needing her mate immediately. Isabella dug in her purse and she pulled her phone out and dialed Nicholas's number as she was being wheeled to maternity, her wolf calling for her alpha. Hey baby, Nicholas said sweetly, his wolf content. Honey, it's time. Isabella said, her wolf ready to welcome their pups into the world. Chapter 11. Oh my goodness, I'm on the way, Isabella. How far apart are the contractions? Nicholas asked, hopping up out of the bed, his wolf immediately alert and ready to protect his mate and pups. They are 10 minutes apart. Nicholas baby grabbed my bag out of the closet and my comfortable shoes. Also grabbed the bags for the pups and their car seats. Isabella said, listing out everything, her wolf organized even in labor. Okay, I love you and I'll be there shortly. Nicholas told her sweetly, his wolf desperate to reach his mate. I love you too and see you in a bit. Isabella breathed out through a contraction, her wolf strong and determined. When Isabella had finished changing, stopping once for another contraction that had her Nicholas over, the nurse put an 4 into the back of her hand and hooked her up to all kinds of monitors, her wolf accepting the medical care for her pup's safety. Isabella. Maya smiled brightly, her wolf happy to support her pack sister. Hey Castillo. Isabella said, leaning over the bed trying to stretch and keep the pain at bay, her wolf seeking comfort. White told me you were in labor and I am so upset with you still. Maya said, her wolf protective of their friendship. I know you are mad it was spontaneous and we agreed on another ceremony/celebration. You will receive an invitation to that one. Isabella said, groaning, breathing extremely hard, her wolf apologetic. Castillo, help me. Isabella gritted her teeth. Maya immediately walked over and rubbed Isabella's back soothingly in circles, her wolf instinctively providing comfort. Come on, let's walk around the room and then we will try the birthing ball. Maya stated, her medical wolf taking charge. Maya helped Isabella around the room, holding her up as contractions hit, both their wolves working together. They sat and stretched and did different types of breathing exercises with the birthing ball, using techniques that helped laboring female wolves. Where is Nicholas? Maya asked Isabella as she bounced on the ball slowly with her hands raised, her wolf sensing the absence of Isabella's mate. He's on the way. I talked to him not too long ago. Isabella informed her, her wolf missing its alpha. Maya nodded and told Isabella to take a break from the ball and that maybe she should try and sleep for an hour, understanding pregnant wolves needed rest. Good idea. Isabella agreed, sweating and exhausted. Maya helped Isabella to her hospital bed and took a cold cloth to wipe up her sweat, her wolf providing maternal comfort. I'm going to go get Dr. Ryan, Maya told her, seeking the pack's trusted healer. Isabella looked at the time sitting up in the bed. She grabbed her phone dialing Nicholas, but got his voicemail. Nicholas Stone, this is your mate, who is in active labor with your pups. Call me back, please. Her wolf became anxious without contact. Okay, Dr. Carter, put your feet up for me, Dr. Ryan said, walking into the room, the medical wolf ready to help. Isabella complied and Maya walked back in, both wolves supporting her. Oh, sorry, Maya said, holding her hand over her eyes, respecting her pack sister's privacy. It's fine, Castillo. It's not like you haven't seen one before, Isabella panted. Then her and Maya laughed hard, their wolves finding humor even in difficult moments. You are 6 centimeters dilated, only 4 more to go. I will be back to check on you, Dr. Ryan said, taking her gloves off and leaving, monitoring the laboring wolf's progress. Maya and Isabella talked for a while. Then they heard Maya's pager go off. What is it, Maya? Isabella asked, her wolf sensing urgency. It's 911. I have to go, Maya said, standing up, her medical wolf called to duty. Can you do me a favor and page Nicholas for me? I have been calling him, Isabella requested, her wolf needing her mate. Will do. Maya smiled, her wolf understanding the bond between mates. I just need to get to my mate, Nicholas said, trying to lift off the table, his wolf desperate to reach Isabella. Dr. Stone lay back, Charles said, feeling on his abdomen, the elder wolf examining his injuries. Isabella is in labor and I need to get dashed. Nicholas stammered out he couldn't even think straight, his eyes were heavy and he was in pain trying to stay awake, his wolf fighting to stay conscious for his mate. Carter's in labor, Weber said out loud. He knew this wouldn't be good for the pack dynamics. Somebody page Hartwell, Charles called, needing additional pack support. Chief, you paged, Zara and Maya said, walking in at the same time, both wolves responding to the alpha's call. Nicholas, Maya exclaimed, oh no, this is bad, this is bad. Maya rambled, her wolf recognizing the serious situation. Castillo, I need you in here. My left arm is possibly broken, Charles directed, his medical wolf taking charge. Why did you page me, Chief? Zara asked, confused, her wolf seeking purpose. Because someone needs to go up and be with Carter, Charles explained, understanding that laboring wolves needed pack support. Okay, I'm on it, Zara replied, leaving out, her wolf ready to comfort Isabella. What happened? Maya asked, her wolf needing to understand the threat to their pack member. A car ran a red light and hit him head-on, Charles replied. Hunt went to the scene and is in the process of retrieving the car seats and bags. The pack working together in crisis. Carter, Zara chimed, knocking on the door, announcing her presence to the laboring wolf. Hartwell. Isabella started opening her eyes and looking at her, her wolf recognizing a trusted pack member. How do you feel? Can I get you anything? Hartwell asked, her wolf wanting to provide comfort. How do I feel? 2 girls are about to make their way out of me. Can you get me a new body? Isabella said weakly, her wolf exhausted from labor. Matter of fact, can you find my mate? Isabella called out, grabbing her stomach, her wolf desperately needing Nicholas. Carter just breathes, let me page the nurse for ice chips, Zara soothed, her wolf providing calm energy. I just need you to call my mate, who should have been here by now, he said shortly. Isabella huffed, her wolf agitated by his absence. Zara made a face then quickly masked it, her wolf trying to hide concerning information. I saw that face. Do you know where Nicholas is? Isabella said, sitting up, her wolf's instincts picking up deception. I don't. I will go see and get you some ice. Zara said quickly, walking out the room, and Isabella rolled her eyes, knowing something was wrong, her wolf sensing danger to her mate. Isabella stood on her feet and walked slowly to the bathroom, her wolf restless and worried. After Nicholas's arm was sewn up, Maya put a cast on it. Adrian ruled Nicholas's injury to be a concussion, and Charles stated that he had a tear in the muscle of his abdomen, the pack's healers working to restore their injured member. They dimmed the lights in his room and requested he rest for a while. They would wake him when Isabella was about to push, allowing the injured wolf to recover. Did you hear about the handsome anesthesiologist? One nurse whispered. Yes, he was in a bad car accident, another replied. Isabella's eyes widened listening to the two women talk, her enhanced wolf hearing picking up every word. Her mate was in an accident. Dr. Carter, we brought you ice. One of them said from outside of the bathroom door. When they left, Isabella sat on the edge of the bed, her wolf overwhelmed with fear. Oh goodness, why does this keep happening to me? Isabella thought as her eyes immediately began to water. She was praying that he was okay because she honestly didn't know what she was going to do without him, her wolf unable to imagine life without her mate. Isabella slid off the bed and found her flats. She grabbed onto the pole where her 4 medications were hanging from and walked slowly out of her room, her determined wolf seeking her injured mate. She was making her way to the elevators when she saw Zara. Isabella moved a little quicker, leaning against a wall until she was gone, her wolf avoiding detection. She got inside the elevator and pushed for the ER floor, her wolf following its instincts to find Nicholas. Isabella walked out and pushed the double doors open. She was sweating hard and almost fell over when the pain hit, making her knees buckle, her wolf struggling with the physical demands of labor. Dr. Carter. Felix called, rushing to her, holding her up, his wolf instinctively helping a pack member in distress. Isabella exhaled, thankful he caught her, her wolf grateful for support. Felix, where is my mate? She asked desperately. I don't know, Felix stammered, his wolf uncomfortable with deception. Save it. I know he's here to just point me in his direction, or is he in surgery? Isabella asked, panicky, her wolf demanding answers. No, he isn't in surgery. Felix said sadly, his wolf's tone betraying concern. Isabella wondered why his voice changed, her wolf reading his emotional state. First exam room. Felix told her. Do you need help getting there? He offered. No, I'm fine, I can walk, next contractions won't be for 4 minutes. Isabella said, her wolf tracking her labor patterns precisely. Isabella walked to the examination room and looked through the window. The lights were dim and he was laying back. There were no IVs hooked up or monitors on. It was just him. He had 2 white bandages on his face, her wolf's heart breaking at the sight. Oh my goodness. Isabella said, grasping the windowsill, her wolf fearing the worst. This was it. She was a widow. She thought quietly to herself, crying, her wolf mourning. She stepped into the room and just stared. Isabella, I'm not dead. I'm okay. Just a concussion and a broken arm. Nicholas spoke softly. He knew when she entered the room that it was her immediately. She was moving slowly and she gasped hard, his wolf recognizing his mate's scent and presence even through his injuries. Nicholas Stone, you scared me terribly. Isabella said, wiping her tears, her wolf relieved beyond measure. I'm not going anywhere, remember, till death do us part. Nicholas slightly chuckled, his wolf reassuring his mate. Well, I thought this was it. She said, walking over and leaning on his bed to support herself, her wolf seeking comfort from her mate. I love you. Nicholas told her finally, opening his eyes to look at her, his wolf expressing deep devotion. I love you, oh goodness too. Isabella said, sweating profusely and looking up at him, her wolf responding through the contraction. Get up here. Nicholas said, scooting over but groaning, his wolf wanting to comfort his laboring mate despite his own pain. No, you're hurt and in pain. Isabella stated, her wolf protective of her injured mate. You're in pain too, Isabella. Nicholas pointed out, his wolf recognizing her struggle. Just a little childbirth. She tried to joke, her wolf attempting to lighten the mood. Isabella slid onto the bed and laid in Nicholas's arms, both their wolves finding peace in physical contact. What happened, babe? Isabella asked, kissing his chin gently, her wolf needing details to understand the threat. I was on the way here 2 blocks away at the intersection where Mercury and Atlantic cross and the light turned green, so I started driving, but some person ran the red light. Nicholas explained, his wolf still shaken by the close call. Goodness, I would have been furious if something would have happened to you. Isabella said intensely, her wolf fiercely protective. It's okay, baby. I'm okay, but not the car. Nicholas reassured her, his wolf grateful to be alive for his family. I wanted you to get another car, but not like this. Isabella said playfully, her wolf trying to find humor. There you are? Zara said, walking into the room, her wolf was relieved to find them together. Don't talk to me, Hartwell, you knew he was down here and kept trying to give me ice. Isabella crossed her arms, her wolf annoyed by the deception. Carter. I didn't want you to worry, and besides Maya and Weber knew too. Zara added, defending the pack's decision. Wow, just throw us under the bus. Weber said, walking in with Maya, the elder wolf protesting. Right. Maya said, crossing her arms, her wolf agreeing with the unfairness. All of you are uninvited to the next ceremony. Isabella smirked as she heard a bunch of protests around the room, her wolf asserting dominance through humor. Isabella and Nicholas were moved up to her room in maternity in 2 separate beds beside each other, the pack ensuring they stayed together. She was now 9 centimeters dilated and just waiting on the last one. She was tired of the birthing ball, stretching and walking. Her legs felt weak. She just wanted the pups out already, her wolf exhausted from the long labor. Isabella thrust her hand out at Nicholas and silently demanded that he hold it across the railings of their beds. He did as he was told as they waited for the OBGYN, both wolves drawing strength from their bond. Are you Nicholas started to ask. Ah. Isabella cried out as another major contraction hit her again. Nicholas winced as she squeezed his hand hard, pretty much cutting off the blood flow. Goodness, this hurts. Isabella called out, her wolf overwhelmed by the intensity. I know it does, but Nicholas tried to comfort her. How could you possibly know that? Are you pushing a pup out too, Nicholas? She snapped angrily. Her face was all red and wet from all the pain-induced distress, her wolf's hormones making her volatile. No, but, he trailed off, sighing heavily. Isabella, I'm just his wolf trying to provide support. I'm sorry, honey, it just hurts. Isabella apologized. At this moment Nicholas knew she wasn't thinking clearly. 1 minute she was angry and the next she was sweet, her wolf's instincts scattered by labor. I think I'm ready. Isabella said, sitting up, her wolf sensing the time had come. Where did Dr. Ryan go? Nicholas questioned, his wolf protective and wanting the best care for his mate. She rolled her eyes as the pain from the contraction subsided. I don't know where she ran off to, but she's been gone for like 5 hours already. Isabella said irritably, her wolf impatient. Nicholas tried his best not to laugh. She was so dramatic, though his wolf understood her distress. I paged her, she should be here in a few minutes. Nicholas told her softly, rubbing her hands. He hated not being able to get up and help her, and even more he hated seeing his mate in pain. All right, Isabella, let me check. Dr. Ryan moved down towards Isabella's legs and examined her progress. A few moments later she straightened up, smiling at the couple. We're good to go. She turned to the nurses, giving orders, the medical wolf taking charge. Push, she encouraged, guiding the laboring wolf. Isabella gritted her teeth, pushing with all her might. She felt like she was being torn apart. It wasn't like this with Ethan. This was worse, her wolf struggling with the twin birth. Come on, baby. Nicholas cooed, just a few more pushes, his wolf encouraged his mate. Be quiet. Isabella snapped, tears flowing down her face as she tried to breathe. I'm so sorry, quickly followed, her wolf's emotions unstable. It's okay, just breathe, Nicholas tried again, his wolf patient and understanding. Just a few more pushes. Dr. Ryan encouraged the medical wolf to focus on delivering healthy pups. Isabella cried out as she pushed yet again, her whole lower body burning with pain as the tears and sweat flowed freely down her face. She turned to glare at her mate again as he tried to encourage her. Her hormones increased tremendously as she swatted at his arm, her wolf lashing out from pain. What was that for? Nicholas asked incredulously, his wolf confused by the attack. You may not have done this to me, but the fact is that you want to. She groaned, her wolf blaming him irrationally. Oh goodness. Isabella called out. She reached over and hit Nicholas's arm again. You are sleeping on the couch until death do us part. She told him, her wolf making empty threats. Nicholas wanted to laugh, knowing that her anger and her words were pain-driven. And the threat itself was completely empty because he knew that she could barely sleep without him to hold her at night. So he nodded in fake agreement. Whatever you want, Isabella, his wolf humoring his distressed mate. Why are you agreeing? Isabella shouted between her pushes. Do you not want to sleep with me anymore? Her wolf's insecurity showing. Nicholas answered quickly, wincing as her grip tightened further on his hand. Of course I want to sleep with you every dash, his wolf reassuring her. Well, you're not coming near me for the rest of our lives, Nicholas. She snapped, her wolf making dramatic declarations. This time, he actually laughed at the absurdity of her mood swings. Well, that's not happening, now push, his wolf knowing she didn't mean it. Isabella looked like she was about to protest again, but she didn't. She pushed with all of her might and then she heard the sound of a wailing pup filling the room, new life entering their pack. Isabella fell back exhausted, but she knew it wasn't over yet, her wolf knowing there was another pup to deliver. Tears filled Nicholas's eyes to the brim as they stared at their first pup together. She was covered in birth fluids and other things that looked concerning, but it's still the most amazing thing that Nicholas had ever seen, his wolf overcome with paternal pride. She's beautiful, Isabella said, looking at Nicholas as they watched the nurses clean her off, both wolves admiring their offspring. She is absolutely gorgeous. Nicholas smiled in a daze, his wolf captivated by his daughter. He looked down as Isabella squeezed his hand hard and she was sitting up. Dr. Ryan, I need to push, Isabella said, wincing in pain, her wolf preparing for the second birth. Okay, on the next contractions give me a good push, the medical wolf instructed. Isabella pushed hard. I need to stop, she said breathlessly, her wolf exhausted. Dr. Ryan looked up at Isabella and called through her mask on her next contraction. Can you give us just one more, good strong push, encouraging the laboring wolf. Squeezing Nicholas's hand tightly, Isabella gave all the strength and love she had into a final push. She let her body fall backwards into the bed when she heard the beautiful, sharp cry. Dr. Ryan smiled as she held up the pup. Beautiful baby girl, announcing the second successful birth. We're going to clean them up, weigh and measure as well as run a few tests to make sure they're both perfectly okay, and then we'll hand them right back to you, okay? The medical team ensured the pup's health. The couple nodded in agreement, still awestruck by the fact that their pups were now actually here, both wolves overwhelmed with parental emotions. Nicholas looked at his mate, smiling to himself as he watched her watch the doctor with their pups. Her hair was everywhere, some matted to her forehead with sweat. She looked unbelievably tired. But he thought she looked so stunningly beautiful in that moment, mainly because she had just done the most amazing thing in the world and gave birth to their first pups together. But also because she has always been the most beautiful thing he had ever laid eyes on, his wolf completely devoted to his mate. Isabella barely felt the nurses cleaning her up, but at this point, she didn't care what they were doing as long as she got some sleep soon. But first, she glanced at the doctor as she came back, carrying her newborns, her wolf eager to bond with her pups. Baby A, 5 pounds 7 ounces, and Baby B 6 minutes later 5 pounds 12 ounces. Dr. Ryan said, handing Isabella Baby A and Nicholas Baby B, presenting the healthy pups to their parents. The nurses put Baby A in a pink hat and Baby B in a yellow one, distinguishing the twin pups. Oh my goodness! They are so beautiful! Isabella exclaimed, her maternal wolf overflowing with love. Nicholas took this opportunity and stood up wincing before climbing on the bed with Isabella so they could look at both pups together, his wolf needing to be close to his family. They are mirror images of each other, but so different. Nicholas added, staring at both their faces, his wolf studying his offspring. Linda and Felixis Stone. Isabella said softly, then looking over at Nicholas, her wolf naming their daughters. I love it. Nicholas smiled, his wolf approving of the strong names. I love you, Nicholas Stone. Isabella said, her wolf expressing complete devotion. I love you too, Isabella Stone. Nicholas replied, both wolves bonded forever through their love and their beautiful pups. Chapter 12. Nicholas walked down into his home gym and saw his mate walking on the treadmill, her wolf determined and focused. What are you doing, baby? Nicholas asked, concerned, his wolf immediately alert to her condition. I'm trying to walk this pup down. I need him out, she said breathlessly, still walking with determination. On the treadmill, though. Is that really the best option? He asked, raising an eyebrow, his protective wolf questioning her choice. It's the same as walking around the territory outside, she replied with slight irritation. Baby, you're not due for 3 weeks. Nicholas responded seriously, his wolf concerned about premature labor. I know, I want him to be born this week, preferably Thursday. If he comes on his due date, it will be our mating anniversary. Isabella responded back intently and slightly out of breath. You don't want to share our special day? He chuckled, his wolf amused by her territorial nature. I don't honestly. Is that bad? I want him to have his own day. Not the day his mate and I drop off all of our pups so we can have romantic time together, just the two of us. Her wolf being practical about their needs. Nicholas laughed some more, his wolf understanding her reasoning completely. What are the pups doing? Isabella asked, turning off the machine. Ethan is watching TV in his room. Linda, Felixis and Nicholas are in the living room playing with that huge ball pit, tent and tunnel set that Maya got them for the pack den. Nicholas reported on their young. Isabella smiled, thinking about all her pups, and now she was carrying her 5th one. Nicholas Jr. was conceived 6 weeks after the girls were born, and Isabella was surprised. The first time her mate held her close after their daughters were born, and she was pregnant again. They didn't stick to their plan. She wanted another pup, but she wanted him after the girls were walking and potty trained, but it didn't go that way. 9 months later she was feeding and changing 3 babies in their den. He was supposed to be the last, but when she went to the doctor for birth control she was already pregnant again, her wolf apparently very fertile with her chosen mate. Nicholas started walking towards the stairs leading from their in-home gym, and Isabella made a soft sound of distress. Baby, wait, she breathed out heavily, her wolf seeking his attention. Nicholas turned around quickly to see what was wrong, his protective instincts immediately engaging. I need you to carry me. I can't feel my legs. She exaggerated with a playful smile. Nicholas walked over and picked her up easily with his wolf strength. Isabella quickly wrapped her legs around his waist, causing him to support her weight fully, both their wolves responding to the close contact. She began placing gentle kisses along his neck, and he responded with appreciation, his wolf stirring at her affection. Nicholas. she whispered, finding his lips and kissing him tenderly. Nicholas kissed her back, his hands gentle on her body as he walked over and carefully set her down on the weight bench, mindful of her pregnant condition. Isabella looked beautiful and glowing, her pregnancy enhancing her natural appeal. She sat up and they shared a moment of deep emotional connection and tender affection together, their wolves bonding in the private space of their den. Nicholas was loving and caring with his pregnant mate, ensuring her comfort and happiness while being gentle with their growing pup. Their connection was passionate yet tender, both wolves expressing their deep love and devotion for each other in the safety of their home gym. They spent time talking about their feelings and their excitement about their growing family, sharing gentle kisses and warm embraces that strengthened their emotional bond. After their romantic moment, they held each other close, both feeling deeply connected from their time together. Amazing every time, Isabella said contentedly, her wolf was satisfied and loved. Perfect, Nicholas agreed, his wolf completely devoted to his mate. I love you, Isabella smiled, kissing him softly. I love you too. He smiled back, both their wolves content. Later, Isabella sat outside in their backyard watching their pups play while Nicholas grilled dinner, the pack enjoying their territory. Ethan was waiting patiently for Nicholas to finish cooking so they could eat. He wanted to ride his bike that they got him for his birthday. He just turned 6. They normally let Ethan ride his bike around their territory with Nicholas while Isabella pushed her 3 babies in the stroller behind them, the whole pack exercising together. That evening Isabella put her nightgown on and winced in pain, her pregnant wolf uncomfortable. Baby, that is the 3rd time you have winced in pain. What is wrong? Nicholas asked, his wolf immediately concerned. Okay, I think I overdid it today, between the treadmill, our time together, playing with the pups, and walking while pushing them in the stroller tonight. My back and feet are killing me, she responded, sitting on the edge of the bed. Come here, Nicholas said, gesturing towards the middle of the bed, his wolf wanting to care for his mate. He took her feet in his hands, applying lotion and began massaging them until Isabella's eyes were closed in blissful relaxation. He placed a pillow under her stomach and leg, turning her on her side. He ran his hands up her body and massaged her lower back, making her feel completely relaxed, his wolf providing comfort. You are a wonderful father and mate, Isabella commented drowsily. You are a magnificent mother and mate, he responded back. Get some sleep. A few moments later he heard light snoring coming from his mate, her wolf finally at peace. At 3 a.m. Isabella got out of bed to walk a little bit. She was having Braxton Hicks contractions and it was keeping her awake, her wolf restless. She looked over at her mate snoring and shook her head at him sleeping peacefully, his wolf trusting her to wake him if needed. Isabella decided to get a glass of water. On her way out into the hallway she felt water trickle down her leg, then she heard a gush, her wolf immediately understanding what was happening. Oh no, Isabella called out softly. I said Thursday, not today, she exclaimed quietly, talking to her son. She walked back into their room and shook Nicholas gently. Isabella, no. No more romance, Nicholas mumbled, turning away, his sleepy wolf confused. Isabella wanted to chuckle because when she normally wakes him up in the middle of the night it's for romantic reasons. Nicholas got up. My water broke, she said with urgency. Nicholas immediately sat up, fully alert. Are you okay? When, his wolf is instantly protective. I'm fine and just now in the hallway, Isabella responded. Call Blake, so he can watch the pups. Nicholas nodded, getting up, throwing on clothes and talking on the phone, his wolf organizing pack support. He grabbed her bags and put them at the front door waiting for his brother to arrive. Nicholas came back into the room to find Isabella bent over on the bed breathing heavily, her wolf managing the labor pains. Oh goodness, Isabella exclaimed, gripping their covers as a contraction hit her. Nicholas and Isabella. Blake called from downstairs, announcing his arrival to help with the pack. Finally, Nicholas murmured, relieved. Nicholas picked Isabella up and carried her downstairs with ease, his wolf strength supporting his laboring mate. Heat up waffles and pancakes from the freezer for breakfast. Their lunches are already packed. Linda, Felixis, and BJ have snacks in baggies for daycare. Ethan has to be at school at 8 and you can drop the other 3 off at daycare right after him. Isabella called out instructions as Nicholas opened the front door, her wolf ensuring the pack was cared for. Okay, keep me updated, Blake said before the door shut, accepting his role in protecting the young pack members. Nicholas drove Isabella to the hospital with one hand while she squeezed his other tightly, both their wolves focused on bringing their pup safely into the world. 6.5 hours later, Isabella was exhausted but victorious, hearing the cry of her baby boy fill the room, their newest pack member announcing his arrival. Nicholas kissed her forehead gently. You did great, his wolf is proud of his strong mate. That is the absolute last one, you hear me, Nicholas? Isabella said firmly, grabbing his shirt with determination, her wolf declaring the end of their breeding. Last one, I hear you. Nicholas agreed, his wolf respecting her decision. The nurse came back in with their son. Have you two decided on a name yet? She asked them both, handing the baby to Isabella. Yes. Nicholas and Isabella answered simultaneously, both wolves having chosen together. Sebastian Elijah Stone. Nicholas answered smiling, announcing their pup's name to the pack. Sebastian started making soft sounds that progressed to tiny cries, the young wolf seeking comfort. It's okay, mommy's got you. Are you hungry and handsome? Isabella cooed, adjusting her gown and preparing to feed her pup. Isabella laughed when he latched on quickly and she began feeding him, her maternal wolf instincts strong and sure. Honey, get up here with me, she told him, sliding over in the bed to make room. Nicholas climbed in bed with her and she laid her head on his shoulder, both wolves content with their new addition. Thank you for this, Isabella said softly, thinking about her life and their pack of pups. For what? Nicholas questioned, his wolf curious. For loving me. I didn't think I would ever have this, but a mix-up at a doctor's office and I get to live happily ever after being your mate and the mother of your pups. Her wolf is grateful for their unexpected path to happiness. Isabella, I'll never stop loving you. You were the missing piece to my soul. You complete me, Nicholas said, his wolf expressing deep devotion. I love you so much, Isabella proclaimed, her wolf overflowing with emotion. I love you just as much, Nicholas said, kissing her nose, both their wolves bonded forever through their love and their beautiful growing pack. The end. Thank you for listening. Like, share and subscribe for more. Bye for now.